In today's video, I have compiled all of my Fortnite commentaries from the past year and shoved them all into one big video for you guys to watch. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, let's get straight into the video. Fortnite has plenty of weapons to choose from, including bouncy rock hammers and pirate pistols that send you flying. In a game with so many weapons, there are bound to be a few bad names in the bunch, but surprisingly, these terrible tags are more common than you would think. Today, we will be looking into these weapons and trying to come up with better names for them. If you guys would like to support the channel, you can always use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. It's free after all. Now, let's get straight into the video. There are currently 5 tactical weapons in Fortnite: the Tactical AR, Tactical Shotgun, Tactical SMG, Tactical Pistol, and Tactical DMR. Most of these weapons act fairly similarly, being faster firing weapons with less damage per shot. They also, for the most part, act as a substitute for another weapon, saving inventory space, such as the Tac AR and Tac Shotgun allowing you to not run an SMG, and the Tac Pistol being a sufficient replacement for a standard assault rifle. However, there's one weapon that doesn't quite fit into any of these categories, yet is still somehow seen as a tactical weapon: the Tactical DMR. This weapon, when compared to its normal counterpart, barely shoots faster and only does 4 less damage, which isn't a lot for a DMR. The whole gimmick of the Tactical DMR is that you can toggle a further zoom when scoped in. Given this mechanic, I propose that this weapon could be renamed to the Toggle DMR. Kinda basic, I know, but it gets the point across and actually makes sense and fits in, unlike its current name. Out of the 4 combat weapons in the game, I don't particularly care for 3 of them. Sure, the Combat SMG and Combat Shotgun were broken at launch, but since then, they have been balanced out, and the Combat AR is just an MK7 without the scope. However, I hold a grudge for the Combat Pistol. You see, the combat weapons are similar to the tactical weapons in that they shoot fast, however are way faster than tactical weapons, and do around the same damage. However, they require better aim in order to properly use the weapon. So how does the Combat Pistol do this? It could be sort of similar to the Machine Pistol from Save the World, where it shoots insanely fast, or it could be similar to the Primal Pistol in that it shoots faster when compared to the revolver, but deals less damage. It doesn't do any of that. It's just a normal pistol with 1 less bullet. This pistol was obviously added as a last-minute addition, as the model is just a slightly reworked pistol and was added a few weeks before the end of Chapter 2. However, they could have just made it a bit more unique. I think a better name for this pistol could have been the Alpha Pistol, as this name is similar to the MK Alpha, which is just a slightly altered MK7. The Ranger weapons are a fairly new category of weapon. This includes the Ranger Assault Rifle, the Ranger Shotgun, and the Ranger Pistol. These weapons have almost nothing to do with each other, other than the Assault Rifle and Shotgun both being more long range for the weapon class. The Ranger Pistol is just a tactical pistol with bullet drop-off and attachment support. I think that the Ranger AR and Ranger Shotgun can keep their names, however I believe the Ranger Pistol should get a new one. But it isn't the only weapon I would add to this new category of weapons, which leads us into our next segment. All of the Chapter 5 weapons have horrible naming schemes, which is why I wanted to make this video. You see, the Chapter 5 weapons fall into 2 categories aesthetically: the Society and the Underground. There's also the Strike AR and the Hammer Pump, but they're kinda generic, so I'll just leave them out of this discussion. None of the Society or Underground weapons actually share a name. For example, the Ranger Pistol, Reaper Sniper Rifle, and the Enforcer AR are all clearly Society-themed weapons, having gold and black luxury designs, while the Nemesis AR, Frenzy Auto Shotgun, and Thunderburst SMG all have a very rugged and run-down appearance. The Nemesis is debatable, but it's close enough for me to include here. I think the new names here are simple. Just call them Society and Underground weapons. For example, we could have the Society AR, Society Pistol, and Society Sniper Rifle, while on the other hand we have the Underground AR, Underground Auto Shotgun, and Underground Burst SMG. That's all I have to say for this video. Do you agree that Fortnite kinda sucks at naming their weapons? If not, leave a comment down below telling me why you disagree. That's all for now though. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop to support me. See you in the next one. Fortnite Festival Season 2 is right around the corner, and this would be a perfect time to fix the plethora of issues with the mode. In saying this, I want to say that out of all the new modes, Fortnite Festival is my personal favorite, and I want to continue seeing this mode succeed. With all that being said, if you would like to support me, you can always use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Let's get straight into the video. Cosmetics in this game mode are extremely expensive. Instruments can range anywhere between 500 and 1500 V-Bucks, just for you to see them for about the same amount of time you would see a rap in Battle Royale. Instruments should be priced around the same way that raps are priced, being 300 V-Bucks at Uncommon, 500 V-Bucks at Rare, and 700 V-Bucks at Epic. I feel as if this would make purchasing instruments a lot more accessible, and could see these instruments selling more in the long run. Another massive part of Festival's monetary gain are jam tracks. You can purchase a jam track from the item shop for 500 V-Bucks each. While this may not sound all too bad, you have to realize that, at the time I'm making this video, there are 67 jam tracks available. Granted, not all these are sold in the item shop, which is a whole can of worms I'll get to in a second, but a majority of them are. Considering that jam tracks are the only cosmetic in the game that actually affect gameplay as they grant you new songs to play, I believe that jam tracks should cost roughly 200 to 300 V-Bucks. If you want to keep the price at 500, you have to at least make them a lobby track as well, as lobby tracks already go for 200 V-Bucks in the item shop. We've already seen lobby tracks sold with their jam track counterparts, with the Streets Ignite and Make It Known tracks being sold alongside their jam tracks. Another way to lower their prices indirectly is to just bundle more songs together. This was done with some Olivia Rodrigo, Green Day, and 9 Inch Nails songs. So why not do some more jam track bundles? Festival Pass pricing is also a bit of an issue. The current Festival Pass costs 1850 V-Bucks. If you were to fully complete the pass, you will get 9 jam tracks, 5 instruments, and an outfit, as well as a few emoticons, but no one really cares about those. This may seem like a good deal, but when compared to other battle passes that the game has to offer, such as the normal battle pass at 950 V-Bucks and the TMNT Cowabunga pass at 1000 V-Bucks, Festival Pass just doesn't seem like a worthwhile investment. Sure, you are paying less for the pass than you would be paying for all of its content separately, but seeing other passes offer so much more for half the price feels like quite the blow to the wallet. I suggest knocking the price down to 1250 or 1000 V-Bucks would make the pass feel a lot more worthwhile and would encourage more people to spend their money on the premium rewards. Remember how I mentioned that there are a few jam tracks that aren't sold in the item shop? Well, these exclusive songs, as I'll call them, will end up leading to a serious problem in the future if Fortnite doesn't fix it in its infancy. You see, outside of the item shop, there are 3 other ways to get jam tracks. The Festival Pass, which we won't be discussing since those songs are said to be entering the item shop, the Battle Pass, and free challenges. Infamously, Battle Pass cosmetics are said to never return after their season, meaning that the Flickering Flame, You Don't Know Me, and Return of the Tiger jam tracks will forever be locked after Chapter 5 Season 2 releases. This is just an overall bad thing, as this locks gameplay behind a limited time paywall, and players who begin playing after the current season will never get to play these songs. A solution to this issue could be to just allow Battle Pass jam tracks to be sold in the item shop. However, this may cause some outrage. Another solution could be just add these songs to the free rotation, so that Battle Pass owners keep their exclusive cosmetic, but new players could still play these songs. Free challenges, on the other hand, are a bit more unclear about their exclusivity. Currently, there's only one jam track that has been given out through challenges, being the Winterfest Wish jam track. This was given as a Christmas themed jam track for the holidays, which seems all fine and dandy at first, but leave this song as the only song that is currently unavailable for purchase. Unlike the Battle Pass, there is nothing stating that the Winterfest Wish track was exclusive to Winterfest, which always leaves the door open for a potential return. They have brought back challenge rewards before, so I hope that they do the same for the Winterfest Wish jam track, as well as any other jam tracks that are given away through challenges in the future. There is no good reason as to why jam tracks are allowed to cycle through the item shop. Generally, I can't think as to why they thought this would be a good idea. Maybe it has to do with the new item shop layout and not being able to have as many items at once, but that's on Epic for thinking any of these new UI changes were a good idea in the first place. Now, I do have a fix for this, which is quite simple, but might take a bit to actually code into the game. Simply just add a section within the Festival Pass UI that shows you the whole library of songs available for purchase. Not only does this help solve the issue of jam track rotation, but it also gets rid of a ton of clutter in the item shop. Maybe an idea like this could also be used for the Rocket Racing cosmetics as well as other festival cosmetics. That's for another video. Other than that, there's nothing really to add to this point, so let's just continue on to our next point. This section is probably going to be a bit messy, so just sit tight as I dig into these small changes. Why am I unable to play 4 songs as a trio? I get that you want everyone to be able to choose a song to play when playing with others, but if I'm in a trio, allow the party leader to add another song so that we are able to run a full show. Very niche, I know, but a less niche point is to allow instrument controller support. I know this is confirmed, but I would like this sooner rather than later. In conclusion, Fortnite Festival is a fantastic but heavily flawed game mode. Do you disagree with any of the points I brought up? If so, leave a comment down below explaining why. If you would like to support me, you can always use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. That's all for now, however. I'll see you in the next one. Later. Chapter 3 Season 3 is often regarded as one of the worst seasons in Fortnite history. However, looking back, I believe that the community has taken what the season gave us for granted. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider subscribing to see more content like this. Let's get straight into the video. The Chapter 3 Season 3 Battle Pass is fairly solid, containing plenty of worthwhile skins. The season introduced us to Eevee, who is still brought up in discussion to this day. The season also introduced us to Snap, a customizable outfit where you can swap out his arms, legs, torso, and head to create your very own action figure. Adira is also a fairly solid outfit, and she also introduced us to the brand new Lance style of pickaxe, which is still being used in new pickaxes nowadays. Malik is also a very strong skin, resembling the classic knight skins of classic Fortnite, while putting a new casual twist on the concept. This Battle Pass also brought us 2 solid collab outfits to the game, Darth Vader and Indiana Jones. These classic Lucasfilm characters are incredibly fleshed out and have really solid sets, outside of Darth Vader's metal detector. Like seriously, if the TMNT mythics can be pickaxes, then lightsabers can be pickaxes as well. While Sabina and Stormfarer are kinda lackluster, they aren't horrible skins, and most Battle Passes have a few slackers. The Chapter 3 Season 3 map is the peak of Chapter 3's map. At launch, a solid chunk of the left side of the map was replaced with a bluish-purple reality biome, bringing the beautiful Reality Falls point of interest, replacing the lackluster Camp Cuddle. This biome also drastically changed Greasy Grove, ravaging the place with giant mushrooms, allowing for a more dynamic location, as Greasy was previously a pretty flat area. Rave Cave also replaced Command Cavern, turning the remains of the IO's main base of operations into a raving club that is always ready for a party. Rave Cave also introduced the Baller Coaster, which would basically turn your baller into a roller coaster car, allowing you to circle circled the POI. Chapter 3 Season 3 also saw the return of slipstreams, however they were fairly limited, mainly being found around Rave Cave. There were also reality routes around the island, which would tease upcoming map changes. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, but the map changed a lot throughout the season. The first of these mid-season map changes was changing Logjam Lumberyard to Logjam Lotus. Logjam Lotus was a unique POI, as it would choose a different theme each game, being themed around Colossal Coliseum, Lazy Lagoon, or Tilted Town. This would be the only named POI to receive this treatment, however smaller parts of other POIs such as Condo Canyon and Sleepy Sound would also get the shifting location treatment. Within the same update as Logjam Lotus, there would also be 5 Imperial docking bays to promote the Star Wars collab with Darth Vader being in the Battle Pass, but we'll talk more about this later. In the following update, Butter Barn would receive a similar change to Logjam Lumberyard, where its theme would change to something different each round. After Butter Barn's change would come another new named POI to celebrate the Indiana Jones collaboration, Shuffled Shrines. This new named POI features an elaborate puzzle that will unlock a room full of loot. Okay, the puzzle wasn't too complicated, but it did feature a nice reference to the bowler scene from Indiana Jones, so that's pretty cool. Nothing too interesting happened in the following update other than Sleepy Sound getting an update similar to Logjam Lotus and the Block 2.0 buildings being placed inside of Tilted Towers, which was pretty neat. The following update saw the return of the Chapter 1 named location, Lazy Lagoon, replacing the Daily Bugle, ending the Spider-Man collaboration. Although the only thing the Chapter 3 Lazy Lagoon had in common with its Chapter 1 version was the theme name because their layouts were nothing alike. The final update of the season was an interesting one because all of the reality shifting locations stopped changing and stuck to one theme, with Logjam Lotus changing to Logjam Junction, sticking with the Tilted Town theme, Butter Barn changing to a Neo-Tilted theme, half a Sleepy Sound changing to a Coral Castle theme, and a part of Condo Canyon changing to a Colossal Coliseum theme. This was weird because it felt like they were moving something that made these POIs interesting, however they were still solid locations. The beginning of the season didn't bring anything interesting. The launch of the season brought the 2-shot shotgun, the Hammer Assault Rifle, and the DMR. None of these weapons are all too interesting, however the Hammer has received a cult following in recent times. Reality Seeds were also introduced, and they would function similarly to Tents, where their data would persist throughout different matches. The difference between the two is that while Tents would save items you put in them throughout your games, the Reality Seeds would grow fruits that would grant you loot, and they would increase their rarity the longer you leave them, going up to Mythic rarity. While Reality Seeds sound cool, they weren't used that often until you got up to Mythic, because it would sort of force you to land at the edge of the map so no one else would take your fruits. The season launched with a couple of unvaults, being the Chug Cannon, Slurp Mushroom, and Baller. While the Chug Cannon and Slurp Mushroom aren't too interesting, the Baller was unvaulted for the first time since Chapter 1 Season 9. With the introduction of the Baller coasters at Rave Cave, this makes sense. However, they returned with an unrechargeable fuel meter, so no one really used them. Storm Sickness was also added this season, however it's quite rare to encounter it in an actual game unless you were actively going for it. A little over a week into the season, the Grapple Glove was added, which was practically a poor man's web shooters. They were still cool, however they did feel a bit more clunky than the original. The following update would see a continuation on the Star Wars collaboration, adding the Darth Vader boss, who drops his unique lightsaber, which is the only one that you can use as a ranged weapon. This wasn't too useful, but it was cool nonetheless. This update also introduced the Ripsaw Launcher, a fairly unique weapon with the main purpose of damaging builds. The E11 Blaster Rifle was also reintroduced, which is cool, but the gun isn't too great. The following week, we received the Firework Flare Gun, which is just a reskin flare gun, however it looks cooler, so I'm fine with its addition. After that, we received the Lackluster Charge SMG, which was quite weak, however it also came with the removal of the Combat SMG, which was way too dominant. The Portafort was also unvaulted, which is always nice to see. We then saw the Combat Assault Rifle make its return. Nothing too dominating, but nothing bad either. The next update we received the Prime Shotgun, which is a really unique idea for a shotgun. However, I feel as if the idea could have been executed a little better, but I still think this shotgun is really solid. A few days later, we received the No Sweat Summer update. While this update is regarded as quite lackluster, we actually received a few interesting additions. First, Ice Cream and all of its variants were added in this update, and served as a gimmicky healing item, with different effects depending on the variant you chose. The Boogie Bomb and 0 Point Fish were also unvaulted, which helped spice up gameplay. Midway through the summer update, Crash Pads were unvaulted, and they helped with mobility. We also received Junk Rifts, however they don't do much given the state of player base's skill during this time. Impulse Grenades were also unvaulted, which is always a great addition. We did receive more loophole changes, however they deserve their own section. The Dragon Ball collab is arguably one of the most hyped updates in Fortnite's history. This update brought 2 brand new mythics with it, the Kamehameha and Nimbus Cloud. The Nimbus Cloud isn't too interesting, just being a reskin of Silver Surfer Surfboard or the Witch Room from Chapter 2 Season 4. However, the Kamehameha is the first overpowered anime superpower we ever received. The Kamehameha would prop you up slightly from your current position, charge up for a bit, turn the screen blue for everyone around you, and shoot a massive beam that did 40 damage per hit. And then this thing hit more than once a second, as it was just a gigantic laser beam. The Dragon Ball update also brought us our first mini pass. This pass didn't feature a skin, However, it featured the charging up emote as the max reward. Despite this, there was an even more sought out reward from the Dragon Ball event, being the Shenron glider. You could gain access to this glider by completing quests during the event and collecting all the Dragon Balls. There was also 4 outfits released, being the Son Goku outfit, the Vegeta outfit, the Beerus outfit, and the Bulma outfit. These skins were really good for their time, however newer Dragon Ball skins have made these ones sort of outdated. This collab is often regarded as the saving grace of the season, however I see it as a solid addition to a solid season. That's all I have to say for this video. Do you think that Chapter 3 Season 3 is overhated? If so, leave a comment down below letting me know why you think so. That's all for now, however. If you would like to support me, you can always use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. I'll see you in the next one. Later. Chapter 5 Season 2 is right around the corner, and today I'm going to be predicting what I think will happen in the next season. If you happen to enjoy this video, make sure to use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop to support me. Let's get straight into it. Alright, so we are going to start off with map changes. And the first place where I think there's going to be a map change is right here, Ruined Reels. I believe this place is going. That's where the hand popped out of. I just don't see it staying, which is kind of a shame because it's kind of like the best POI, probably. Like the most unique POI, I should say, on this map. So that's kind of a shame, but, you know, that's where they decided to do their storyline stuff, so. Another place I'd probably expect a POI change is Grand Glacier. The, like, snow there's melting. It's probably gonna be, like, this cool, like, Atlantis kind of thing, probably, because why else would there be all this water coming out? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Also, it's just not a great POI. Grand Glacier kind of sucks, if I'm gonna be honest. And then I think that's all gonna be for the POIs that they remove, but I think they're gonna add like 1 or 2 more POIs just like in like these empty areas, like maybe like right here, right around here maybe. Maybe they'll add a POI there, you know? It's possible. But yeah, that's what I think the map changes are gonna be for the season. Alright, for vaults, I think they're gonna get rid of all of like the society themed weapons. So that's the Enforcer AR, the Ranger pistol, the Reaper sniper rifle, and the Hyper SMG. I don't see those sticking around, mainly just because the whole thing with this season storyline is that the society's been taken down. Oh no. So yeah, I don't see it happening. It's just not likely, if I'm gonna be real. Obviously, we are gonna see all like the Metal Gear Solid stuff get vaulted, so that's like the boxes and the invisibility EMP. I also see the ballistic shield getting vaulted. It's just one of those like gimmick use 1 season items. I don't see it sticking around for much longer. I could also see cluster clingers being vaulted, so I'll put them on my vaulted list, but I'm not so sure about them. In terms of unvaults, I don't really see much happening, to be honest, because I don't see them unvaulting any new weapons, or any old weapons, I should say. I don't see them unvaulting any old weapons because of weapon mods, so that's kind of out of the picture. But in terms of items, I'm not really sure either, to be honest. I think most of the stuff they're going to put in is going to be new stuff. In terms of unvaults, maybe we could see like rifts come back, or something like that. Maybe I'll put both versions of the rifts on there. Yeah, that's like the only thing I can really see happening, but even then, that's kind of a stretch. There are probably going to be a few new things added as well, and I'm not going to go over specifics with this one, but there are some interesting things I'd like to kind of touch on here. I think that superpowers, kind of like what we got in Chapter 2 Season 4, are likely to return, just because of like the nature of like these Greek gods. That's probably going to be the theme of next season. So that's why I'm saying that. I think superpowers have a high possibility of coming. I don't believe there's been any actual leaks of it, but I could see it happening. I see it as something that's very possible. I also think that the bosses will be a bit more unique than just having a gun, because if they're having superpowers, of course they're going to use the superpowers instead, you know? So yeah, that's my predictions for next season, Chapter 5 Season 2. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop to support me. I'll see you in the next one. Later. Fortnite is infamous for popularizing the Battle Pass monetization method. However, with this new system came the problem of cosmetic exclusivity. Today, we're going to be exploring the controversial topic of Battle Pass cosmetics returning, and taking a look at the arguments on both sides to reach a conclusion that will satisfy the most people. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider subscribing. Let's get straight into the video. The most common argument for why Battle Pass items shouldn't return after their season is that one must earn the cosmetic. Therefore, releasing Battle Pass items after the season removes the reason to grind out a Battle Pass. You are already paying for the Battle Pass if you want to get all the desired cosmetics such as skins. Not to mention that the Tier 1 skin doesn't require any grinding whatsoever. Another argument as to why Battle Pass items shouldn't return is that Fortnite has stated that Battle Pass items cannot return, so therefore they can't return due to legal reasons. However, I believe this has been removed, and I could be wrong, but if it's still there, Together, they could easily remove it and all Battle Pass cosmetics going forward would be able to return. The final main argument is that the Battle Pass skins not being exclusive would just make Epic less money because there wouldn't be an immediate incentive to buy the Battle Pass. This is definitely true. While old Battle Pass skins returning would likely bring in a good chunk of money in the short term, long term the Battle Pass gets more sales due to it being cheaper and having an aspect of FOMO attached to it. Whether or not this is a predatory business practice is up to you. However, it is probably the strongest argument for the side that Battle Pass cosmetics shouldn't return. On the other side of the coin, we have the argument for the belief that Battle Pass skins should return. The most common argument for this side is that it locks newer players out of owning certain collab outfits like Spider-Man or Superman. This is true, however there are versions in the item shop for a lot of these skins, meaning that these characters aren't fully locked away forever. While that point is valid, that's also not even mentioning the plethora of original Fortnite cosmetics that are now unobtainable for the rest of the game's lifespan. Quick question. How many outfits do you think are currently only obtained through the Battle Pass? I'll give you a second. If you said 213, you would be correct. Granted, this includes the Season 8 Battle Pass skins as well as the Scientist, which were both free for a period of time, intentional or not. However, they still did end up with a paywall before they cycled out, so not everyone got them for free. I have two solutions for this supposed issue. First way we could solve this issue is by simply just remastering and remaking every old Battle Pass skin and selling it in the item shop. There are a few issues with this idea. First of all, we need to decide if we are also remastering every edit style, only a few styles, or none of the styles. Battle Pass skins have plenty of options to choose from, and I'm afraid removing this from these outfits removes a bit of what makes them special. If we happen to go through with this idea, what is telling Epic that it's even worth doing that, over just making an original skin with one or two styles? Another issue with this strategy is that it isn't the exact skin that the people on the pro returning side want. Another solution could be to just straight up sell the original outfit. Now this may cause outrage. However, we could allow old Battle Pass owners to keep their exclusivity by making super styles locked to the Battle Pass. While this works in concept, it doesn't take every skin prior to Chapter 2 Season 2 into account, as super styles were not added until Chapter 2 Season 1, with only one skin, being 8-Ball vs Scratch. If we want to, we could also add overtime styles to the exclusive list, however that only sells a handful of skins from Chapter 1 Season 7 to Chapter 2 Season 1. While both of these arguments could work, there are too many flaws with each of them to actually satisfy both sides of the argument. So, I may not have come up with an idea that pleases everyone, but maybe you can. And if so, you should leave a comment down below letting me know why you think that idea is satisfactory. If you happen to enjoy the video, consider liking and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. I'll see you in the next one. Later. Fortnite recently released the Return of Midas event, and today I'm going to be giving my thoughts on the event. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider subscribing. Let's get straight into the video. So the first thing I want to get out of the way is that 3 brand new items have been added, and I think they're all really solid additions. First, we have the Shield Bubble Jr., which is just a smaller version of the Shield Bubble. You know, it's nothing too crazy, but Shield Bubbles are still cool, and I think should probably be a staple in the game. I'm fine with it. It's cool, you know, it's nice to have, you know. Not gonna be mad at it. The next item we have is the drum gun. The drum gun is back, and it is moddable now, so you can put like scopes on it. You could remove the drum mag for some reason. I don't know why you would do that. It's called a drum gun for a reason. And yeah, it's basically just a new weapon with an old weapon's name. It's kind of weird how they did it, gonna be honest. And then we also have the Chain of Hades, which is a really cool item. I don't know how useful it'll be, but it's fun. It's fun to play around with, you know what I'm saying? There are also some free rewards for the event. There's a free back bling, a free pickaxe, a free glider, as well as some sprays. The sprays, no one really cares about them because they're sprays. They're whatever. The other cosmetics, the glider, the back bling, and the pickaxe, they're all really cool. I like the glider. It is just a reskin. Actually, all these are reskins, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. It is a reskin, but you know, it's a nice little touch, nice little Midas theming. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool. The back bling is another reskin of like the Frozen Renegade Raider back bling, I believe it is. Like the Frozen Rose. It's just a black and gold one now, and it's nice. I don't think I'd ever use it because I don't really use back blinks all too much, but it looks nice. I'll give it that. The pickaxe is probably the best reward, and it's a nice little reference too, considering that the shark is what killed Midas in the first place, I'm pretty sure, in the Chapter 2 Season 3 trailer, which is, it's just a nice little throwback. It's a nice little detail. And the pickaxe itself, it does look good, even though it is just a reskin. There's also a new Midas skin coming out in like a week from now, which, I mean, the skin's pretty solid. It's pretty cool, but I don't really see a reason you should pick it up if you already own the original Midas, or Midas Rex, considering it's kind of like a mix between those two. If you don't have either of those, you could probably pick it up. It's probably going to be better, because you can't get the original Midas anymore, and Midas Rex, you you need to buy like a $30 pack for it. This is probably cheaper. Probably. The bundle might be a bit more expensive if it does come with a bundle. Who knows? It could just not have one. But that's like a whole nother problem with Fortnite right now, so you know, whatever. There's also a back bling and a pickaxe, and they're also doing a tournament for the skin to get it free and early, as well as with a loading screen, but we don't actually know what that loading screen looks like yet, so I'm just not gonna talk about it. And then the elephant in the room, I guess you could say, Floor is Lava is back, and it's kind of like a mix of Floor is Lava and Solid Gold, because all the weapons are gold in it, you know, and I'm gonna be honest, this LTM is really good. It's really fun. It shows why Fortnite should just bring back LTMs like permanently, like just cycle them out like every week or two. It's so good. It's so fun. My only problem is that it's just squads, so if you don't have anyone to play with, you know, it's kind of annoying because your team will just leave like before the bus even starts, like half the time, which, you know, is a bit annoying. But other than that, I think this game mode is really solid, really fun, really good, and yeah. There's also golden chickens, but I haven't really seen them too much in it. They just give you more gold, so they're nothing really special. And yeah, that's basically all I have to say about this update. Overall, I would probably rank this update a solid 8 out of 10. I know a lot of this stuff was leaked prior to the update, but it just got enabled this update, so I'm counting that stuff with this update, such as all like the new weapons and stuff. And yeah, if you happen to enjoy this video, consider subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Fortnite recently removed all the rarities from their normal cosmetics, and today we're going to be discussing my thoughts on the matter. This video was filmed live, so if you don't want to miss any other videos filmed live in the future, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Let's get straight into it. So, we all know at this point that we just go to our locker, and you know, and it doesn't freeze on us, and we go to skins. You can see that it's a little bit out of order, you know? It's a little bit messy, you know? Fortnite has decided it would be a good idea to remove rarities from like all cosmetics that aren't these guys, you know? Brilliant idea, I know, crazy. And you can't even sort it by rarity here either. They removed that completely, alright? I don't know what Fortnite was thinking with this, but you know, go off, I guess. Do whatever you want. But I'm just gonna sit here and explain why this is stupid, and they should revert this. You know, like they did with the age ratings, you know? So, you know, up here we have everything nicely sorted, you know? You could tell which is which. If you're looking for something specific, you know where to find it, right? Everything has, like, its rarity up here. So, if you want to wear Mr. Beast, oh look, Mr. Beast right there. Didn't have to look too hard for it. It's an Icon series skin. Shouldn't be too difficult. You know, if you want to wear Captain America, ooh, right here. You know, nothing too hard, you know, you can see where everything is. But as soon as you come down to here, it's like a mess, right? Previously, and I'm not going to say it was the greatest with the Chapter 5 locker UI, because they didn't display it on like these icons, it was only over here. But they would be sorted into rarity. So like Cabby right here, he was a green skin. Green skin, he would be near the bottom, because that's where all the green skins were. But now, if we go to the bottom, the last skin is Zig, and he was purple. He was epic. Right? He was epic, so he would be more up top. And then, you know, same thing goes with Zeus. He was legendary. He would have been up top too. And yeah, now I'm looking at it, there's like not a single uncommon skin until we get to here. That's kind of crazy. Basically, what they've done is they've ordered everything alphabetically, you know? Alphabetical, you know? It's pretty cool, you know? It was always an option. So, you know, that's whatever. But now, all they've done by removing the rarities is just remove an option. That's all this does. It only removes an option. And that's stupid. I'm gonna be honest, because now, if I'm wanting to, you know, run Peely, I'm gonna have to keep scrolling. I think I passed it. Yeah, I did pass it. I'm gonna have to keep scrolling until I happen to find him. Oh, there he is. If I don't want to miss it, I'm gonna have to be really slow, because these aren't organized in a conventional way, you know, by rarity. You know, because if you have Peely, you know that he was an epic skin, and you know the rarities of your skins because you own them, right? So you would conventionally like kind of go like to right here, you know, you'd find him, wouldn't be too hard. Now you have to just find him here, because he's all the way down here, because he starts with P. I'm not going to say that's a horrible idea, because it was always an option, but there's a reason it wasn't the default. Also, can I just mention how it's really stupid that this is still a separate option, considering that is the default? I'm going to actually apply it, see what's actually different. Okay, so it just puts all these guys down here. Okay, barely makes a difference, because that just makes everything more messy. And you know, this wouldn't be too much of a problem if they actually displayed the rarities. I think that would actually make it a lot better, but that wouldn't have to involve them bringing it back, I know. The problem with the Chapter 5 UI, for me, for the most part, is that the rarity wasn't too visible in the first place, right? We look at this, right, and these icons haven't changed. They're the same icons, they're just reshuffled. But imagine that they're still in rarity order, right? I might not even realize I'm changing rarities because all these icons are the same, because epic skin right here, uncommon skin right here, legendary skin right here, right? Same icons, and sometimes you wouldn't even notice, and that was a bit of an issue. kind of makes things a lot more confusing when you're trying to find a certain skin. And I know there's a search bar, so like if I wanted to run, I'll just go to Peely again. Oh, right there, I find him. But that is a bit tedious, especially on controller. Keyboard, it's not too bad, but controller, it's a bit of an issue because the keyboards on like consoles are a bit whack. Like, I don't get it why they did this, honestly. And another thing is, like, why did they think it was a good idea to remove all the normal rarities, but then I go up here and all these ones are still here? If you think, because I'll actually bring up exactly what they said real quick. Let me just pull it up real quick. They said, hey, the change to remove color labeling from shop items doesn't change our approach to the way we price things. Also, I just want to mention these aren't all shop items. Some of these are free, some of these are battle pass, you know, not all shop items. But whatever. We just want to simplify the appearance of Fortnite, locker, shop, etc., and remove outdated Battle Royale inspired systems. So if that was really the reasoning, explain why they barely did it. They only removed 4 rarities. 5 kinda, because I guess common was technically one, but you couldn't really see it because it's only on the defaults. But whatever. So they removed 4 rarities, basically. Now if we just count up here, see how many rarities are still left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We have 10. We have 10 rarities still left. So if you want to go by the argument that more rarities just makes things less simple, then the locker is still not very simple. And I'm just gonna say this, I don't think the rarities is the issue, but we're going with what Fortnite thinks the issue is, which it's not, but whatever, they think this is the issue. There's still 10 rarities. So if that's how you're saying things are complicated, then you didn't do a very good job at implementing your strategy. There's still 10 here, right? And honestly, I think the solution here was way easier. You could have just added backgrounds to these. It wouldn't have been that hard. It's just like a full color block, like this guy, blue color block, purple color block right here, gold color block here. It's not that hard. You know, they had those before, like early, like chapter 1, early chapter 2. That's kind of when they had it, but they had it. They had like the color blocks in the background, so you can kind of tell the rarity like immediately looking at it. Even after they changed that, they still had like a little bar indicating the rarity, and that was like that up until chapter 5. Right? Yeah, I'm just a bit confused on why they did this, why they thought it was a good idea. They're like, oh, it oversimplifies the locker. They didn't do a good job, because explain to me how it oversimplifies the locker. I'm just gonna acknowledge that real quick. The only thing that changing the rarities does is reorganize all these skins and remove a little tag that they had right here. So all you did was remove one word from in front of them. It kind of feels like that they are putting in more effort just to make things less organized, because contrary to what Fortnite believes, this does the opposite of what they're trying to achieve. Everything's a lot more messy. Like, the only thing I guess you could say is that like some reskins are next to each other now. But like, even that doesn't matter, because not all of them are going to be next to them. I don't have the Dynamo skin, but it wouldn't be next to this one, right? It's just, I don't get why Fortnite thought this was a good idea. Really, really, really do not understand it. You know? It's just kind of a mess. Not to mention, favoriting is still like a massive issue. Like, it's not here, but I don't know if they fixed it, but oh my god, trying to like favorite things in like here. It's not doing it right now, but like, it'll just like unfavorite like a bunch of these. Even if I favorited them, I'd have to like favorite these like 100 times. Like, I don't get it. And I just want to give like a small little theory. It's probably not the only thing that convinced them to do this, but it's probably one of the main things. If you guys did not notice, outside of instruments, cars, and jam tracks all kind of had like the same rarity before. All of these cars uncommon, even if they weren't uncommon in Rocket League. They have different rarities there. I don't know how that really works. All decals were common. Wheels were the only thing that really changed. Like, these wheels were common, but then most of the shop wheels are like epic or rare, I'm pretty sure. Trail, I'm pretty sure this one was rare, this one was uncommon, and this one was common, but now they're all the same. Makes sense. And then boosts, I'm pretty sure this is a rare boost, and then this is common. So like, these little small accessories have rarities, but like the main actual parts of the car don't. And all jam tracks were like uncommon except for the Poseidon one. Also, I don't know why the jam tracks are like this. Like, I'm not in the song select menu, so why is it like this? I don't get it. It should be organized like the other like locker areas. Just my opinion though. Just my opinion. And also, while I'm on it, banners. Why do the banners still look like this? Why do they not look like literally everything else like this? I don't get it. Kind of feels like Fortnite's purposely trying to like make the locker more confusing. But you know, who knows? Fortnite Festival Season 3 is just a day away, and today we're going to be going over why Season 2 of Fortnite Festival was almost great. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Let's get straight into the video. So this video is going to be a little bit more laid back, but I just wanted to discuss Festival Season 2, because I think there's been a lot of good stuff, and a lot of kind of, not so good stuff. So the first thing I want to mention is that during Festival Season 2, we actually saw instrument prices go down, which is really nice, because that's one of the things I actually suggested in my How to Fix Fortnite Festival video. If you haven't seen that video, you should definitely go check it out. After this one, of course. But that's one of the things I recommended, and they did. They didn't decrease it as much as I recommended, but it's fine, Decrease is a decrease, so, that's cool. Got a little bit of refunded V-Bucks, so, it's always nice. They didn't decrease jam track prices, and I still think they're a bit pricey, but, it's not horrible. I could deal with it. Just didn't decrease them, didn't really change them at all. I will say, however, this season's jam tracks overall I think have been a lot better and a lot more fun to play than last season's jam tracks. I think a lot of last season's jam tracks were kind of a breeze to kind of go through. Once you got the hang of it, they were harder at the beginning because you're kind of new, but as you got the hang of the controls, I think they were a lot easier and a lot more boring after a while. But these songs feel a lot more replayable overall, in my opinion. A lot of the drum tracks and the vocal tracks this season were pretty good in my opinion. Surround Sound is a really good vocal track. Transparent Soul is probably the best drum track in the game in my opinion. Just saying. It's top tier drum track. And one thing I do want to mention is I think that they kind of need to get better at ranking their difficulties, because the new J Balvin song that just came out is a 6 difficulty on drums, and I don't think it should be 6 at all. I think it should be a 4 at most. The only reason I think it's getting a 6 is because there's some really close triplets in there, but that only happens a few times. It's the choruses, I think. Yeah, it just doesn't make it that challenging, because everything else in that song is pretty easy. There are 5 or 4s that I think are harder than that song, so yeah, I definitely think they should go in and retouch some of the difficulty rankings on the song, because I think they're a little bit off on those. Festival Pass this season was pretty good. I don't know if I would say it's better than last season's. This season did have a lot more stuff that you could use in Battle Royale, but there was less jam tracks. It was only one, so it's not that big of a deal, but there was less jam tracks in the premium track, in the free track. But, it's not that big of a deal, I do think the Lady Gaga stuff is, cosmetic-wise, is a bit worse than the Weeknd stuff. I'm not really a huge fan of the item shop version. I think it could have been done a little bit better. And yeah, the just lack of actual BR cosmetics in the item shop version, it's just a jam track and 2 instruments for the extra cosmetics and an emote. But that's the only other Battle Royale thing. Yeah, I just think it could have been a better deal. Why not just throw a pickaxe in there like they did with the Weeknd, Just my personal opinion. I kind of hope they do that with the next festival icon. As of recording this, we don't know what it is, and as I'm editing this, I probably still won't know, so maybe we'll know when this goes up, but, I'll leave a pinned comment if we do know. But yeah, I definitely think they should include, more Battle Royale stuff in, the item shop versions at least, because, most people are going to see the skin and be like, oh, cool skin, I'm going to buy it. And they buy it, and then they only get the skin, and they spent $3,000 on it, Just, I think there should be a bit more that they can actually use in Battle Royale. I know you can use, jam tracks and the instruments and stuff in Battle Royale, but it's very limited, And when that's adding so much to your price, I think it should be more Battle Royale focused, you know what I'm saying? Considering that's most of the player base. Yeah, overall, I'd say season was pretty good. Songs are pretty good. Instrument prices going down, which was really nice. I'd still want to see jam tracks kind of decrease in price. And there's still no instrument controller support, but that's probably coming somewhat soon, so who knows. There's also a pretty big bug that made scores pretty invalid this season, so it's whatever. But what can you do? What can you really do? Festival Pass was pretty good, but I think it was lacking in some spots. I think the free instruments outside the drums weren't too interesting. They're kind of just recolored default guitars. Really nothing really too crazy. I think they could be a bit better. I do like the free drums. I think they're really good. Max tier reward for the free pass. They're pretty cool. I wish we got more drums, because I feel we don't really get a lot of drums. Because I probably could name all the drums we have off the top of my head. We have the underground drums, the society drums, the Aztec drums, the woodwork drums, the mantis drums that came out pretty recently, the default drums obviously, and then there's 2 unreleased drums, and I think those are the cat drums and the mushroom drums. I don't really know the names of all of them, but you know what I'm saying. I know what all the drums are. And yeah, I just think that, they could make a few more drum sets. They might take a bit longer because it's a lot more parts than a guitar or something. But, I think it would be cool. Also, I think that like, they should just turn, like, the instruments to, like, back blings and pickaxes. Because, I mean, mics already use, like, the default pickaxe animation when you're holding them in, like, the festival lobby. And drums, for, like, the drumsticks, use the dual-wield pickaxes as, like, their, like, idle animation. So I don't know why they're just not pickaxes already, because they have the models, they have the animations, like, all set to go. Like, they could easily just port it and make the instruments way more worth it. They could easily make the instruments way more worth it if they just do that, because then you can use them, like, more outside of Battle Royale, you know what I'm saying? It would be pretty cool. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about Festival Season 2. It was almost great. There's some more changes I'd like to make, but I think if they do, like, add instrument support, you know, make some changes to how they price jam tracks, and, like, just make instruments more worth it, I think, you know, Festival could be pretty good, pretty solid, pretty great, and I think Season 3 has the chance to be, like, the best season so far. So yeah, like I said, if you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribe, and use code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop to support me. That's all I have for this video. The Chapter 2 Season 8 retrospective is coming soon. I just am working on the script for that one. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Later. Metallica update for Fortnite just came out, and today I'm going to be giving you my thoughts on the update. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop to support me. Let's get straight into the video. So, I'm just going to say it, like, right off the bat. I think this is probably one of the best updates we've had in, like, recent times for Fortnite. Like, by recent times, I mean, like, last 2 chapters, like Chapter 4, Chapter 5. I think this is one of the best updates. And, you know, most that's hinging on the fact that Fortnite Festival Battle Mode is pretty good, but it's not just Fortnite Festival that I think makes this update good, okay? Battle Royale also got some pretty cool stuff, and we're basically just going to be going over everything, right? So I do want to mention that Rocket Racing did get a new track, in that Lego didn't really get anything, but they got some Lego skins, so I guess they got something. Those I don't really care about too much. I don't play Rocket Racing like that, and same with Lego, I don't play like that. So I'm not really going to be giving my thoughts on that, although I do think they look cool. I'm just never going to really, like, encounter them all that much outside of, like, challenges and stuff, you know? And when we're talking about, like, the new skins and stuff, the skins, I think they did really well. The base version of the skins in the Festival Pass are really good, which, also, by the way, this Festival Pass, like, the best one we've had yet. There's, like, 4 skins in it, like, which is kind of crazy. It kind of makes the Festival Pass, like, kind of, like, worth it now, because now it's a battle pass that gives more than just one skin. So, you know, that's pretty cool. There's also some other cool stuff in there, like the drum set, and it has like 2 kicks. It's pretty cool. I like the drum set. The item shop stuff is also done very well. The item shop skins I think are definitely better than the original skins, but like the original skins are like actually them, and like the item shop's like fictionalized versions of like Metallica. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? But yeah, everything about like the cosmetics this update really cool. The contrail, first Icon Series contrail, 600, which I don't think many people are going to be buying that separately, but, you know, it's Icon Series contrail that plays music. You know, it's pretty cool. I believe this is the first Icon Series contrail, too. Like, I don't think any other Icon Series skin has had a contrail before, so that's pretty neat. And I'm going to go into Battle Royale next, because the festival stuff is just, like, the biggest stuff, so I'm going to save that till the end. The Battle Royale stuff is really cool, so I'm going to say, it's not good. It doesn't really sound like much, but it's pretty cool. So I'm going to go over the Loot Island, the Metallica Loot Island. It's pretty cool. It looks nice. It is just normal Loot Island. Nothing really changed about it other than like the looks. It looks cool. I think it's neat. It's unique. It has a special rift animation, which is pretty cool. I think that's the most effort they put into like changing the Rift Island so far. So, you know, it's neat. It's cool. And then obviously, new item, we got the guitar, the Ride the Lightning guitar, which, in my opinion, is probably one of the best mobility items we've ever gotten, okay? See, I haven't played that much Battle Royale, because Festival update was pretty good. But the guitar thing's pretty cool. It's pretty sick. You can just, like, fly across the map in, like, 10 seconds. It's pretty insane. It's pretty crazy. Like, out of, like, the past 2 chapters, what I would say my favorite mobility item is, you know, it's pretty early to say, but I think this guitar is probably up there, you know? Like, you know, you had some good ones like the Shockwave Hammer and the Kinetic Blade, but the guitar beats those. It's so cool, to be honest. We also got some other non-Metallica stuff, like the Combat AR got unvaulted by like mod support, which, whatever, I don't really care about that. And then the Tow Hook Cannon, which, it looks alright. I'm probably never going to use it, to be honest. Probably gonna try it out once and then be like, I don't really like this, and never try it again. But, you know, it's a new item, so can't really discredit it. But yeah, other than the Metallica stuff, Battle Royale update was just fine. I'm not really crazy about any of the new, or like the new non-collab stuff. Combat AR, I mean, I guess with attachments it'll be pretty cool, but, you know, it's nothing crazy. And now, on to Festival, alright? So, I already discussed Festival Pass, probably the best one we've had so far, you know? Got 4 skins in it, you know, there's not as many jam tracks in this one, there's only 1 in the premium track, 4 in the free track, which I believe is like 3 less than we normally have, but we got 4 skins, so I'm not really complaining. And I've heard that the jam track is pretty good. I haven't got to play it yet, because I just haven't bought the Festival Pass yet. But, you know, once I do, well, I'm gonna try it out, and I've heard it's pretty good, so, you know, we'll see. The instruments in this pass are also really good. The free guitar at the end of the pass, it looks nice. I believe there's some edit styles too that you can get by, like, basically like super leveling your Festival Pass, which is pretty cool. I can't believe it took them like 4 seasons to make super levels for Festival Pass, but I am not mad about it, you know? You also got like the Metallica instruments, you know, they're pretty cool. The drum set is really unique, got like double kicks, got a bunch more cymbals around it too, I'm pretty sure. And then the guitar, it's kind of basic, but it's got some like glow, and it looks nice, you know? It's pretty cool. So yeah, Festival Pass, really solid. It's like the best one we've had so far. And I'm pretty sure I've said that about like every one so far, except maybe Season 2. Season 2's Festival Pass was kind of mid in my opinion. Did have an emote in there, which was cool, but, you know, I think it was still worse overall, in my opinion. Now the Festival Pass is just like cosmetics and some jam tracks, I guess. But the actual gameplay for Festival Season is so much better. Like, the new songs we got for Metallica, they are really, really good. They have like a good difficulty on them. You know, the solos, especially on Ride the Lightning, that song, I was literally just playing that, and like, I like had to like just think about it after I was done. I was like, bro, like, are you kidding me? This is insane. We also have some returning songs. You got Master of Puppets, which I believe is the longest song in Festival right now, and Fuel, which is pretty good too. It's not as like insane as the other ones, but it's cool. And, you know, main festival, I should say, hasn't changed too much outside of like some new songs and like the venue. The venue looks pretty cool this season. It's like the most change I've ever done, and, you know, I think it paid off. But yeah, outside of that, the battle mode is where things like it's starting to get pretty cool. So basically, battle mode, you go against 16 players and you have to compete to get the highest score, and it keeps like bracketing you out, I guess you could say. Like, people with the lowest scores get kicked out. It's like 4 at a time until the last round where there's a winner. And, you know, it's pretty fun. You don't get to choose any songs. It's just random from what's in the daily rotation, I believe. It might be the daily rotation, I don't know. It might just be every song, because I've seen some people like have like the TMNT song in there, and I don't think that song's been in the free rotation anytime recently. So, you know, I don't really know what's going on there. But, you know, it's cool. You know, you never know what you're gonna get. So it's always interesting. You can change your instruments between songs too, so that's cool. The attacking thing, I haven't really got to use it that much, because every single round I've played, I've gotten first place, and you can't attack in first place, which makes sense, I guess, but, you know, whatever. It's very tense, especially, like, on harder songs. If you're on a harder song, like, it gets so tense, because it's not like, oh, too bad, I didn't get the score. It's like, oh, I might actually lose, you know? It's insane. I'm just saying, it's, like, there's a lack of better words, I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, if you haven't played Festival Battle Mode yet, you should definitely give it a try. I think it's really well done. I think it's really good, you know? It's pretty cool. Before I end this video, I kind of want to compare this update to a recent update we got, being the Star Wars event, and just kind of see why this update is like blowing people's minds, and why the Star Wars update just kind of like failed to do that. I think part of it is because we've had Star Wars in the game before, but I don't think that's the whole reason. I just think the Star Wars update just wasn't very well executed. Like, they're very similar updates if you think about it. They have a big focus on more like the new modes, and then like they have some other smaller stuff like the other modes, and like there's some cool new stuff in Battle Royale, and then that's about it. So, you know, got the big festival update for Metallica and the big Star Wars update for LEGO. So, you know, those are cool. And maybe I'm just a bit biased because I like Festival a lot more than LEGO, but I think the Metallica stuff in Festival is done way better, gonna be honest. I also think that the Battle Royale stuff is what most people dictate on how good an update is, and when you're adding stuff like the guitar, you know, stuff that's really cool, really well done mobility, you know, stuff like that, that's revolutionary, I should say. It's basically revolutionary, I'm gonna be honest. You're gonna blow people's minds because it's such a cool item. But the bowcaster, who cares about the bowcaster? It was kind of made, it didn't really do much, like, it wasn't anything mind-blowing, you know. The bowcaster, gonna be honest, is kind of just like the boom boat we have now, basically. Kinda is, kinda isn't, you know what I'm saying. It's very similar. Explosive crossbow, you know? And also, I don't think it helps that there's just so much Star Wars content that we've had in Battle Royale in the past that they have the files for. They can edit anytime they want as long as they get Star Wars permission. And they just didn't add it. We had one lightsaber on the map, and it was the worst one, arguably. So, like, yeah, it just kind of flopped. And I think this update definitely is helped by the fact that it doesn't have any previous, like, Metallica restrictions on it, you know? But yeah, that's about all I have to say for this video. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and leave a comment down below telling me what your favorite part of the update was. That Chapter 2 Season 8 video is basically done at this point. It's probably going to come out sometime next week. So yeah, keep an eye out on that, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Later. Chapter 2 Season 8 is often a season not many people seem to talk about. It was the final season of Chapter 2, so you think the opposite would be true. However, that couldn't be farther from the case. Today, we're going to be reviewing everything that happened during the season to see if it's an underrated gem, or if this season isn't talked about for a reason. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It would be greatly appreciated. Let's get straight into the video. This battle pass opens up with the Charlotte skin. A fairly unique skin, however the skin itself isn't the most notable part of her set. Charlotte's emote, Handforged, is the first non-built-in emote that changes your pickaxe mid-game. This is the first time something like this was done, and there's been a few more additions since then. However, I feel as if this feature has been underutilized. This season also featured what is probably the best customizable skin we have ever gotten in this game, that of course being Tuna Fish. This may just be another fish stick skin, but it's so clean and simple and has plenty of color variants. The next skin, being Core, isn't all that remarkable, and has nothing all too special going on with her, although her trenchcoat style is nice. The following skin is actually still quite popular today, of course being Fabio Sparklemane. Fabio is quite a unique skin, if not a little bit cursed. Like, have you seen his hands on his built-in emote? It's a bit weird if I do say so myself. JB Chimpanski is a unique skin, but I'm just not a fan of it personally. Not to mention that a lot of his smaller cosmetics like his spray and emoticon had to be disabled in comp due to being used in some not so nice ways. Torin is actually a really cool skin. She fits the vibe for the season and also has a neat transformation emote. The tier 100 skin for the season was Carnage, who was there to promote the upcoming movie Venom Let There Be Carnage. Carnage isn't one of Fortnite's most popular tier 100 skins, but I actually think it is quite neat, and also ties into the last enjoyable Sony Marvel movie. Our bonus skin this season was the Cube Queen, who was the second original bonus skin in Chapter 2, with the last one being Serana in Chapter 2 Season 1, which is actually kind of crazy when you think about it. Not to mention that the Cube Queen was actually quite important for the story of the season. At the very beginning of the season, there weren't too many notable changes. The only named POI was changing Corny Complexed to Corny Crops, which wasn't a big difference because they were nearly identical, with the only difference being that Corny Crops had a bunch of holes in the ground and lacked the IO base underground. There were a few Abductor crash sites scattered around the map, but they were all very similar. Holly Hatchery also reverted to Holly Hedges, but it wasn't that big of a deal since neither of those POIs were ever really that popular. The most notable change, in my opinion, was the Sideways. The Sideways was an orange bubble that would randomly spawn at a named POI each game. The Sideways would spawn cube monsters in sideways chests with exclusive loot. Nothing massive happened to the map until a month after the season was released, which was the appearance of the Convergence. The Convergence was a named POI which was made entirely of cubes, and it was placed directly in the middle of the map. It had a decent amount of loot, however the lack of materials really deterred anyone from landing here, as zero build wasn't a thing at this time. This area did actually change again. The pyramid was just a convergence with a giant pyramid frame over it, some nothing really all too interesting. The season launched with the introduction of the Sideways Rifle and the Sideways Minigun. These weapons were unique in that as you continued shooting them, they would have a stat increase, with the rifle increasing damage and the minigun increasing fire rate. These two weapons were also unique because you could upgrade them all the way to Mythic using cube monster parts, which you would receive from cube monsters in the Sideways, which was also the only place you could find the new Sideways weapons. We also saw the return of the Shadow Stones with a brand new Shadow Flopper, which would do the same thing but also healed the player for a little bit. They could be found in any fishing holes around the map. We also saw one brand new Mythic, being Sloane's Mythic Burst Assault Rifle. This weapon wasn't too enticing because we had already seen a Mythic Burst Assault Rifle during Chapter 2 Season 3, but the Sloane version shot way quicker and had 9 less bullets in the clip, despite only being a 2-round burst weapon. A few days later, we saw Venom and Carnage symbiotes, which were just incredibly buffed versions of the Venom Smash and Grab from Chapter 2 Season 4, with the Venom one granting a jump boost, the Carnage one granting a speed boost, and both symbiotes granting free infinite glider redeploy. After the symbiotes, we saw the introduction of the Armored Wall, which was the last item Fortnite added that used the trap rep slot, and it hasn't been seen since Chapter 3 Season 1, which is a real shame in my opinion. A week went by and we saw the addition of Chili Chug Splashes, the first exotic consumable item. Chili Chug Splashes acted exactly the same as normal Chug Splashes, with the only difference being that they granted a speed boost to all players hit with a splash. We also saw the addition of the regular Shockwave Launcher, not to be confused with Kit's Mythic Shockwave Launcher. They were basically the same, however the new legendary version just had 2 less shots in the clip, meaning you had to reload it more frequently. Shockwave Launcher was actually voted on at a donation station, beating the Riftigo and being added to the loot pool. The dual Fiend Hunters were added shortly after, and despite the name, they acted nothing like the dual pistols, and were only really viable when fighting cube monsters, which in other words, means that they were entirely useless. Oddly enough, a week after that, we saw the removal of both symbiotes, which I believe was in part due to everyone complaining about how overpowered they are, because why would you remove the items representing your season's main collab? It just doesn't make any sense. Not to mention, the Carnage symbiote was literally in the trailer for the season. We also saw the Combat Assault Rifle beat the Combat SMG in a donation station, which was probably for the best as Chapter 3 Season 2 and Chapter 4 Season 3 would show us. Other than that, the Combat Assault Rifle wasn't all too game-changing. The following update would see this season's Fortnite event kick off, with the introduction of the Sideways Scythe, 0 Point Pretzel, and Caretaker. The Scythe and Pretzel were not too interesting, but the Caretaker was Fortnite's first proper boss fight, as it was a giant monster that would completely go invisible until it was right next to you, creating a sideways bubble and spawning cube monsters. It was fairly challenging but not impossible, and would reward you with decent loot. The Combat Shotgun would win a vote against the Bookie Bomb in a donation station, and was available in all rarities. This was actually quite controversial as casual players felt competitive players were forcing the combat to win, so the meta wouldn't change too drastically. After that fiasco, we saw the introduction of the Ice Grappler, an oddly timed release for a winter item, but it was extremely fun to slide across the map. The final new original item we saw during this season was the Combat Pistol, which is the worst weapon ever added to Fortnite. This wasn't because it was broken or anything, but because it was a lazy last minute addition that added absolutely nothing to the game, and was just vaulted a few weeks later in Chapter 3. After that we saw the true final new item, being a collab with Naruto, introduced in the Paper Bomb Kunai, which was very underwhelming, as it was just a worse version of the explosive batarangs from Season X. This update also saw the return of 3 vehicles from Fortnite's past. These were the Shopping Cart, the ATK, and the Brute. The Brute scared everyone the first time they saw it, but once we actually saw it in-game, we realized it had been drastically nerfed from its Season X version, so it never really saw much use. People would actually destroy it where it spawned so no one else would use it. We saw one more donation station after this, being the Flint Knock Pistol and the Proximity Grenade Launcher. I'm sure you can guess which weapon won the vote. And that was all the major loophole additions for the season. This season was the last time we had an actually good end event. The event started with the Cube Queen opening a portal, sending an all-out attack to the player's location and even destroying the shield the blue cube had created to protect us. This eventually led to the 7 showing up to save the day, opening up a bunker into the underground section of the island, letting us into the IO's main base of operation, which also happened to be the Imposters map, which was pretty cool to see. We would cut to see what Jones is doing at this moment. We would see that Jones had been captured by Sloan, who was seemingly trying to brainwash him into being on their side again. This would be cut short by the Foundation arriving, defeating a bunch of the goons before rescuing Jones and revealing his face, being the Rock. After this, we would cut back to the scientist, who would guide us to the central area of the location, where we would meet up with the Foundation and Jones. They would banter for a bit before activating the final plan, but then would get ambushed by a caretaker, flooding the area. The screen would cut to the player floating out far away into the ocean, as they view the island flip before being bombarded by a tsunami, beginning downtime. Chapter 2 Season 8 is often forgotten when it comes to the discussion of the top Fortnite seasons, and while I don't think it even comes close to the top, a lot of people will discredit how good it truly was. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and subscribe, and consider using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. I'll see you in the next one. See ya. Fortnite's first LEGO Pass recently just ended. Today, I'm going to be giving them suggestions on how they can fix the next one. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, when I get to 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure you subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. So as I stated in the intro, the first LEGO Pass has recently ended, and we haven't seen a new one yet. There's just currently no pass going on, but we do know that a new Colombo themed Peely is going to be coming out soon based on some leaks, and we know that Colombo is going to be the next update according to the roadmap, so it would just make sense for the next LEGO Pass to be themed around Colombo. So I think it's safe to bet that the new LEGO Peely skin is going to be in the LEGO Pass, and that we're probably going to get some like Colombo themed builds. But there are some major things I don't want to fix with this LEGO Pass before we actually see it. So first, I want to mention that the price should probably be lower. It's the same criticism that I have like the Festival Pass. It's a bit too expensive. $1,800 for the Festival Pass is a bit much. Although I will say that there is more that comes with the Festival Pass than the LEGO Pass. Yeah, obviously we have like more skins. Well, this time we have more skins. Also, there's normally like a skin with an edit style for the Lego Pass. We just had a bunch of builds and then one like bonus skin if you bought it. Yeah, there's typically more if there's typically more value with the Festival Pass anyways, but you really only get one thing if you're like a Battle Royale player for the Lego Pass, and that's the purchase bonus reward being the skin, which is Chewbacca for the first Lego Pass. And with the Festival Pass, there's a lot more. There's some emotes. Normally there's some back blings, there's obviously the skins. You know, there's more with the Festival Pass. Lego Pass doesn't really have that. You get like the purchase bonus and that's it. Everything else is just Lego builds, which once you play Lego, you're probably not going to care about. The first thing I'd want to fix is just putting more like Battle Royale rewards in there, because like you're not going to convince someone to play Lego Fortnite if they're a Battle Royale player and like the only thing they get is by buying it in the first place. So like, for example, maybe like for the next Lego Pass, you could buy the pass, you get the Colombo Peely skin, right? But then at the end of the pass, you get an exclusive edit style for the Colombo Peely skin that you can only get in the Lego Pass. That would encourage people to play Lego Fortnite and actually complete the pass. It would encourage more people to buy it because, ooh, exclusive edit style. They actually did that with the Billie Eilish Festival Pass, too. They also should probably just scatter more, like, Battle Royale themed rewards. Like, for example, the Festival Pass typically has, like, emoticons and sprays and some back blings, maybe. The Lego Pass doesn't have any of that, so maybe, like, scattering some of those throughout, like, the pass, mixed in with, like, the Lego builds. Like, for example, the free track, you could have, like, an emoticon or spray, and, like, maybe, like, at the end, you can, like, put, like, a back bling, or, for example. That would probably encourage more people to play, because you could still not buy the pass and get some pretty cool stuff for Battle Royale. It makes players who don't buy the pass get something worth their time, as well as people who do buy the pass get something worth their time. I also find it kind of weird how the way to level the pass is through studs, but not all the quests give studs. Some of them give XP. That's like, for example, if the Festival Pass, you level it up with like the festival points, but not all your festival quests gave you festival points. They give you normal Battle Royale XP. That'd be kind of weird. So I would probably suggest placing those quests with stud rewards, because that just makes the most sense. And plus you get plenty of playtime XP from playing Lego anyways. Like every 15 minutes I believe you get like 30k or something, which is kind of insane. So there's no need for those quests anyways. So they only have like 1k XP too, so it's kind of a waste of time anyways. This next point probably isn't related like directly to the Lego Pass, but I'm gonna include it anyways. I think there should be a way to like display like your Lego builds that you have like in Battle Royale. Like maybe there's like a back bling that like displays like whatever Lego set you want on it. So like for example, you could put it on there and like you could put like the like Cantina Durburger build from the first Festival Pass, or Lego Pass, my bad, on like this display shelf and have it as a back bling. That would be pretty cool. It would also give more value to the Lego sets, because then you'd have a reason to buy them as a Battle Royale player. So, you know, that'd be pretty cool. Maybe you could do the same thing with like the decor like builds. Be interesting. And I also think that if you're playing like Lego creative maps, you should be able to level up your Lego Pass, because right now I believe it's just XP you get from those like as normal creative maps, but like you're playing those, you should be able to level up your Lego Pass because you're playing Lego, you know? It's just, I don't know why you can't already do that. It's just kind of weird. If you're playing Lego, you should level up Lego, you know? And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to discuss about my problems with the Lego Pass. Fortnite recently just came out saying that Battle Pass exclusivity is ending, and today I'm going to be giving my thoughts on the whole situation. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin. Let's get straight into the video. So, you may have heard recently that Fortnite is removing Battle Pass exclusivity. Yeah, starting next season at least. This season is not starting, but next season is. And we're going to get into that article, but I just kind of want to give some background as to what actually happened that led to this, you know? So, yesterday, Fortnite did an oopsie and they brought back the Paradigm. I actually have it, so I'll just look it up here. They brought back Paradigm, the OG Paradigm skin, which was a pretty controversial thing because, you know, skin was said to be exclusive, limited time skin. It was never supposed to come back, and they brought it back, which made some people upset because you can't really market something as, you know, exclusive and then bring it back. That's not how that works. You're not allowed to do that. So they actually put it in. It was supposed to be a different skin, but they put the Paradigm in, so they did that. They removed it and was like, okay, that was not meant to happen. So if you bought it, we are going to be removing it from your locker. So, you know, that sucks. I can actually bring up exactly what they said right now. Let me just bring it up real quick. So Fortnite said, due to a bug, we unintentionally brought Paradigm back into the shop and have since removed it. Within the week, we'll be removing Paradigm from recent purchasers' lockers and refunding the purchase, as this was a limited time exclusive outfit during Chapter 1 Season X. Which is true. It was exclusive. You know, they weren't supposed to do that. That was a pretty big mess up, you know? And people were not a fan of that, let's just say. Because everything's a controversy in this community nowadays, you know? So, people got upset. And then Fortnite said this. They said, change of plan. Bought the Paradigm tonight? You can keep her. Her accidental return to the shop is on us. So if you purchase the Paradigm during this evening's rotation, you can keep the outfit and we'll refund your V-Bucks soonish, which they did that, like, a little while ago. We plan to create a brand new variant of the Paradigm that will grant exclusively to people who purchase the original outfit. Original purchasers will also have the option to refund this item if they like. So, Fortnite changed their mind. They're like, alright, you can keep it, and we'll just give everyone who originally bought it an exclusive edit style, which, you know, is probably the right thing to do in that situation, because, you know, you didn't market it as exclusive, but you also brought it back and people bought V-Bucks for the skin, so I think that's a good middle ground, you know? Good middle ground. And so people thought that would be the end of the situation, no? People thought, oh cool, Paradigm came back, you bought it, and you get an exclusive edit style if you bought it OG. So, you know, pretty cool situation. And I guess Fortnite saw the whole reaction to exclusivity because earlier today, they posted this article. They said, change to item exclusivity in future Fortnite battle passes. Alright, so we're just gonna read through this, kind of go over what they said. So they start off by saying, items in future Fortnite battle passes might be offered for purchase in the Fortnite item shop after 18 or more months from the battle pass's expiration. Battle pass item may include a different number of its alt styles each time it comes to the shop. This change lets us continue investing in new and exciting battle pass rewards while enabling players down the road to also enjoy the content, including outfits based on popular licensed characters. So it's one of the main reasons they're doing this. They're doing this mainly because popular licensed characters, people did not like seeing licensed characters locked behind battle passes and just like gone forever. You can't buy them anymore, you know? Then they go on to say, battle pass benefits stay the same. Pages of unlockable rewards you can use across one or more Fortnite experiences. You'll still progress Battle Royale by playing any experience at Grand XP. So, you know, that's pretty normal. And then they get into an FAQ, which we'll go over. So first question they ask, are all types of items eligible to be in the shop later? They were like, yes, at least 18 months after a battle pass expires, any type of item from the battle pass may be added in the shop for purchase. These include outfits, backbling, pickaxes, emotes, instruments, decals, wraps, loading screens, banner icons, and more. Half of these I feel like they are not gonna do. Like, no one really cares about loading screens and banner icons, so it's probably gonna say exclusive if I had to take a guess. But that's just my theory on what they're doing there, my thought process. So they do that with all the like event passes too. None of those like smaller cosmetics come back. They go on to say, are all items guaranteed to come to the shop after 18 months? No, shop selection is dependent on a variety of factors, and there's no guarantee that a Battle Pass item will come to the shop after this change goes into effect. An item in a future Battle Pass will never be available outside the pass, we'll let you know. So this is their way of saying some stuff will still be exclusive, but most of it will come back. I'm assuming the stuff that'll still be exclusive is the super styles, you know? Like if we just go into the Battle Pass right here, you know, these styles, these super styles, you know? The ones that basically every skin in the Battle Pass has that are basically there as like bonus goals, you know? They're probably gonna bring back like these styles, like the ones that are unique to the skins, but they'll probably keep these styles exclusive, you know? They then go on to say, when a Battle Pass item comes to the shop, will its alt styles be included? The number of alt styles included with the Battle Pass item may vary each time it comes to the shop. If a Battle Pass item is in the shop with alt styles included, players will have the option to purchase those included Battle Pass styles and the outfit base item if they don't have it. This is kind of worded kind of weirdly because they're kind of saying, well, sometimes this style will come back, sometimes it won't. It's kind of weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, yes, most of these alt styles will come back, you know? Like, I don't get it. It's kind of weird phrasing, gonna be honest. And they say, alt styles do not include Lego styles. If an item is a Lego style will always come back in the item shop, which makes sense. Lego styles are barely even different cosmetics. They're just the same skin. I'm gonna be real. They do go on to talk about bonus rewards and quest tab rewards. They go, items in the bonus rewards and quest rewards tabs may be available for purchase in the shop at least 18 months after the battle pass expires. So, you know, those can come back. This is confirmed by this. I still don't think they'll bring back super styles, so I think those will stay exclusive. It's highly unlikely those will come back, in my opinion. They then go, there are usually items earnable from battle pass quests that unlock sometimes after the battle pass launches. What about these, you know? Like Magneto, for example. Items earnable from Battle Pass that unlock sometime after the Battle Pass launches may be available for purchase in the shop at least 18 months after the Battle Pass expires. So, you know, secret skins can come back, you know. There isn't no stopping anything. Anything can come back in the Battle Pass as long as they say it can come back. What about licensed IP content in the Battle Pass? One reason for this change is that we want players down the road to enjoy Battle Pass content such as outfits based on popular licensed characters. Makes sense, you know. Someone wants to, you know, start playing this game now and their favorite character is Spider-Man, and then they realize, oh, the OG Spider-Man skin, can't get it anymore. Sorry, you know, makes sense. While there is no guarantee that a Battle Pass item will come to the shop after this change, IP content from future battle passes might come to the shop at least 18 months after the battle pass expires. Just basically confirming the collabs aren't exclusive, and this will probably mean we'll probably get a lot more collabs on the battle pass. Just get some more sales, you know. People see a character they like, they're more inclined to buy it over some random original character they'll probably use it once or twice, you know. Is the price of the battle pass changing? Price will still be 950 V-Bucks with the opportunity to earn 1500 V-Bucks back by leveling up. So this is standard. And the price of giftable battle pass will still be $849 USD, you know. So basically this is saying anything and everything can come back starting next season. Like those skins after 18 months will come back. Just a year and a half, which is a while from now, you know. That's what, 2026? Something like that, you know. That's a while. That's a long time. But it removes a lot of the exclusivity. And there was actually another incident that happened recently with a battle pass item, coincidentally enough, where the swim-free jam track came back in the item shop, even though it was a battle pass exclusive. And some people got upset that their exclusive jam track was put in the item shop, even though jam tracks should be sold in the item shop in the first place. They should not be in the battle pass because that is gameplay content, you know. And I can't really sell gameplay content there. It's kind of weird. But people got mad, and that got removed from people's lockers. And, you know, people got upset, but they couldn't do anything. It was exclusive. It's not really, you can't really make another OG edit style for a jam track that doesn't really work. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how they've been handling, like, these mistakes, considering they seem to be happening quite a bit recently. You know, we had the swim-free jam track, we had Paradigm come back, which changed a lot. I do not think this would be happening if Paradigm did not come back, in my opinion. I think Paradigm coming back is what caused this, because this was definitely like made last minute. I feel like this was made in response to all the backlash they were getting for exclusivity in Fortnite. I don't think like exclusivity is going to be removed forever. I think all the old exclusive stuff will stay exclusive. Like old battle passes will stay exclusive. Like those are never coming back. Same with like a bunch of like the OG like competitive skins like World Warrior, the old FNCS skins. Those are not coming back. Those are staying exclusive, and they just won't come back, you know. Everything else though, I think will eventually come back. All the old battle pass skins will come back. I think any rare item shop skin that has yet to come back that's not like exclusive, you know. I think those will come back eventually. It's just a matter of when. Honestly, some might because of controversy, but we're going to exempt those cosmetics, you know. There's reasons other than exclusivity for why those can't come back, you know. But yeah, I think this is an overall good change for the game, you know. Just overall benefits anyone who wants to play, and yeah, great changes overall in my opinion. Recently, I've been seeing a lot of creators talk about how they're worried for Chapter 2 OG. Today, I'm just going to be talking about why I actually feel the opposite way. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into it. So, as I stated in the intro, there has been a lot of worry, I guess you could say, about Chapter 2 OG, and, you know, I just kind of want to discuss why I am not worried, like, whatsoever. So, obviously, we know Chapter 2 OG is going to be coming right after the current season, Chapter 5 Season 4 ends, and from what we've heard from the leaks, it's only going to be going through the first 3 seasons of the chapter, which, you know, is a bit unfortunate, I will say, but we only went through half of the Chapter 1 seasons anyways, so I think it's kind of similar, you know? I think a lot of the problem people have with the first 3 seasons is that the map just didn't visually change that much. Like, yeah, there was a lot of, like, POIs added, like, Chapter 2 Season 2 had, like, 5, and Chapter 2 Season 3 had, I believe, 3, or it might be 4. Yeah, it was 4. But visually, the maps didn't change that much, you know? Like, if you look at, like, the Chapter 2 Season 1 map to the Chapter 2 Season 3 map, it's very, very similar looking. Now, this is a deal breaker for some, but for me, I don't really see it as that, considering that when we had Chapter 1 OG, well, yes, the Chapter 1 Season 5 map and the Chapter 1 Season X map look very different from each other. We didn't see all those differences in the Season OG map, like, at all. Like, at the beginning of the season, the only thing that really, like, looked visually different was the snow biome, and that was, like, a very small part of the snow biome anyways, you know? So, if anything, this will just be a way for them to get more map changes out there, because they don't have to change the terrain all that much. They just have to basically just port over the old POIs to where they were on the Chapter 2 map, and then call it a day, you know? It's not like they're, like, adding a whole new biome, you know? The only POI from that time I see them not adding is the Authority, because it's basically just a dark version of the agency. It's nothing crazy. And I don't think anyone would really care if it didn't come back anyways. But, like, the rest of the POIs, like, from Chapter 2 Season 2 and Season 3, I have a feeling they're gonna come back, you know? Maybe not Coral Castle, because that's, like, a very big terrain change, but I have a feeling they're gonna bring it back, because I feel like that's, like, one of, like, the iconic POIs from that season, even if not many people like it, you know? It's still, like, up there as one of their most iconic, like, Chapter 2 POIs, you know? And yeah, the map changes, I'm not worried about it, like, at all. I think the first 3 seasons being so visually similar just allows them to more accurately OG get these map changes across instead of as in Chapter 1 OG. Like, the whole jungle biome was missing, you know? You can't really get around that, you know? Another worry people have for the season is the event. Like, how are we going to end the season? Because it's going to be like the Chapter 5 end event. And we can't have the Chapter 2 finale because we're going to be in Season 3 when that happens. Although, they could just do the Chapter 2 end event and just be like, oh, this is their first time here, actually. And then just have it, like, play out like it did originally. I don't know, something stupid like that, but I don't think they will do that. We've had leaks that it might be, like, a reworked device event, which people are also like, how? Because we're going to be in Season 3 when the season ends. So, that event happened in Season 2. How's that going to work? Me, personally, I just think they're going to do what they did in Chapter 1 OG, where they just removed anything that would damage their ability to make the event. Like how in Chapter 1 OG, the end event, they removed the Kevin Island from like the event playlist so that you couldn't be on it. And it was just a 0 point there. And the event just played out as it did in the original end event, you know? So I think they're going to do that. I think the devices event's just going to play out as it did, and then something's going to go horribly wrong at the end of it. And then there's going to be some like metaverse like promotion at the end of it. We're going to be like, oh, look at this cool new open world mode or something, you know? There are leaks of an open world mode, so we could see that. I would not be shocked. So yeah, that's probably how the event's going to go. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy to change about it from the original device event. Just something small like, oh, the loop was freed or whatever, and now Battle Royale has no story and it's going to be this open world mode, so go follow that, go play that. That's probably what's going to happen in my opinion. And yeah, those are like the two main complaints with Chapter 2 OG, which is crazy because the season's not even out yet. It's like still months away, so yeah, I'm not worried about it. I don't think you should be worried about it either. A lot of the later seasons of Chapter 2 are just not favorable or just not plausible to come back in the first place. Like Chapter Season 4, not gonna come back. Marvel season, we're in a Marvel season right now, so it's like, what's the point, you know? And then Season 5 and Season 6, not really that popular. And then Season 7 and Season 8 just really can't happen, like, storyline-wise, you know? Maybe they could, I don't know, but wouldn't make sense, in my opinion. And yeah, that's why I'm not worried about Chapter 2 OG. I think it's gonna be a good season, and yeah, that's about it. Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video. Today, we're gonna be going over my Marvel skin wish list. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so for the first skin on my wish list for the Marvel season, I have Captain Carter, you know. Captain Carter from What If. I'm just a big like Captain America guy. I love Captain America and like anything doing with Captain America, and this is obviously like a Captain America adjacent character. And plus the design is just a really good, you know, it's just got a really clean design. I love how like how it's like different. It like instead of like being in like American like base suit, it's like a like British like Union Jack base suit, you know. It's like it's a unique design. I love how it looks, and I'm just kind of shocked we haven't seen this one yet, because I believe we did get some like variant covers for one of the Marvel comics with Fortnite before, so I'm kind of confused on why this one isn't back, or isn't in the game, I should say. For the set, you know, it's obvious, just have the shield as a back bling and a pickaxe, like you did with every other Captain America skin, and I would say maybe like a wrap that's like the Union Jack kind of, maybe, that would be pretty cool. For edit styles, could just do like the stealth suit from Season 2, and like maybe just like a normal like Agent Carter version, you know, just have something like chill like that, you know, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool skin. Next up on my list, I actually have two skins here. I didn't want to have them be separate spots because they're kind of like related, you know. I have Winter Soldier and the Falcon. So Winter Soldier is a character I'm shocked we don't have in the game yet, you know. It's kind of insane. I feel like he's like the most high profile Captain America character we don't have in the game yet. So the fact that he's not in this game yet is kind of crazy. I know I'm saying that a lot, okay? But it's shocking. In Falcon, we have Sam Wilson's Captain America suit, but we don't have like a true Falcon, you know? For a Falcon skin, I'd want to maybe have like a skin with like an edit style for like a comic version, and then a MCU inspired version. Comic suit in the MCU version are very different, and I just think it'd be interesting to have both of those in the game. For the set, Bucky could have maybe like a knife. That's like all I can think of, like the knife he used in Winter Soldier. What am I saying? That's like all I can really think about for like Bucky's set. Falcon's set, wings obviously, maybe have like a red wing back bling or something like that. Have like a version where the MCU's like a drone, and then like the comic version is like an actual bird, because that's how it is in the comics. And yeah, that's what I would like to see from like a Winter Soldier and Falcon set. That'd be pretty cool to see. Next up, I have a Ben Reilly, aka Scarlet Spider skin. If you don't know, Ben Reilly is a clone of Peter Parker, who was like pretty controversial when like first came out, because like Clone Saga was just it was a big old mess. It was a big old mess. But Ben Reilly eventually became like his own character, and he became the Scarlet Spider. And you might recognize him from the recent Spider-Verse movie. It was like that really like angsty like Spider-Man with like the blue hoodie, like the ripped off sleeves. That was Ben Reilly. That was Scarlet Spider. And yeah, I just think it'd be a really solid skin. If they do a skin of him, I think it would be cool to have it in like the style of Spider-Verse. I think that'd just be like the best way to do it. in my opinion. Maybe we can go like a comic like kind of style. That'd be cool, but I think I'd prefer a movie version, you know? For Set, I don't know what they really could do. Maybe just do like that like comic-y cel-shaded kind of look that the Spider-Verse skins have, and just like apply that to the original Spider-Man skin set and just call it a day with the set, because that's all I could really think of for that. Next up, we have Vision. Vision is another character that's really shocking that we don't have in this game yet. Just how? Like, I feel like there were so many good opportunities to add Vision, and they just didn't do it, you know? WandaVision, could have done it then. Multiverse of Madness, yeah, he wasn't in that movie, but they added Scarlet Witch, so, like, could have bundled them together, you know? There hasn't really been a good opportunity since, but they added, like, Loki skins, like, 6 months after the show came out, so, like, I don't know. They could add Vision whenever they want, and I'm kind of shocked he's just not in the game yet. I feel like he would have been a Battle Pass skin if we didn't have either the mashups in the Battle Pass right now. So, yeah, Vision's gotta come to the game this season. Like, there's no way that he doesn't, you know? Next up, we have another group of characters, and this is the Fantastic Four. I feel like this is basically confirmed to happen, but I'd still like to see it. Yeah, as I said, basically confirmed. There is a landmark for them on the map right now, and you know, with Doctor Doom being the main villain of the season, they're probably going to come in at some point, you know? For a set, you know, I don't really know what they could do. Maybe they could do like little emblems of like the Fantastic Four logo with like different representations of their powers. Like maybe like for Human Torch, they do like a flaming Fantastic Four like emblem. Reed Richards could just do like a normal one. The Thing, you could do like a Rocky version, and then the Invisible Woman do like this like transparent like kind of one. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe for like a pickaxe, you could have like Reed Richards' hands be a pickaxe that they kind of like stretch out, and like they use like the punching animation that's like the same as the Hulk fists, kind of. I feel like that'd be cool. Maybe you could do the same thing with the Thing's fist. You know, that would be pretty cool. And obviously there'd have to be like a flame on like edit style and built-in emote for Human Torch. That'd be pretty cool. And also future Foundation styles. That's like an obvious thing they'd have to do, you know? Alright, next up we have a character that's already in this game, but a character that I think has been done really dirty in this game. That is Star-Lord. I think we need a way better Star-Lord skin. Like, way better. The current Star-Lord skin is kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. It was cool for its time, but nowadays it just isn't that good. It doesn't represent like any design from the comics or the movies. It's literally just a Chapter 2 default with a mask and an interesting haircut. That's all this skin is. And I get that it came out before Chapter 2, but it's just a Chapter 2 default. If you look at their bodies, they are the exact same, you know? So yeah. Better Star-Lord. They need to do that. That just has to happen. Maybe for a backbling, they could do like a little Walkman or something like that. You know, I think that'd be pretty interesting. Kind of fits the character, you know? For like a glider, they could do like one of the ships. I know they have one of the ships in the game already for the original Star-Lord skins glider, but I don't remember what the name of that one was. I know they have like multiple ships in the movies, like throughout the movies, but I can't remember like the names of all of them. So I think they just make a better Star-Lord skin in general, you know? I think that'd be really cool. Next up, we have the Wasp. So the Wasp, obviously like secondary Ant-Man character, you know. I feel like this is another one that's shocking that we don't have yet. I feel like we should have gotten this a long time ago with the original Ant-Man skin. Like, we've had Ant-Man in this game for like what, 3 years now, which is crazy, and we still don't have the Wasp, which is kind of insane considering, you know, for the last 2 Ant-Man movies they've been called Ant-Man and the Wasp. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. I feel like they should have just been bundled together, you know? Maybe they could do like a more comic accurate Wasp design and then release a new Ant-Man skin with that too. Have like a more comic accurate Ant-Man design. I think that could be an interesting way of releasing them. That'd be cool. Actually, I think that would be a really good idea for like a set. I guess you could do like wings for like a back bling on a glider. That'd be cool. Pickaxe could just do something similar to the original Ant-Man pickaxe, where it's just like a random like enlarged object on a stick. Next up, we have not really Marvel characters, but kind of Marvel characters. These are the Endgame LTM mashups. If you don't know what I mean by that, I mean if you look at like the Endgame like LTM promotion art, you'll see that we have Cuddle Team Leader holding Hawkeye's bow, Fish Stick holding Stormbreaker, and Raptor holding the Iron Man repulsors, and then Bright Bomber holding the Captain America shield. But we already have that one, so I'm not gonna talk about that one. Yeah, I think we should have like all those characters mashed up together. Hawkeye, Team Leader, you know, that'd be cool. Fish Stick Thor, that would also be pretty cool. And Iron Man Raptor, which would also be pretty cool. I feel like it's just something that should happen. It should have happened a long time ago, considering we already got one of them. But, you know, I'm not complaining. Well, maybe I am a little bit, but you know what I mean. This should just happen a long time ago. I don't know why it hasn't, and yeah. could sell them in like a pack, like the Guardians of the Galaxy pack or the Royalty and Warrior pack, I believe it's called. Something like that, you know? Next up, we have the Sentinel. So the Sentinel are basically like these robots that are built by like, I believe the government or something like that to hunt down mutants in the comics. And we actually have already seen Sentinels in this game, not as a skin or like an NPC or something, but as like these destroyed like props on the map. Like remember in Chapter 2 Season 4 when you had like the Sentinel graveyard just on the map, you know, in the middle of the map. And that tells me that they already have this already fully modeled and could just kind of make it a skin whenever they feel like it, which begs the question on why they haven't done it already. Could be easy money. And then they already have like a back bling with like a Sentinel head, so you already have like a scaled down version of it too, so it's like, this wouldn't be that hard, you know? So I feel like it would be an easy skin, easy money, and it would just be cool to see, you know? And then the final Marvel skin on my wishlist that I want to see is a Galactus skin. Alright, so obviously Galactus has been in Fortnite before. They have like a whole skin already designed that they used for the Galactus event back in Chapter 2 Season 4. And yeah, Galactus is just a cool character, and if anyone wants to try and say that, oh, Galactus is too big, he can't be a Fortnite skin, Galactus can canonically change his size to whatever he wants, so that is not a problem, okay? For edit styles, you know, have the Marvel and Fortnite like red and black Galactus, then have like a comic accurate pink one, and yeah, I think that's all you really have to do. I think that'd be cool, that'd be good enough, you know? And yeah, that's my wish list. Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video. Today we're going to be discussing what I would like to see changed in Chapter 6 that would fix Fortnite. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. So, as I said in the intro, there's obviously been a lot of negative sentiments surrounding Chapter 5 of Fortnite. And you know, I will say it's for a good reason. There's been a lot of like bad changes made this chapter, such as like locker rarity, bullet drop being added to weapons, the movement change, that was kind of fixed. Like it was kind of, the movement's still not back to where it was, but whatever, it's fine. And the biggest issue obviously being the locker UI as a whole, because the locker is just, it's bad. It is not in a good state right now. And I hope they kind of fix it with Chapter 6. You know, which I guess will get us into the first point. The locker UI needs to be fixed in Chapter 6. Like, there is no way that's not getting fixed. There was, like, a leak about them working on the locker UI. However, the leak was just giving you the ability to scroll through the tabs instead of having to select one, which isn't enough to fix the locker in my opinion. A lot of the issues with the locker is just that everything is separated into the different tabs in the first place. Like, yeah, maybe you could get away with separating Battle Royale, Rocket Racing, and Festival into separate tabs, and then I guess Lego Kits could be a different tab, I guess, I don't know. But there's no reason like emotes and raps and like the lobby should not be just bundled in with the Battle Royale stuff. It was like that before, and as far as I'm aware, stuff like that is primarily Battle Royale. Skins and stuff and pickaxe and stuff like that, that stuff's all Battle Royale cosmetics. Sure, you can use like skins in like any game mode, but they're primarily for Battle Royale. Same with like wraps and emotes and stuff like that, just like how the instruments are primarily Festival and the cars are primarily Rocket Racing. And the Lego kits are just Lego. You can only use them in Lego. So yeah. If I had to say one thing that needs to be fixed in Chapter 6, it's definitely the locker UI. Just put all the Battle Royale stuff to how it was before they changed it. Maybe just update the graphics, I guess, a little bit to how it looks in Chapter 5, but other than that, layout entirely the same. And then have two other tabs, or I guess 3 other tabs for Lego kits, but no one cares about Lego kits. We have a Rocket Racing tab, which is the car. Just put the 2 different cars on the same tab. Like, they shouldn't be 2 different tabs. Have, like, your sports car and your SUV, like, stacked on top of each other, and then you just, like, have, like, a checkmark box that'd be like, oh, I want this to be as my primary car for Rocket Racing, you know? Like, I don't know why it's 2 separate tabs, gonna be honest. And then Festival, obviously, have all your instruments. The Aura, which is with the character with the skin for some reason, which is kind of weird. I don't know why it's like that. And then jam tracks underneath that, you know? I think that's a good way to organize everything. And then Lego kits should just be how Lego kits are, because no one cares about them, you know? Second thing I want to bring up is hit scan, because hit scan is not in the game anymore for the most part. I don't think there's any guns in the game right now that have hit scan, but there was like a few Chapter 5 weapons throughout the course of this chapter that have had hit scan, such as the Fallout rifle. So obviously they're not afraid to bring hit scan back in some shape or form, but I just think every gun should go back to hit scan, you know? The ARs just don't feel that good to use without hit scan, in my opinion. Especially when you have stuff like the Monarch pistol, or the DMR, or the snipers especially, which have bullet drop off too, but do so much more damage, and you're just gonna get a heavier shot off on them. Because most likely with an AR, you're gonna get 2 or 3 shots off, which is about like 60-ish damage, maybe 90 depending on the AR you're using. And then they're gonna build up, and then, oh, sorry, you didn't get that. With like a sniper, you're gonna deal at least 100 damage, and their shield's gonna be gone, and they all have bullet drop. So it just kind of makes the ARs redundant. Granted, it's not as bad this season because we have the Monarch pistol, which is good, don't get me wrong, but it's no like sniper, you know? You're getting around the same damage output with the Monarch pistol as you would with an AR. So it's not as bad this season, you know? But I also think SMGs having bullet drop is kind of dumb, because why? You're using them up close anyways. They're an up close weapon. So why they have bullet drop, I don't know. It's just weird. It just makes them way more limiting, because yes, SMGs are meant to be up close, but it doesn't hurt trying to use them long range when you're out of AR ammo, you know? It just kind of removes that utility, because not only are SMGs just really inaccurate, the bullet drop's gonna make it harder to hit those shots too. So, you know, I just think they should revert it. Also, not to mention that when you're adding bullet drop to this game, you're raising the skill ceiling by quite a bit. And in a game like Fortnite, where the skill ceiling's already pretty high with building, I don't think you should be doing that, you know? It makes it harder for new players to get in the game, and I think that's why Fortnite kind of struggled to hold like the OG players. Like, sure, season 1 had a good amount of OG players, and season 2 carried a few more, but season 3 it was basically back to chapter 4 numbers, and season 4 it's picked up a little bit, but it's still nowhere near as close as the OG numbers, or even chapter 5 season 1 numbers, you know? And I definitely think it has to do with bullet drop just adding a higher skill ceiling that was not needed whatsoever, you know? And I just want to briefly mention weapon mods, because my problem with weapon mods aren't the mods themselves, it's how they're kind of like acquired. So weapon mods, you can find them on any gun across the map, but you can't customize your weapon mods unless you find a bunker with a mod bench. The bunkers spawn in like in the second or third storm circle, which wouldn't be a problem if they weren't all like on the edges of the map, meaning half the bunkers that are going to open aren't even going to be in the circle. They're going to be in storm already. Not to mention that there's a good chance that they're just going to be chained off and they're not going to open whatsoever. So it is very possible for you to get a game where you're not going to really go to a bunker unless you want to tank a bunch of storm damage. So that's not a good thing, especially when weapon mods outside of scopes don't really change that much. Like, scopes are like the only one that really do that because they're scopes, you know? Using an AR with a scope is going to be a lot more beneficial than using one without one, you know? I just think if they want to keep weapon mods in the game, mod benches have to be easily accessible at every single POI. But like 2 or 3 around each POI starting in chapter 6, and you're good. There's obviously a chance that they just don't bring weapon mods back. They didn't bring augments back, even though there's a leak to come back in chapter 5, but they didn't bring those back, and those were kind of like chapter 4's gimmicks. So there's a good chance that weapon mods just don't come back in chapter 6 whatsoever, which I wouldn't be too mad about. One thing I also don't really like about weapon mods is that kind of limits the kind of weapons they can add, because back then in chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 4, you know, there was a lot more variety because the weapon attachments were part of the weapon themselves. Like the suppressed AR, that's a suppressor on an AR, you know, that's like a different weapon. You also have like all the suppressed weapons are like different weapons, but you can't really bring back a suppressed weapon nowadays because, well, what happens if you just take off the suppressor? You know? And then what happens if you bring back the normal version, like the suppressed AR, bring back the normal AR, just put a suppressor on it? Kind of defeats the whole point, you know? So I just think weapon mods just leave a lot to be desired with new weapons. It kind of makes them forced to play like the same. Like, for example, in chapter 5, the ARs, a lot of them have just been spammy ARs, like the Striker AR, the Combat AR, and the Warforged AR. They're all just spammy ARs. They're the same concept, which is kind of weird. And yeah, that's what I think they should fix about chapter 6. I don't have a lot because I actually think chapter 5 has been not horrible, you know? I just think there's been a lot of bad changes that have tainted how people view this chapter. I think the gameplay as a whole has been alright, not my favorite chapter, but I don't think it's my least favorite. If I'd have to choose a least favorite, it's probably chapter 3, I'm gonna be honest. I know it's a hot take, but, you know, that's just my opinion. Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video. Today I'm going to be discussing whether or not weapon mods actually fit into Fortnite. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so weapon mods have been around for quite some time now, almost a year at this point, and I think it's about time we just look at this feature in retrospect and just see whether or not it actually fit into the game well. Now, there are two parts I'm going to be looking at with weapon mods. There is the weapon mods, and then there's also vehicle mods. I know they're not weapon mods, but they're kind of mods. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, right? We're mostly going to be talking about weapon mods, but I'll also mention those two when we get to it. So weapon mods, we obviously have scopes, we have the grips, we have the mags, and we also have the barrels. So those are the 4 like different weapon mod categories we have. Now, I just want to say each one of these, except for maybe scope, that's more preference, each one of these has like a definitive one you should be using at all times. Like for the grip, it's always laser, or it's always that one that I can't remember, but it's like the one that like reduces recoil when ADSing. It's always one of those two. It's never anything else. There's no reason to use anything other than those two. The speed grip is just absolute garbage, you know? Why is it even in the game? There's no point to it. Anytime you find a weapon with a speed grip on it, it's not worth picking up. Sorry, it's just not. And then the angled foregrip, I believe it's called, the one that reduces ADS time, doesn't really change that much. Like, maybe it could be useful on something like the Sovereign shotgun, for example. I remember I did run that quite a bit at the beginning of this season, but it's just not that great. And I'd rather have a laser on that than anything. The thing is, laser's just too good. Like, if you're hip firing weapon, there's no reason not to grab laser. It's just the best option, you know? Magazine. Now, I know a lot of people like drum mag, and I do think drum mag is good on some weapons like the Gatekeeper. That's like the best weapon it's good for. But I'm personally a fan of the speed mag. I just like how it makes it faster. It makes it feel faster to reload, you know? I think that's like the whole point. But it just makes the gun feel smoother, you know? I like that feeling that it gives. The drum mag just makes it feel kind of clunky, and I just don't like the reload on the drum mag. It's just kind of weird. For barrels, we have two. We have the muzzle brake and we have the suppressor, and the suppressor is garbage. There's no reason to use it. It doesn't provide any benefit. The suppressor only makes it quieter, which in Fortnite doesn't really matter since it's still going to appear up on the visualized sound effects. It's still like hearable. You can still hear it. And just muzzle brake just reduces recoil, and that's so much better. It actually offers a difference. Like, if you're getting shot at with a suppressor, you're still gonna know you're getting shot at. The noise isn't what tells you, it's the bullets hitting that tells you whether or not you're getting shot at, you know? And then scopes, save the best for last. Scopes are the only ones that I think are actually really well designed, because all the scopes feel good for different circumstances. For example, the red dot sight, pretty good on an SMG. The hollow optic, I believe it's called, it's pretty good on an AR. I like running it on the burst. Just really solid chance. Really solid attachment. Thermal scope, you know, I don't really use it that much, but unlike the DMR, the Huntress DMR that we got in Season 2, I thought it was pretty good on. And in the Day of Doom game mode, the Monarch pistol with the thermal scope I think is pretty solid, which just confuses me on why you can't use the thermal scope on the Monarch pistol. We'll get to that issue later. And then the sniper scope, I don't really use this one. The sniper glare is a big turn off for me, especially when we don't have any weapons that really benefit from using a sniper scope. Like, maybe when we have like the Reaper in the game, sure, maybe you can get away with it, but nah, I just don't really like the glare. But, you know, it's got a lot of zoom, definitely good for far range weapons, you know? And we also had the P2X, which is actually the only weapon mod that got removed for some reason. And now the only way to use it is by going creative and grabbing the Mythic Nemesis AR, which is kind of weird. Like, why would you do that? That's so weird. Like, maybe, I guess because like the thermal had like a similar zoom in to the P2X, but at that point, just keep it in creative and let people mod their weapons with it in creative. I don't see why there's a reason to remove it, you know? And so now that we covered all of the weapon mods, I want to discuss all the vehicle mods, because those did exist for one season, which, you know, isn't a long time, but, you know, they exist, so we'll go over them. First, we have the tires. We had the bulletproof tires, which were the better pick, to be honest. I like the chunker tires a lot, but bulletproof tires were much better. They just made your tires just unkillable, you know? If you had them, your car could never be stopped. Like, you could always get away. Chonkers tires, as I said, are good. They're good for getting speed on, you know, off-road areas, you know. There's not a road everywhere on the map, so kind of do need speed in some places like that. But the bulletproof tires just provided such a benefit that Chonkers tires were not really considered all too much. Not to mention they could easily get shot at because they were really big. For bumpers, we had the Cowcatcher, obviously. I honestly prefer the Cowcatcher, but I know a lot of people preferred the spiked bumper, which is the other bumper mod. And, you know, I guess I could see why you'd want the bumper, but if I'm trying to deal damage with a car, I'm going to use a turret instead. That's just me personally, though. I prefer the Cowcatcher because it just makes destroying structures a lot easier, and it just feels really clunky with the spiked bumper. And then we have the turrets. We had the grenade launcher turret, which in my opinion was the better one, but I know a lot of people think the other one was better. And we also have the auto turret. We also have the machine gun turret, which, you know, I like the machine gun turret, but after a few nerfs, I was just like, not really yet. I prefer the grenade launcher, and I think the grenade launcher was better in the end, but I know a lot of people disagree. I know a lot of people, like, preferred the machine gun turret over, but grenade launcher was it. Alright, I'm kind of done with the vehicle mods because there wasn't really a lot to them because they only got removed after a season, so, you know, they didn't really have the time to shine like weapon mods do, but, you know, what can you do? Now, one big problem with weapon mods is that weapon mods just can't be used with every weapon. Now, there are some exceptions that are understandable, like you can't use weapon mods on the Stark Rifle, which is kind of annoying, but I kind of get it, kind of would be weird to look at. I still think it would have been better if it came back with mods, but that's just me. But the big problem is when certain weapon mods are just not usable on certain weapons. Like, for example, the Monarch pistol. You can only use the red dot sight and the hollow optic sight on a Monarch pistol, which is so weird because we literally had the Deagle the season prior that could use all the scopes. So why can't we use a thermal scope or a sniper scope on a monarch pistol when it's basically just a deagle that uses different ammo? I have no clue whatsoever. It makes no sense, especially when they gave the mythic monarch pistol in Day of Doom a thermal sight. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Another example is that the Sovereign shotgun, you can only equip a barrel and a grip to it, which kind of annoying because you could also attach a scope to it, but no one's going to be using a scope on a shotgun. It's a shotgun for a reason. So no mags, you can't attach any mags, no speed mags, no drum mags, which there are other guns that can't use the drum mag, like the pump shotgun, the hammer pump shotgun, but they can still use a speed mag, and I don't know why this one doesn't do that either. It's kind of weird. And yeah, I just think that's a really big mistake. Like, yeah, it would look weird on some weapons, but just let us use them. Just let us feel how these weapons would feel. If that made any sense whatsoever. You get what I'm trying to say. Let us mess around with all the mods on the weapons, just kind of get a feel for how these weapons would work with them, Like the thermal scope on a monarch pistol works really nicely, but you would never know that because you can't use a thermal scope on a monarch pistol in normal BR. The only reason we know it works nice is because it's in Day of Doom. So I think they should just open up the mods for every weapon to be available on every weapon, Just all mods on all weapons. Just make it work nice, And another problem with weapon mods is that mod benches are just really inconvenient to get to. You would think with the headlining feature of your chapter that you'd want them to be readily available to anyone. Augments were readily available to anyone. You just had to be alive in the match and you'd get an augment, Weapon mods, you do have to be alive in the match, but you have to actively go out and fight for a mod bench, which is kind of stupid considering the mods don't affect gameplay all too much outside of maybe scope. But that's it. And weapons can be found with mods all over the place. It's not like you have to go there to mod your weapons anyways. You just have to go there if you want to choose what mods you want on them, because otherwise the mods are just random, which is kind of weird, Like, I'm still able to use all these mods, I just have to get lucky. But if I want to use a custom modded weapon, I have to fight tooth and nail for it. Just doesn't make sense. I don't believe there's any other game with weapon mods that makes you fight for the weapon mods. They just let you have them, So I don't know, it's kind of weird. A gimmick that doesn't really affect the way a gun works too much, getting restricted like that just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just so weird. Like, in Season 1, I don't think Season 1 did a very good job at having them be in the vaults. I still think that was a bit too restricted, but I'd argue that it's better because anyone can use it after the vault's been opened. You just have to be there after it's been opened. But the mod benches, people are going to be contesting that, like always, Because they don't just come with a mod bench, they also come with weapons, They come with all these chests and stuff, and it makes them desirable to go to. And I think they would have been better if they didn't have weapon mods in them and they were just good loot spots that spawned in halfway through the game. I think that would have been cool. And I would like to see bunkers come back in Chapter 6 as a good place to get loot that spawns halfway through the game. That'd be pretty cool. But them spawning halfway through the game and being where they are on the map especially, they're in storm half the time. They're always contested, meaning you can't really customize your weapon unless you are insane at the game and can win every fight you're in, Because there's just some fights you're not going to win. And yeah, I definitely think that hurts the experience when using mods. And then finally, as the video title says, do weapon mods fit into Fortnite? I'm not a big fan of weapon mods in Fortnite. I don't think they fit too well with the vibe Fortnite typically gives off. Chapter 5 is the exception, considering Chapter 5 has been giving off more realistic kind of vibes, which is kind of unfortunate. I'm not a fan of the realistic vibes. I kind of wish they went to a more bright, colorful kind of vibe, which I'm kind of happy we're going to be going to next season in Chapter 2 OG, which I did make a video on, so you definitely go watch that video. And yeah, I just kind of want them gone. And if they're going to bring them back, they gotta be heavily reworked, because they just are not that great right now. Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video. Today, I'm going to be listing off my top 10 Marvel mashup skins that I want to see in the game. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, to start off this video, we're going to be combining one very classic Fortnite character with a very classic Marvel character. This is of course going to be a Drift and a Spider-Man mashup skin. So I selected these two to be the mashup because I feel like their characters work in a weird way together. I don't know, they just kind of feel like they have the same similar energy, you know what I'm saying? And also, I just think having a Spider-Man suit in a pink and gold and white kind of color scheme would be cool to have. Would be cool to see. I think it would be very interesting to see. And yeah, could also have a classic red and blue kind of style, And for a mask, you could just do a normal Drift mask. I don't think it would really work with an actual proper Spider-Man mask. So I think you have to go with a classic Drift Kitsune mask. I think that's what it's called. And yeah, I think that's what you have to go with. It could also be an unmaxed style with just a normal Drift head, I think that'd be cool, you know? Alright, for this next mashup, I purely chose it just because mashing these two characters who share the same name, I think would be pretty funny, and I think it'd actually lead to something very interesting. Our next mashup is of Valkyrie from Marvel and Valkyrie from Fortnite. Now, on the surface, this doesn't seem like such a great mashup, but I actually think if done right, this could be very cool, you know? Valkyrie's got like this cool, like, white and gold aesthetic, and I believe it's Ragnarok, if I'm correct. And I just think adding that color scheme and a more, like, clean suit, I guess you could say, towards the Fortnite Valkyrie design could be interesting to see. Also, a glider that's kind of like a mix between a Pegasus and, like, the dragon that Valkyrie has. I think that could be a cool glider, you know? That'd be very interesting. Next up, this is another kind of meme mashup I think would be interesting to see. I think it would be cool to see a Fish Stick and Nick Fury mashup. Now, this mashup is literally only based on the fact that we could probably get a cool pun out of this. Something like Stick Fury. I don't know. It's Fish Stick Fury. You know, I think that'd be funny. Obviously, you'd have a black version, and then maybe you could also have like a more classic, like blue fish stick version. I think that'd be cool. You know, I think that'd be a pretty funny idea. And yeah. All right, this next skin would actually be a skin that would match with another skin we already have in the game. This would be a Tomato Head and Mephisto mashup. So obviously we know Durburger, Beef Boss, whatever he's called, and Ghost Rider got a mashup pretty recently, I believe. And, you know, Mephisto is coming to the game later this season, so only makes sense to mash him up with Tomato Head, you know? Considering that Ghost Rider and Mephisto have a pretty, like, tight history. They're pretty relevant to each other, so I think it just makes sense. And plus, Mephisto and Tomato Head could just make a really good pun name, like Mephis Tomato, you know? Good pun name, you know? Pretty solid idea. Alright. My next mashup is of a character that's already had a few mashups, but we're going to go with it anyways. We have Sergeant Drake and Captain America. Now, Sergeant Drake, I just chose one of the bird skins. I just chose that one just because he has the helmet on, but it can really be any of those bird skins. And Captain America, I think, would be a good choice because make it an eagle. Make it an eagle, you know? Very easy. Eagle, put like a Captain America helmet on him, and yeah, basically call it a day there. That's all you really have to do, you know? I think it'd be a funny idea. I think it'd be interesting. Maybe you could do like a whole Marvel Birds mashup pack, you know? That'd be cool. That'd be interesting. You know, that'd be pretty funny. This next mashup is probably one you guys haven't thought about much, but I guarantee you once you hear it, you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We have Skull Trooper and the Punisher. Now, you know, probably haven't thought about this one much, but given that the Punisher has like a big skull motif like going on with his character, Skull Trooper is just a guy in a skeleton costume, I think it would be an interesting fit, you know? Put Skull Trooper in a trench coat, you know? Maybe you could give him a mask that resembles like the Punisher logo. Could be interesting. You know, maybe the trench coat has like a skeleton pattern on it, so it's not just the Punisher with a skull mask on. I think that'd be interesting. You know, it'd be pretty cool to see that in game too. Alright, next up we have a mashup of a character that's already gotten a mashup in this game, and a character that would make a lot of sense to mash up with this character. We have Eternal Voyager and Ghost Rider. Now, obviously, you can see where I'm going with this. Floating skull, they both have floating skulls. It's obvious. It would be cool because you could have Ghost Rider, but he's space themed. Now, I know that there's like already like a cosmic Ghost Rider in the comics, but I don't know if they're really going to add that ever. I don't really see them doing that at all, because Cosmic Ghost Rider is kind of niche, and he's also, I believe he's actually the Punisher for some reason. I don't know, I didn't read it, but yeah, I feel like they just wouldn't do that without adding the Punisher first, and I don't think we're gonna get the Punisher anytime soon, once he just magically shows up in like the next month, which I don't think he is. I don't think we have enough time, but you know, could be interesting, could be very interesting. Just have a space-themed Ghost Rider mashup. Just makes sense. It's floating skulls, you know? Alright, next up we have two characters that I feel like contrast each other very well. This is Dummy and Taskmaster. So, I just thought these two would fit well together because Dummy's like what you train on, and Taskmaster is the guy that like copies like all the movements and stuff. He doesn't need any training. I think it's a very clever kind of play on the characters, you know? Meshing a character who's literally meant for other people to train on with a character who doesn't need training because he can just copy whatever he sees. I think it makes sense. It's really neat. And also, I feel like Taskmaster is just a bit of an underrated character. I feel like not a lot of people like think of him because they didn't really do him that well in the Black Widow movie. That's barely even Taskmaster. It's not the same character whatsoever. Doesn't use the same name as the character in the comics. Very different personality from the character in the comics. The only thing they kept the same was that they copy movements. But even then, like, Taskmaster Smasher just kind of knows how to do it. The movie one has like a chip that makes them do it, which is just not fun, gonna be honest. They kind of ruined Taskmaster in that movie. It should have just been called something else, you know? Should have been an original villain, in my opinion. But whatever. Enough Black Widow rant. I just think this would be a really fun mashup, you know? Contrasting. You know, opposites attract, you know? That's what they all say, you know? I think it'd be fun. Next up, we have another kind of memey one. This would be Guff and Hulk. So, obviously, you can see where this is going. Just a buff Guff skin that's green and maybe a bit purple. I think purple would make sense too, but mainly green, you know? I really have no basis for this one other than I just think it would be funny. I don't know what they'd call it. Maybe they'd call it like the Incredible Guff or something corny like that, you know? I think it'd be fun, you know? I think it'd be quite interesting. And for our final mashup, we have Neuralynx and Black Cat. So obviously Lynx is like a Catwoman, Black Cat inspired character, and we just got Black Cat in the game, so you know there's no excuse not to make a mashup. And the reason I said Neuralynx instead of the normal Lynx skin is because I just feel like Neuralynx mixing with the Black Cat would be more interesting because it's more different, because Lynx is basically a Catwoman, Black Cat ripoff. Neuralynx is kind of like a futuristic swing on like the character, you know? I think it'd be interesting to like kind of merge those two together, get like a futuristic Black Cat-esque skin, you know? I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be very interesting, you know? I think it'd be very nice. In this video, I'm going to be giving you guys my final thoughts on Chapter 2 Remix. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight to the video. So Chapter 2 Remix is going to end tomorrow, and you know, today I just thought I'd give my final thoughts about the season because this season has been pretty controversial to say the least. To get started, gameplay this season was like really freaking good, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's basically just Chapter 2 Season 2 with like a little bit of like Chapter 2 Season 3 mixed in, but like that's all you need to make a good season, you know? Especially when it's not that long, you know, like only a month. Just recycling like the best season of all time, basically, and just making that like the gameplay, basically, really works, especially when it's this short, you know? I also like how there's like a lot of boss POIs. Like, I know there was a lot in Chapter 2 Season 2, there's 5, but this season there's 6, because you have all like the Chapter 2 Season 2 POIs, as well as Catty Corner there, you know? So 6 total boss POIs, which is really nice, you know, because it spreads people out, you know? Some people might want to get the minigun, some people might want to get the Scar and the Grappler, some people might want to get the Charge Shotgun, you know? There's a lot of variety to where you can land, you know? One of the big problems with, like, the last few, I'd say, chapters, honestly, not Chapter 4, really, because they didn't really have, like, boss POIs to say, but, like, Chapter 5 definitely had this problem where there just wasn't enough spots that were as good as the boss POIs. If you didn't land at a boss POI, you were at a severe disadvantage, because not only did they have like mythic weapons there, they also had medallions last chapter, which in the first season wasn't too big of a problem, because if you really wanted them to work well, you needed all 5, so it was kind of a challenge to get that. But in later seasons, you could just like get one and be like at a super advantage, because they gave you a different power up, basically. So landing at a boss POI was a very unfair advantage, and there wasn't a lot of them. There was like 3, 4 maybe boss POIs. So when you're, you know, contesting a boss POI, there's gonna be, one, a lot of people there, and 2, it's gonna be very condensed. It's kind of like how Tilted was back in like early Chapter 1, where like half the lobby land Tilted and nowhere else. So you just end up having dead games because everyone's at Tilted, and you decided to land somewhere else, you know? The Battle Pass this season, this Battle Pass is decent. I wouldn't say I like it. I definitely think the OG, Season OG Battle Pass was better than this one. The only skin I really like see myself going back to is Meowtis, and even then, I don't know, I don't see myself using him that much. One Ball, I know a lot of people like One Ball for some reason, but me, I don't know, he just kind of feels cheap. I feel like 8 Ball just looks a lot better than him. Undercover Sky is alright. I think I definitely prefer the original Sky better. It's a unique idea, but, you know, it's just not for me, you know? Chaos Director, it's an alright skin, you know? I don't think I would have personally put it in this Battle Pass, but, you know, I'm not mad it's in the Battle Pass. I just don't think I would have personally put it in there, you know? And then we have Dynamo TNT, I believe is her name, which, I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion, is just a worse version of TNT. I think original TNT is so much better. Just one thing I feel like this Battle Pass has is that all the outfits feel cheap, kind of, you know? They just aren't that, like, high quality looking, in my opinion. Like, especially One Ball. I think One Ball looks really cheap, especially compared to 10 Ball, which is the item shop, like, counterpart to him. She looks so much, like, more, I don't know how to say it, more high quality, you know? which I guess that makes sense because she's an item shop skin and they want more people to buy her, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. 1 Ball just looks cheap compared to her. And 8 Ball, which is kind of weird because 8 Ball's like a 5-year-old skin now. It's like, bro, come on, we could do better than that. We also saw kicks in the battle pass, which I'm gonna be honest, I think kicks are stupid, but I do think there's one benefit to them, and it's that I could put shoes on all the skins that don't have shoes, which is really nice because I don't like when skins don't have shoes, you know. But other than that, I don't really see a purpose to kicks. They kind of just feel like an easy way to make money, and like they basically have like the same effect a backbling does, but you actually see a backbling most of the time, right? Kicks, you have to be looking down at the ground at all times in order to see them for like a good amount of time, you know? And it just doesn't work that well, especially when you're charging 1,000 V-Bucks for 1 pair in the shop. Like, bro, come on, like they should not be that expensive. They should be 500 max, and the fact that like all of them are just collabs basically, except for like 2 kicks, I believe. Like there's like the shark ones and the Meowscles one that came out recently. Those are the only 2 like non-collab ones, which is kind of weird. I believe it's like the only cosmetic type that is mostly collabs. Like outside, I guess, Lego kits, but those are not really cosmetics. Like outside of Lego kits, they're the only cosmetic that's like mainly collabs. I don't know, this doesn't feel right, you know? And finally, the one thing that probably made this season the most controversial season. I wouldn't say most controversial. We had Chapter 5 Season 3 this year, but you know what I'm saying. A pretty controversial season. Them replacing a lot of the boss POIs with rappers, okay? So I know a lot of people didn't like this because how dare you ruin my OG Chapter 2 Season 2? Why isn't Midas here? Even though that wouldn't really make sense when you had Meowtis at the yacht. So I don't really know how that would work. But you know, whatever. We'll just ignore that. Why isn't Midas at the agency? Why isn't Brutus at the grotto? And why isn't Sky at the shark, you know? And it's like, I get it, sort of, but like, at the end of the day, the gameplay is nearly identical. The only one you could argue that is different is the shark, because the Scar and the grappler have like special effects now, but it doesn't really change it that much in my opinion. You know, I think the Scar is actually like really good with the speed boost effect. I don't think it's as good because I believe the headshot damage is like lower than the original Mythic Scar, but other than that, like it's really good. It's really good. And the ice grappler, I like the icy grappler, like the original icy grappler, and I think this one is pretty good. I don't think it has like the same reach. I believe the original icy grappler has like the reach of like the glider gun, like Jules' glider gun, but this one just has like the reach of a normal grappler, which kind of makes it feel awkward to use a little bit sometimes. I do think I'd still take it over like a normal grappler, but you know, it's just not as good as what it could have been, you know? I honestly would have preferred if they just made like a glider gun. Maybe they could have swapped the effects of the Scar and the grappler. Maybe they could have made like the Scar shoot like bullets that hit the person and give them ICV. I feel like that could have been cool. And then spicy grappler, you know, that would have been more unique in my opinion. But you know, we're too late now. We can't really change that, you know? The agency, or the dog pound, I guess it's called now, because Snoop Dogg's there, doesn't really feel much different. I'm gonna be honest. It feels basically the exact same. Like, it's literally just the agency with Snoop Dogg's logo on the front. And like, I guess there's a bridge there too with like cars on it, but it's basically the same. Like, let's be real. The drum gun is really good, and it's kind of crazy how it's like the best mythic drum gun that we have in the game right now, because this one is the exact same stats as Midas' drum gun, except I believe the headshot damage is a little bit lower. And then the other mythic drum guns we have with Jules' drum gun and Shadow Midas drum gun are just notoriously mid weapons. The Chapter 5 Midas drum gun, it's a Chapter 5 weapon, it's not going to be that good. And then the Midas drum gun, the original one, which I believe is in reload right now. I don't know if they got rid of it in reload, but it might still be in reload. It has the exact same stats as Jules' drum gun, you know? So it's just not as good. But the Snoop Dogg drum gun is basically like the OG Midas drum gun, you know? It's really freaking good, you know? It's chef's kiss, you know? And then Eminem's minigun, alright? I think this is one thing that people just like kind of get, like it's cool. Like, even if they don't like the season, pretty cool weapon, you know? Good idea, good concept, Epic Games. You did something good. So, you know, I think it's really cool. Taking like Rap God lyrics and just making them play while you're shooting the minigun is pretty cool. I do kind of find it a little bit annoying how it doesn't like last like the whole time, like the whole part, like the whole fast part, like it cools down and like the fast part is not done rapping it. It's just a little nitpick, but you know, if I gotta find something to complain about it, that's what I'd probably complain about it for. But other than that, I think the Rap God minigun is really good. I think it's a really nice addition, you know? And overall, I don't think the rappers hurt the season in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion. Now, one thing I do have to say is that I do find it kind of weird how there are just some weapons in the loophole right now that were just never in Chapter 2 in the first place. Like, I don't know if it's still in the game, but the jetpack was in this season for a little bit, and it has never been in Chapter 2. Like, at least with some weapons that they've added, like, they were in, like, the later seasons of Chapter 2, which aren't what we're currently going over, but whatever, you know, it's fine. But like stuff like the jetpack, never in Chapter 2. The normal drum gun was never in Chapter 2. Like the heavy shotgun was never in Chapter 2. Like these things were never in Chapter 2 and they brought them back. I just find it kind of weird because there are so many weapons that were in Chapter 2 that you could have brought back instead of those, but whatever. I kind of get the drum gun because you have the mythic drum gun, and I don't know why the drum gun was just never in Chapter 2, Season 2, 3, or 4 in the first place. But, you know, well, we can get past that. you know, it's whatever. It's not the biggest deal, but you know, it's just something I thought I'd nitpick a little bit about. And then we have the TAC AR, which was in Chapter 2 for like one season. Not the seasons that we're going over, but you know, whatever. The TAC AR this season is like, it might be the best AR in the game, in my opinion. Now, it's weird, because this is the old OG TAC AR. This is like, without the scope. But what they did with it is, they took the scope off, but they forgot to like remove all the stuff that a scoped weapon has when you're scoping in, except for the scope. Like, got rid of the scope. But it has no bloom, or should I say, always has first shot accuracy. I believe it's still, I'm gonna get a little bit mixed up. You know, it has first shot accuracy all the time. The recoil is pretty low, and like, especially with the hit scan weapon now, because the last version of the TAC AR was not hit scan, it was bullet drop. The hit scan version with this no bloom, it is insane, bro. It is crazy. It is so busted, you know. Might be the best AR in the game. Might even be better than Mythic Scar, you know. It's insane, bro. It's actually crazy. Recently, there's been some drama in the Fortnite community regarding XP maps, and today I'm going to be giving my thoughts on the whole situation. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's go straight into the video. Alright, so as I explained in the intro, there's been some drama going around involving XP maps. So some of you may know of XP maps. They're basically just creative maps that are made specifically to try and level you up. In air quotes, I'm going to say, because they don't really do a great job at that. But you know, these maps, like, their whole thing is, oh, I'm going to promote it by saying it gives you a ton of levels really quickly, and I'm going to get a bunch of players on my map, and it'll give me a bunch of money. That's like the whole idea behind like these XP maps, right? And so recently, there's been some drama because Epic Games has decided, you know, enough's enough, and we are going to start taking these things down. So all this drama started when Loot Station, a XP map YouTuber, posted, Epic Games is banning creators / YouTubers. Epic Games is taking down XP map videos on YouTube, and many YouTubers, myself included, are facing channel terminations within days. These copyright strikes are happening without warning or any clear explanation. I understand that XP maps can be controversial, but I've always aimed to help players and have never misled or lied about them. Every season, for almost half a decade, I've helped thousands of people complete their battle passes with my XP videos. Epic, it's time for a conversation. Creators deserve better communication and transparency. And he kind of goes into like how they changed like the EULA or something. Basically include like these new rules. Just to be clear, I do have his channel pulled up just so we can see the kind of videos that he is talking about here. Most insane no timer chapter 6 OG Fortnite Unlimited XP glitch map. Safe to say you were not going to get 100 levels in an XP map. That's not going to happen. There's a thing called XP caps in this game, so that's not going to happen. Level 500 not going to happen. Level 1000 not going to happen. And yeah, as you can see, there's just a whole bunch of clickbait basically here. And just quickly, I just have a little tangent about the word clickbait. I feel like clickbait's like such a bad term for it. It's because like anything can be kind of classified as clickbait, because like that's the whole point of a thumbnail. But like thumbnails like what I just showed you, they're like not clickbait. They're like straight up just lying to you, you know? We just need a better term for like clickbait videos, in my opinion. But that aside, that is who we are talking about when we are talking about someone who's facing termination for these XP map videos. So obviously, this caused quite the outrage in the community. I wouldn't really say outrage. There's a lot of people celebrating this because, honestly, I feel like XP maps have just been a detriment to creative as a whole, because, like, so many low-effort maps just get made as, like, they're basically pump and dumps, basically. That's what these maps are. That's what they are. That's effectively what they are. And, yeah, it's not good for creative because a lot of high-effort maps don't get pushed out because, oh, a lot of people are playing these XP maps, so why would we push out, you know, these high quality maps that aren't getting as many players, you know? So I actually have a few responses from two Fortnite creators. First, I have one from Enderbite who says, this right here, this is a huge W for the community. So just to kind of give you like a little bit of an understanding about how the creative community is kind of feeling about these changes. And then I have another one here from Dustin who says, thank you, Fortnite Creative. These are the changes we have been waiting for. They are not going to just take their SACs or supported creator codes, but their entire platforms. I've always aimed to help players and have never misled or lied, which is quoting Loot Station from his tweet. And then new Fortnite how to level up XP super fast in chapter 6 season 1, you know, XP map title, you know, which is also Loot Station as we saw from his channel. It's just kind of disingenuous from what Loot Station is saying, and the whole like creative community basically seems to be celebrating this change. Most people are celebrating this change because it's overall better for the creative like eco space, you know. There were some people saying No, this is bad actually because people have jobs and stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, okay? I am quite a busy person. That's why I have not been uploading like as much as I used to, you know? And I'm leveling up just fine, okay? We have until March and I'm level 43. Okay? We are like 2-3 weeks in the season. As someone who has not been playing a lot and is level 43, trust me, you'll be fine if you have a job, okay? You will be fine. You will be able to get to level 200 without any problems. Sure, you might not get level 200 in like a month, but you'll get it by the end of the season, okay? No need to worry about it, okay? There's no need. And it's not like creative XP is going anywhere. Like, you can still get plenty of XP from creative maps. It's just maps specifically designed to like pump and dump basically XP. Those aren't being allowed to be promoted anymore. They aren't allowed to be basically made. If a map is made for the pure purpose to just lie to someone and grant a bunch of XP, it's not happening. But yeah, overall, I think this is a pretty good change for Fortnite, and I think creative specifically will benefit a lot from this in the future. And yeah, that's about all I have to say on this topic. In this video, I'm going to be discussing my thoughts on Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Troopers return to the item shop. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. So recently, Fortnite decided it would be a good idea to bring back the Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Trooper skins, as well as the other season shop cosmetics. And as someone who didn't have these, I think this is a pretty good thing, because I know a lot of people have been saying that, oh, they're not actually good skins, they're just mid and people only like them because they're rare. And I'll be like, okay, maybe that's true for Aerial Assault Trooper, he's kind of mid, but Renegade Raider is actually a pretty cool skin in my opinion. I know, flame me all you want, but I think it's a nice looking skin, and I just think this is just an overall good idea. Like, you know, I do find it kind of weird how they decided to bring them back like right after making a whole like battle pass where they remade both of them. I feel like that was kind of a weird decision, but you know, who really cares at the end of the day, you know? But yeah, these two skins are back. It's been like 7 years, which is kind of crazy to think about. And yeah, people are kind of mixed on this. I've been seeing a lot of people saying, oh, thank God they're back. And I've been seeing some people be like, how dare they bring back these OG skins? They said they were exclusive. Side note, they were never exclusive. They never said that. They actually said they could come back specifically. I don't know where people got the idea that they were exclusive from. Just isn't true. And yeah, I'm personally on the side where I think, yeah, it's about time they brought them back. There's really no reason to hold them off any longer, in my personal opinion. Like, I'm pretty sure they are the only two skins from that time period, outside of like, I guess, Battle Pass, that has never come back. So, you know, it's nice to see. A lot of people have been saying that this is like a way for them to see how people would react to like older Battle Passes coming back, but I'm like 99% sure they're not going to do that, because one, they'd probably be making a lot of OG styles if they brought back an old Battle Pass. And I forgot to mention this, but they are making OG styles for all the season shop cosmetics, which I don't think was necessary, but whatever, you know, who cares? I just don't think they'd bring back the old battle passes, because they just have to do too much work to make sure they could actually bring them back. Sure, they could probably make a lot of money from doing it, but it would be too much work, too much loopholes. It would just be kind of a mess, you know? And how they even sell that? Like, do you sell it as a battle pass, or do you like sell them like as item shops, like cosmetics? Like, it doesn't really make sense, you know? Just doesn't like fully work in my opinion. I don't think they're gonna bring old battle passes back. But yeah, I also think the way they brought the skins back is pretty cool too. They made it like function exactly how it did back in season 1, where it was you had to get to a certain level in season 1 to unlock the ability to buy the skins, and they did that again this time. You don't have to earn a certain amount of levels, you have to earn a certain amount of XP, but it like equals 25 levels in order to be able to buy everything. It's basically the same thing. I believe it was also 25 levels back in season 1 if you wanted to be able to get everything, which, you know, makes sense, you know, same amount. I do think it's a bit easier now, because I believe leveling up back then was much harder, because there's only like, you only get to level 100, and it was like separate from the battle pass, and you know, it was kind of weird, but you know, whatever, you know, it's basically the same thing. So yeah, they did a really good job at bringing these skins back in like a really effective way, because I do think it would be kind of weird if they just brought them back like you just had to buy them immediately, even though they had like this level thing going on before. It's kind of weird, like, oh, you had to work to earn these skins so long ago, and now these guys can just get it for the same price without the work. Sucks for you. Which would be kind of weird, in my opinion. I wonder if this would also lead to them like bringing back other rare cosmetics, because there are like other rare cosmetics that have not been back in a while, like nothing like that was like ever thought to be exclusive, because they're not going to bring back stuff as like blatantly said to be exclusive. They're never going to bring back any like console exclusives. They're never going to bring back any, you know, timed exclusives, like stuff like that. They're not going to bring back. But some item shop stuff, I know is some like rare item shop skins. I don't know what is the actual rarest item shop skin. I'm pretty sure it might actually be Travis Scott, but outside of collabs, I don't really know what it could be. It might be the Rue skin, actually. It could be that. And they could bring that back anytime they want to. But, you know, I would say they probably aren't going to, but they just brought back Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Trooper, so they could bring it back. Also, I find it kind of weird how out of like all like the original rare skins, Recon Expert is the only one who doesn't get an OG style. Like Skull Trooper and Gold Trooper had OG styles, Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Trooper are getting OG styles next year, and Recon Expert got nothing. Must suck to be a Recon Expert owner. To be honest, if you bought Recon Expert back in the day over literally almost anything else, I think that's kind of on you, because that skin is so boring, so bland. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? They could have maybe at least given her like a back bling, because Recon Expert still doesn't have a back bling for some reason. They did give her an edit style, but it was very minor. So it's like, yeah, just a little nitpick about how they handled Recon Expert. They also didn't even like hype it up or anything. They just kind of brought her back randomly, you know. It was weird how they did it. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And yeah, overall, I just think Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Trooper being back, definitely a good thing. Not sure how I feel about the OG styles though, entirely yet. I don't know how that's gonna really affect the game, because I know a lot of people were like, oh, exclusivity just makes like account selling like a really big thing. And people were like, oh, they're bringing these back. The account selling's not going to be as much of a problem anymore. And then they give them OG edit styles. So it's like, well, that just like basically, that could even make it worse, you could argue, because people are going to be buying it now, so they don't have the styles yet. Be like, oh, that had Renegade Raider OG, and you'll just have to figure out if I was lying to you or not in 6 months from now. So I don't know. It's weird. Account selling's probably going to be worse in the next coming months. But if you're not buying an account, who really cares, you know? Only not so smart people are the ones buying accounts. So that's basically all I have to say on the issue. You know, at the end of the day, this is a good change for the game, and yeah, that's about it. Hey guys, in this video, I'm going to be ranking every single Winterfest event in Fortnite. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, to kick off our ranking, in last place will be the 2017 Christmas event. This event didn't really actually have a name. It was just kind of like, oh, here's like the snowball launcher and some Christmas themed bushes. That was about it. There wasn't anything crazy going on with this event. So it's just kind of in last place due to it just being so early and nothing really happening, you know? Nothing crazy. And then in second to last place, we actually have 2018's winter event. 14 days of, I believe it was, I don't remember what it was called. It was 14 days or something. But this one, again, just suffers from being so, like, early. If you're giving out 2 free skins, you're immediately placing higher than these 2, and every other winter event has. So we can't really rank those 2 above, like, any other winter event, in my personal opinion. But, yeah, just thought I'd get these 2 out of the way. They don't even really count, kind of, because they're not really even Winterfests, but I thought I'd just throw them in the list just to be fair. And for the next spot on the list, we are actually going out of order, chronologically speaking. This is Winterfest 2023. This is the Winterfest that happened during Chapter 5, and like the rest of that chapter, it was not very good. This is a Winterfest, the only Winterfest to not have the cabin, which doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't get why. That's like a whole thing, and it's like not even that hard to make because you've already had the assets done. You really just couldn't just like throw 2 new skins like in there and animate them and be like, that's it, that's the cabin. Also, I don't think we actually got any new items for Winterfest. I believe the only thing that actually happened during this Winterfest was the addition of the little snow island, like really outside the edge of the map. So I can't really speak on that one because I never even landed there. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I never went there once. And yeah, I don't think anything important happened during this Winterfest. Nothing crazy happened. It was kind of a letdown, honestly. And the crazy thing is, a non-Winterfest winter event actually placed higher than Winterfest 2023. I know, it's crazy. Operation Snowdown from, I believe it was 2020. Yes, 2020. Right, is placing above Winterfest 2023. Now, it's still not good. I wouldn't say it's good. But, you know, when its only competition is Chapter 5, Season 1's Winterfest, you know, it's not that hard to beat, honestly. 2 free skins that were original. I believe this is the last time they did original skins for the free skins. So, that's interesting, I guess. They also saw planes come back for the first and only time, I believe. Like, outside of this and OG, I don't think they've ever come back to the game at all, which is kind of crazy. I don't know, it's kind of wild to think about. This also had the Big Chill exotic. That weapon is not very good, but it did exist. Yeah, that's about it for this event. Nothing too crazy. Free skins as always, but you know, there's just so much better stuff happening. All right, next up on the list, we have Winterfest 2022. So this was the Chapter 4 Season 1 Winterfest, and you know, it sounds pretty good. But the reason it's not placing any higher on the list is because it is literally just a repeat of Chapter 3 Season 1 Winterfest. Literally nothing new is added this Winterfest, and the only reason it places above literally everything below it is because it actually had a cabin. That is the only reason this is placing above it. So, you know, can't really delve into what this Winterfest did because it did nothing. It was just a rehash of Chapter 3 Season 1's Winterfest, and yeah, that's about it. Now, speaking of Chapter 3 Season 1 Winterfest, that is the next spot on the list. Winterfest of 2021 is the next spot on our list, and this Winterfest wasn't bad. It was just alright. We did see, I believe this is the first time that Sergeant Winter started driving around the map, so that was cool, that was fun, that was interesting, and that stuck around for one more Winterfest. It hasn't come back since for some reason. I don't know, I thought that was pretty cool, but I guess they haven't brought it back because the big old trucks aren't in the game anymore, which is kind of a disappointment, I'm not gonna lie, but what can you really do about it? Cabin, you know, pretty good again, always a great addition to see, and yeah, nothing really crazy outside of that. That was kind of it. Good event, you know, but it's not even unique because Chapter 4 Season 1 just redid it, so, you know, what can you do? Alright, next up, in second place, is Winterfest 2024, the current Winterfest we're in right now. Now, this event is really freaking good in my opinion. This event brought us 2 new items, which is pretty unusual. They don't really do that normally. They gave us the blizzard grenades, which you throw them down and they create like a little blizzard, and I believe you can't sprint in them, and they also do like tick damage. So it's not a crazy good item, but it's fun. It fits the vibe, you know? And we also got the icy feet item, which basically just puts like icy feet on you. And it's actually like good this time, and it's not like a hindrance like most items that give you icy feet are, because it's basically just like a speed boost essentially. Like you do slide around, but it's not like crazy, and you could run on water, which is always nice because swimming's kind of slow. So that's always nice to see. 2 new items, really cool. No old items got unvaulted outside of presents, I believe, so that's a bit unfortunate, but you know, what can you really do? What can you really do? We did have an event for this one. We had like a little mini Mariah Carey event, which was pretty cool, you know, nothing crazy, but a little mini event's cool nonetheless. And yeah, also, I just want to mention here, I have not been really even talking about how good the skins are for each of these Winterfests, but I mean, come on, you get like Santa Snoop Dogg for this event, so that's got to count for something, you know. And finally, in first place is Winterfest 2019, the first ever official Winterfest event, and yeah, this is just the best one, and that's simply because it's been the blueprint for all Winterfests since. You got the 2 free skins, you got the cabin, you got the snowy map, which was always nice. They kind of missed the mark on that a few times, but you know, whatever. Saw the return of Crackshot's cabin, which was not introduced in this event, but it's the first time it came back for a Winterfest, so that's always nice. It has come back for every Winterfest since, in one way or another. Some better than others. I'm looking at you, Chapter 5 Season 1. But yeah, just a really solid event, really good event. It's the groundwork for all other Winterfests alike, and yeah, that's really it. It's just a solid basis for future Winterfests. And yeah, that's all I really have to say about it. In this video, I'm going to be ranking every single video I've made this year. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so to get started, we have my Watts Royale Chapter 2 Season 3 map tour video, and this one, I'm going to put good for its time. It was the second ever map tour I did, I believe. It's just, there's not a lot of editing to it. It's basically just like a bunch of like jump cuts to like different POIs to showcase them, so nothing crazy, but it's definitely good for its time. You can definitely watch it. It's a good thing to put on the background, you know? It's a good video to put on the background. Ranking every pistol. This one, I'm gonna say good for its time too. You know, it's another one of those where it's just a lot of jump cuts, you know, nothing crazy. I do give my thoughts on like every pistol. This is kind of like what we're doing right now, but you know what I'm saying. It's same sort of vibe. All right, next we have, I don't remember the titles of these exactly. These are a bunch of videos of me just like trying out jam tracks when they added them, because I hadn't quite found what I was doing yet with this channel, still figuring it out. But we have this one, which is about the Chapter 5 Season 1 Battle Pass jam tracks. And, you know, I'm going to throw actually all of these in watchable, because they're just me giving my thoughts on some jam tracks, playing them out, seeing how they go out the first time, you know? So they're watchable, but I wouldn't watch them. There's better stuff to watch on my channel, you know what I'm saying? And next, I'm just going to throw all these flawless runs into the F tier. Just going to do that because all of these are just pretty easy songs to play through, and they're just kind of boring to watch, in my opinion, in my personal opinion. There's nothing really worthwhile to see with these videos. The title kind of gives it away, so why watch it, you know? Alright, next we have I made a battle royale in 1 hour. And I think this one's pretty fun. It's a challenge video. I haven't really done anything like this since. I did record a sequel to this, but I just never edited it, and I might edit it because, you know, who knows? Maybe it'll do well, but just never got around to editing it. I think this video is really good, and I'm gonna throw the trailer in good for its time, because the trailer itself it's fine. It's nothing crazy, but you know, it's good for its time. The video itself, though, I think is really enjoyable. Alright, ranking every sniper, I'm going to throw in good for its time, as well as every DMR. You know, it was weird. Some of these videos of me ranking every weapon would pop off, like every DMR popped off for some reason, even though I don't think anyone really cares about DMRs. But the snipers and the pistols, I believe, just kind of flopped, which is so weird. I don't know. Just kind of weird how that works. You know, they're all kind of the same quality. Like, all these ranking every weapon videos are kind of like the same level, you know? What can you really do? Watts Royale Chapter 2 Season 4 trailer. I'm going to throw this one in good for its time. I definitely think I've gotten better at making these trailers since then. We'll see some better trailers as we go down on the list. That's just really all I have to say for it. Every explosive, same thing as I've already said with these. And now we have our first video that I'll put in the timeless tier. So this is the first time I really started trying to do like this commentary angle. And as you can see, it's kind of changed how I've ran this channel since I've made this video. So this video did well, and I was like, ooh, maybe I should start making more of these. And the video itself I actually think is really good. It's not too long. It's only like 3 minutes, I believe. But the concept of the video is really interesting. No one else is talking about how Fortnite does not know how to name their weapons, which I still stand by. I still think the weapon names in this game are kind of weird. Like, I feel like they just pick a random word and stick assault rifle or shotgun at the end of it. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird how that works out, but you know, what can you really do about it? This video I still think is really good. And same thing I would say with the How to Fix Fortnite Festival video. A lot of stuff actually came true in this video. I believe like the only thing that didn't really come true is jam track prices being lower. So get on that, Epic. They're probably not going to do that because it's been a year and they still haven't done it, but you know, what can you really do? Another video that I think is timeless. I just think it actually is just a fun watch. Now, my Chapter 3 Season 3 retrospective or defense video, another timeless watch. This is actually my most viewed video on this channel, which is kind of crazy to think about. This is the most viewed video I've ever made, including shorts. Like, this is more viewed than any of them. This is a good time. I remember checking up like when I first uploaded this video, and it was not doing too well at the very beginning. Remember, because I was after school that day, and I uploaded this video, and it just was not popping off. And then, you know, I was like, whatever, we'll move on. And then the video picked up and it became my most viewed video. So it's kind of weird how that works out, but you know, it's a nice video. I like how this one turned out. And yeah, I might start doing more season retrospectives next year, because this one did well and the other one I did all right. It didn't do as good because it's kind of hard to do better than this one, but this one over here, which we'll get to in a little bit, did well as well. Right, next we have my Chapter 5 Season 2 prediction video, my bad. I'll throw it unwatchable. It's nothing crazy. It's fine. You know, can't really say much about it. You know, you're not going to go back and watch this now because you know, nothing's happening with Chapter 5 Season 2, you know, now, because that was like 9 months ago or something, right? Should Battle Pass skins come back, I believe was the title of this video. And, you know, it's good. It's an enjoyable watch in my opinion, but I don't think it's as good as these ones. Mainly because I think this topic was just kind of oversaturated, in my opinion. I kind of just hopped on it because why not? I do believe it did well in both the awful weapon names and Fix Fortnite Festival video, but you know, it's not as good in my opinion. This was the Midas event that they did video. This is my thoughts on the update. That's just watchable. I was just kind of rambling on about this one, you know? It's just nothing crazy, in my opinion. Alright, the Watts Royale x Western Wallop event trailer. And, might be a bit of a hot take, but I'm putting this one in timeless, okay? I cooked with this trailer so hard, like I don't want to hear nothing about it. This trailer is so good in my opinion. I love how this one turned out. I think it's my best trailer I've made to date, which is kind of crazy to say, but it is, in my opinion. Alright, next we have Fortnite removing rarities. This one's just another watchable one. It did well. I will say. But it was just one of those videos that I just kind of rambled on about something that happened. This was on Fortnite removed rarities for like cosmetics in the locker, and everyone was kind of mad. So I was like, oh, I'll throw my hat in the ring on this discussion. I'll talk about it for a little bit. And so I did. I made a video about it. Next, we have the Chapter 2 Season 4 Watts Royale map tour. And, you know, this is another one where I'd say it's good for its time. Look at it. They kind of line up. That's kind of fun. I'm probably just going to put all these map tours on the same level because they're all kind of the same video, just with updated maps. You can even see like a little bit of difference here in the desert biome, which is kind of fun, you know. Chapter 2 Season 5 trailer for Watts Royale. I'm going to put it in enjoyable watch. This one wasn't as good as this one in my opinion, but it was still good. It was still fun, you know. There's like good editing in it, in my opinion. One of my better editings for a trailer. Certainly better than Chapter 2 Season 4 trailer. That one was kind of boring. And the music I made for this one did not make sense. I didn't make any music for this one. I kind of just found jungly music on this one. But the Apocalypse music I made for this did not make sense whatsoever. I don't even know why that's the music I made for it. But we'll move past that. Chapter 2 Season 5 trailer. Pretty good in my opinion. Alright, my Fortnite Festival Season 2 retrospective video. Fortnite Festival Season 2 was almost great. I'll say good for its time. It was just kind of me rambling on about my thoughts about how Fortnite Festival Season 2 could have been better, but, you know, we're past that now, and it certainly is one of the lower seasons in Fortnite Festival, in my opinion. Not the worst. I'd probably put, like, the Weeknd season, the Lady Gaga season, and then Karol G season. That's, like, the bottom half of the list, in my opinion. I don't know if I'd actually put this one or the Weeknd season above each other. I think those ones are kind of tied, and then Karol G's at the bottom, because Karol G season was so boring. It was not a good festival time, but I'm not going to get into that right now. This video, good for its time. Alright, next we have my Cardinal 3 Mini BR review video. This one was a little bit different. I hadn't really done anything like this before. I mean, I kind of did with my map, but this was like on a map that I didn't make. This was for a map made by Cat Paw Shoe, another YouTuber. Or Fortnite YouTuber. I'd say this is an enjoyable watch in my opinion. I wouldn't put it anything crazy because it's just kind of me exploring a map, but it was interesting because it was something that wasn't mine, and it wasn't as long as my videos because the map's not got as many PYs as my map, so it was shorter and more condensed to watch. So that's just my opinion on this video. Pretty good. Next is the Watts Royale Chaos Combat trailer. This was for a spin-off map I made of Watts Royale. I'd put this one in watchable. This trailer is not great in my opinion. I kind of just rushed it, I'm gonna be honest, because I needed a trailer and I had not made a trailer yet, so I kind of just rushed the trailer out, and yeah, that was the result. Yeah, that's about it I could say for that one. That's really it. Alright, next we have my Season 5 map tour, and just like the other ones, I'm gonna put it in good for its time. Yeah, I can't really put it anywhere higher. The Metallica update. This is another one where I just kind of gave my thoughts on an update, similar to the Midas event update. Just nothing crazy. Alright, next is my Kendrick Lamar Festival Pass video, and I'm gonna throw this one in Timeless. I think all these Festival Pass videos are really fun, and yeah, they're all really good, in my opinion. This was the first one I did, like first Fortnite concept pass I did, and yeah, I really enjoyed how it turned out. Alright, next we have the Watts Royale Chapter 2 Season 6 trailer. I don't remember much about this one. I believe it's just kind of a generic trailer, and I'll just say good for its time then, because, you know, it's fine. It's fine. That season also wasn't my favorite season I made for the map, so might be leaning my judgment there a little bit. Chapter 2 Season 8 retrospective defense video. I'd say this is another timeless video. I feel like this video just didn't get as much love as I kind of wish it did. It did well, don't get me wrong, it did well, but it didn't do as well as I hoped it would. I hoped it would have done more, like around 1,000, 2,000 views, but we've only got a few hundred, so what can you really do? A really good video in my opinion. You should definitely go check it out after this video. Alright, next we have my Tyler the Creator Pass video, another timeless, same reason as the Kendrick one. I just think these concept videos are really fun, and yeah, that's really all I have to say about them. They're enjoyable, and I guess I'll throw the Juice WRLD one in there too. This one had the best skins in my opinion, like the best quality skins in my opinion out of like all of them. Like the Festival Pass was very good in my opinion. Like it's just fun. I just love these concept videos. Alright, Fortnite Reload saved Fortnite. This one's timeless, and I'm kind of mad this one did not do well whatsoever. Like, it did very below what I hoped it would. This video is fun. It's like more like a funny moments gameplay video, but I enjoyed making it, and I actually made more videos like it, because why not? And none of them did really well whatsoever, but it was just fun to make them, so I made them. And yeah, I just think this video is really good. How to fix the Lego Pass. Watchable. it's just me rambling on about how I don't really like the LEGO Pass, and I would do these things to fix it. It did decently well, but nothing crazy. Alright, SpongeBob. This was the first time I dipped out of the Festival Pass kind of formula. It was still kind of the same formula because it was still like a mini pass, but it was the first time I dipped out of that kind of realm. And I'd throw this one in Timeless, you know? Same reason as the other concept videos, I just think they're fun, and like the concepts are pretty well done, in my opinion. I know that's kind of crazy coming from the guy who made it, but this is my list. Alright, this was a video talking about the Battle Pass changes that occurred when they made like Battle Passes not exclusive anymore, and I'm gonna throw this in watchable. It's another just kind of rambly video, so I wouldn't go watch it now. It's kind of outdated anyways because no one's really caring about the Battle Pass exclusivity anymore. No one really cares. Maybe it'll pick up a few more views when OG Season 2 comes around and they decide whether or not they're gonna release old Battle Pass stuff, because that's something that could happen now apparently, so who knows what's gonna happen there. But yeah, it's just kind of crazy to think about. Next we have the Pharrell Festival Pass, another timeless video in my opinion. These passes, these concept videos are just an easy way to get into the timeless category in my opinion. They're just really fun in my opinion. They're really good. They're really enjoyable. Live event reaction to the Chapter 5 Season 3 event. I'm gonna throw it in boring. This was like the only live event reaction I did that was actually, you know, did well. All the other ones just flopped so hard. I don't know why I still make them. Maybe it's just because I like having these videos to look back on, but this event, it was fine. I don't really think it was all too great, but what can you do? You know, really, you can't really do anything about it. And the event is kind of the main reason, because it's just an uncut reaction to the event, so that's kind of the main reason I'm putting it down here. Was boring to watch. Alright, the Watts Royale teaser trailer, or Reload, Watts Royale Reload teaser trailer. This was for the Watts Royale Reload map I made, and this was like the trailer I released to tease the trailer for the map. And I'm gonna throw this one in enjoyable watch, and I'll throw the actual trailer in I'll throw the teaser in good for its time, and I'll throw the actual trailer in enjoyable watch. The teaser trailer was basically just like the first bit of the actual trailer, and yeah, I think it's a good, decent trailer. You know, nothing crazy, but I think it's enjoyable. It's fun to watch, and yeah, I definitely get some good memories of looking back on that trailer. MF Doom Pass, Strapped and Timeless, same with the Gorillas Pass. Really fun, interesting videos in my opinion, and it's basically just like a cheat code to get in Timeless. I just think these passes are so fun, man. I just love how they came out. Alright, Fortnite Chapter 2 OG will be peak. I don't know if this video aged the best. I know that season's a little bit controversial now. I thought it was pretty fun, but I was telling people, don't worry, Chapter 2 OG is gonna be good. You don't gotta worry about nothing. They're not gonna change anything too drastically. And this is back when we thought we were just still gonna go through seasons 1, 2, and 3. That did not end up happening. So, good for its time. I'll throw it in good for its time, because it's very much linked to the time we were in at that time, you know? Alright, Fortnite Marvel skin wishlist. This was during the Marvel season, Chapter 5, Season 4, and I'll put in an enjoyable watch. I just think that I want to make more videos like this. I might make one like this, maybe for like DC skins, maybe, because we did just get DC skins back recently. So maybe we'll do a DC skin wish list. And then maybe I'll turn some of these skins into like actual skin concepts for a video. Maybe. And I also have another video that I might do that for, but you know, who knows? Who knows what will really happen in the future. This is just some fun stuff that I decided to do for a video, and yeah, thought it was pretty an enjoyable watch. Alright, can Chapter 6 save Fortnite? So I believe this was like right before we went. Actually, no, it's a little bit earlier than that. This is like mid Chapter 5 Season 4, so it was like, we're kind of in a dark point because that season just has been going on for a little bit now and nothing really crazy happened. So that's why we're talking about the next season, which is crazy because, yeah, I still have plenty of videos, and these were pretty spread out videos, and yeah, we were kind of in a drought. I feel like just nothing crazy was going on, and we were like, can Chapter 6 save Fortnite? Because we are not in a good spot right now. Yeah, I think Chapter 6 is pretty good right now, and I think this video definitely will age well. I'll put it in, I'm debating between enjoyable watch and good for its time. I'll put it in good for its time. Do weapon mods fit in Fortnite? So this is just me talking about, are weapon mods really a good fit for Fortnite? And I believe I said that they weren't. Like, they just don't fit the bill for what Fortnite really is. I believe that's what I said. I haven't watched this video in a little bit, but yeah, I just think weapon mods were not a really good concept executed, so I made a video about it. I think it's an enjoyable watch. It's definitely fun video. The Doctor Doom event reaction, I didn't even get the full event in this video, so that's kind of tells you everything you need to tell you about this video, because it was a little cutscene, and then Doctor Doom spawned as a boss. It was like so much health. I was like, I'm not recording this. If they defeat Doom, I'll record another video on it. And then they defeated Doom like an hour later. I was like, are you kidding me? So I was kind of annoyed by that, and I did not like this event much at all. I know some people are saying, oh, this was so cool because it's like groundbreaking for Fortnite. Like, it's so crazy they could do this, even though they've done stuff like this in the past with like the invaulting event, where like beforehand they like set it up by like, oh, break this rock and you can reveal something that's going to happen in the event or something like that. They also had like the rune key things on the map at that time too. So it's like, this isn't their first time doing like a community wide like global event like this, so just kind of disappointing. And the event just did not end in a good way. Like, the story ended halfway through the season. That doesn't make any dang sense, but you know, that's what happened, so what can you really do about it? Marvel mashup wish list. This was just me wishing some Marvel mashups into existence because we were getting some Marvel mashups, and I was like, what skins would I like to see mashed up together? So I was like, you know, this could be a fun video, and I think it's definitely an enjoyable watch. Maybe I'll make these Marvel mashups into a video one day, into an actual concept. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, next we have my Chapter 2 Season 6 map tour for my map Watts Royale, and I'll put it in goods first time. Oh my god, this tier list is getting so dang big. I'm gonna have to scroll down a little bit. And yeah, nothing too crazy, it's the same thing. And look at that. It's all lined up. Isn't that crazy? Season 5 is missing out. But what can you do? Alright, next we have the Season 7 trailer. I think this one's definitely an enjoyable watch. It's fun. Got the whole alien vibe going on, and yeah. It's definitely an enjoyable watch. Ghostbusters in Fortnite concept pass. I'll put this in timeless. This is another concept, you know, that's like a cheat code, as I already said, to get into timeless. Alright. Remix the Prelude live event reaction. I'm gonna throw that in boring. You already know, because this event was boring as hell. And yeah, that's all I can really say about it. Alright, this is another video on Reload, similar to the Did Reload Save Fortnite video I made. Enjoyable watch. I don't think it's as good as the original, but it's definitely fun watch. You should definitely go check it out after this video. Is Chapter 2 remix any good? Did it live up to the hype? And I believe I said I personally think so, but I know a lot of people don't, because the rappers kind of took over the map and we didn't want to see that. But I thought the season was good and I enjoyed it a lot. I'll put this one in good. It's good for its time, because it's just me talking about how, oh, this season was pretty good, and I don't know why everyone's saying it's so bad. You know, that's kind of what it was about. Alright, Fortnite Festival Weezer Pass, another timeless video in my opinion, because it's concept, and I think all the concept videos are really fun. Possibly the best series I have on this channel, and that will be continuing in chapter... why'd I say chapter? Oh my god, what is wrong with me? In 2025. What the hell am I talking about? Alright, next we have Geeked Out. Fortnite Reload got its Geeked Out. That's the title of this video. And it's similar to the other Reload video I made at this time. It's just a fun watch. Fun, enjoyable watch. Alright. XP maps getting banned. So this was some drama that happened because a big YouTuber got banned because of making XP map videos. And I'll say... watchable for this one. It's just another video of me talking, like, it's kind of one of those like live commentary videos I made, where it's like, this one I just kind of recorded in the lobby, just kind of going over my thoughts. Same with this one, I believe, and same with this one. So, you know, nothing crazy. Alright, Mariah Carey event reaction. Yeah, that's going in boring. Nothing crazy, especially when it's like these short mini events. Like, there's nothing really to do, you know? It's like, what's the point? Chapter 2 Season 8 trailer. I'm gonna throw this one in enjoyable watch. Watch Route Chapter 2 Season 8 trailer. Gotta specify that. Yeah, you know, it's a fun watch. What can I really say? I think my trailer game has been getting a lot better. Still nothing has reached its peak of Chapter 2 Season 4's Western Wild collab trailer. But, you know, what can you do? What can you really do? Alright, Renegade Raider and Aerial Assault Trooper came back, and I made a video about it, and, you know, I'll put it in watchable, because it's just me talking again about it. Reload Snow Map. Timeless, and I might as well put the Swamp Map video there too, because they're both timeless in my opinion. And actually, I'm going to put this Winterfest video in here too. I love how this, actually I'm going to put this down here because it's not really timeless. It's going to get outdated in a year, so, you know. But they're all really good videos in my opinion. You should definitely go check them out. They did come out this week, and yeah, they've all been doing pretty well, which I'm pretty happy with. They're all really enjoyable too. Another concept, this was me doing like the Certified Diamond stuff with my Fortnite Festival collabs that I came up with this year. And yeah, I just thought it was very fun. And then finally we have ranking every skin concept I made this year. And I think this one's an enjoyable watch, you know? Just kind of reviewing every concept I made this year, just kind of going over it, you know, seeing how everything turned out. And yeah, that's every video on the list. that's everything. In this video, I'll be discussing some weapons I think would be an interesting addition to Fortnite's new ballistic mode. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so to kick this video off, I want to talk about the Striker Burst AR. Now, we do have a burst weapon in ballistic already, being the Thunder Burst SMG, but it's kind of more for close range, and I feel like having a longer range burst weapon would be interesting, and I feel like it would be able to shake the gameplay a little bit. For the Striker Burst AR, I would put two attachments on it, those being the Hollow Optic and Muzzle Brake. Hollow Optic because we don't have another AR with this sight. We have the Striker with the red dot, the Nemesis, I believe has a P2X, and the Enforcer has a P2X, I believe. We don't have any with a Hollow Optic, I believe, so putting a AR in the loot pool that has a hollow optic would just be nice to have. I would also put a muzzle brake to kind of reduce the kind of recoil, because a longer range AR should have less recoil, in my opinion, especially when it's a burst weapon, because then that second shot's almost never going to hit if it has a lot of recoil. So that's why I'd put those two attachments on this weapon. I just think having another burst weapon for longer ranges would be nice to have, so that's why I'm thinking about having the Striker Burst AR in ballistic. Next, we have the Ranger Shotgun. Now, we have two shotguns in ballistic right now, those being the Frenzy Auto Shotgun and the Hammer Pump Shotgun. And the Ranger Shotgun, I think, is a unique shotgun that's good and is different enough from the other two that it could be an interesting addition. For the Ranger Shotgun, I would put the red dot sight on it, as well as the speed mag. Now, the Ranger Shotgun does not support mods currently, but they could always just make a version that does and add it to ballistic, so it's not stopping it from being added to this list. For the red dot sight, the Ranger Shotgun is obviously a longer range shotgun, so having a sight on it makes more sense than on a Hammer Pump Shotgun or the Frenzy Auto Shotgun. And having the speed mag just makes the reload faster, which is important with a shotgun that only has one shot in the clip. So having a speed mag drastically reducing the reload time just benefits this weapon overall and could seriously make it a contender for a choice in your loadout in ballistic. For my third pick for ballistic weapons I would like to see would be the dual micro SMGs. Now, we do have two SMGs in ballistic right now, but neither of them I think are that good. And having an SMG that's like full force, like in your face kind of action would be an interesting way to mix up the playstyle, because right now it's very much sit from afar, use an AR, and beam them while standing still. I think this could be an interesting swap to the gameplay sometimes, you know, grab dual micro SMGs and you can just go right into your opponent's face and just spray and they'd be dead. And you know, I think that could be an interesting way to switch up the gameplay a little bit. Obviously there would be no mod support for this weapon, so I know I said that the Ranger Shotgun doesn't support mods, but this weapon really wouldn't make sense to have mods in the first place, so I'm not going to talk about mods it would have anyways. For my next pick, I'll be talking about the Huntress DMR. Now, the Huntress DMR would be a nice sort of mid-range between the Deagle and the Reaper Sniper Rifle. The Deagle is kind of like a more fast-firing kind of long-range weapon in ballistic, and the Reaper Sniper Rifle is like a big one-shot, well, it has 3 shots, but you know what I'm saying, like one shot you hit, they're dead, basically, kind of weapon. And the Huntress DMR, I believe, would add some contrast to this. It'd be kind of like, take the best from both worlds and put it into one weapon. That's what the Huntress DMR kind of would be in ballistic, in my opinion. For mods, I would put a thermal scope and an angled foregrip on it. Thermal scope because there's no other weapons in ballistic that have a thermal scope, and I just think the thermal scope is pretty good, in my opinion. I know a lot of people don't believe that, but I think it's pretty good, and I always used it on Huntress DMR when I picked one up in-game. And the angled foregrip would just make zooming in with this weapon a lot quicker. I believe that's what the angled foregrip does, but I could be wrong about that. There could be another one. But, you know, just reducing the ADS time would be beneficial to this weapon, because I believe the Reaper Sniper Rifle has quite a long ADS time, so having a similar weapon that doesn't have that issue would be interesting to see. For the next weapon in this video, I'll be talking about the dual pistols. Now, dual pistols would not replace your normal weapon, they would replace the Ranger pistol that you spawn with at the beginning of every game. So right now, how ballistic works is you have a Ranger pistol, and then you have your other weapon, which is one that you'd buy. Now, you can't get rid of your Ranger pistol because there isn't any other replacements for it, but in a game like Valorant, there are a few options you can choose from for your kind of sidearm weapon, so having another option I think would be beneficial, and you know, it doesn't have to be crazy, it could be a cheap weapon, you know, but I think just having a bit more variety in your loadout would be interesting. Obviously, this weapon will not support mods similar to the dual micro SMGs, so I'm not going to talk about those here. And finally, the last weapon in this video I'll be talking about would be the Monarch pistol. So the Monarch pistol is interesting because it's very similar to the Deagle, but it has a few quirks that make me inclined to pick it for this video. That being the obvious hip fire to ADS, fire rate, and damage differences. Having a weapon do that in this kind of game might shake things up a little bit, might provide a little bit of variety. It's like, oh, do you want the deagle that's always going to do this amount of damage, or do you want this monarch pistol that can kind of adjust to your playstyle and your situation? So I think that'd be interesting. For the attachments, I would put the P2X scope on it, which is the same one that the Enforcer has in-game currently, and the laser. P2X, I don't believe was ever available for the monarch pistol because they never coexisted, but the P2X also probably would not have been able to go on a monarch pistol normally, but in the day of Doom LTM, they did put a thermal scope, which is basically a P2X, but with like a different shape. So I believe a P2X would be interesting to see on this weapon, and the laser would just be beneficial for the hip fire for this weapon, you know, preventing the kind of recoil, you know, and I just think it would overall benefit the monarch pistol in ballistic. In this video, I will be ranking every single weapon that's currently in ballistic. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so kicking off our list, in number 10, we have the Ranger pistol. Now, this is pretty much expected to be at the bottom of the list because the Ranger pistol has nothing special going on with it. It has no attachments. It's the only gun in ballistic that does not have any attachments, and everything it does just gets outclassed by every other weapon. It's not supposed to be a good weapon. It's supposed to be a weapon that you start off with. You're supposed to replace it later on, so it's literally a last resort weapon. So there's no point in really ranking it above literally any other weapon on this list. Like, its spray gets outclassed by the SMGs, its range gets outclassed by the ARs. Like, everything just does its job better, and that's why the Ranger pistol is in last place. Alright, in 9th place, we have the Hammer Pump Shotgun. So, in my personal opinion, ballistic is not a very good game mode for shotguns. This is nothing like normal BR. Shotguns are not the meta. You do not want to be caught with a Hammer Pump Shotgun in ballistic, otherwise you are probably going to die. Unless your opponent has a Ranger pistol, you're probably going to die, and even then, if you're at range, you're probably going to die to a Ranger pistol. So, the only reason it's above the Ranger pistol is because, you know, if you get in your face, if you get into someone's face, they're going to die because it's a pump. It's going to kill them. But other than that, there's no real point to using this weapon. In number 8, we have the hand cannon. So the hand cannon, or the deagle, is a solid weapon. It's not bad, but it's outclassed by the Reaper sniper rifle. If the Reaper wasn't in this, I feel like the hand cannon would be quite a bit better, but because it has a weapon that outclasses it, there's no real point in taking the hand cannon. Unless you just have really good aim, there's no point, because the Reaper sniper rifle is already a weapon that's like very high skill, and the hand cannon is basically just that, but worse. So I can't really place it any higher on the list. In 7th place, we have the Frenzy Auto Shotgun. So the Frenzy Auto Shotgun suffers the same problems that the Hammer Pump does, except I believe the Frenzy Auto has a little bit more range, and just the spray nature of the weapon caters better to ballistic as a game mode. It was like this when they were both in Battle Royale 2. The Frenzy Auto was always the dominant shotgun when compared to the Hammer Pump, because the Hammer Pump's just kind of a weak shotgun in general, but the Frenzy Auto certainly is not what you want in this game mode. It is certainly not the best choice, and for that, I'm putting it in 7th place. Coming up in 6th place, we have the Thunderburst SMG. So this is actually pretty interesting because the Thunderburst was basically the best weapon anytime I was in the game during Chapter 5. And here, it's just kind of middle of the road. So obviously, we're kind of getting more to the spray kind of weapons of the list. And obviously, that's going to cater more towards actual spraying rather than spraying in bursts. Now, this wouldn't be as much of a problem if this was more of a long-range weapon. Because of the attachments that the Thunderburst has in this game mode, it just doesn't really work out as well. You want to be closer to someone with the Thunderburst, and when you're that close and you have an SMG, you might as well take the Hyper because you're going to get your damage output out faster. So, for that reason, I'm putting the Thunderburst at 6. It just is outclassed by the other SMG in ballistic. Coming in at number 5, we have the Hyper SMG. As I just said, it outclasses the Thunderburst as an SMG because if you're in someone's face with an SMG, you'd rather just get that damage out quick. You don't want to be stuck waiting for another burst because then you're probably going to die. So for that reason, I put the Hyper SMG above it. It's also just a straight spray weapon. It's not, oh, here's a little burst, and then here's a little burst, and here's a little burst. No, none of that. It's just spray. And yeah, really all I can say about it. It's just an overall better version of the Thunderburst in this game mode. Kind of weird how like they kind of switch sides based on how they were in Battle Royale to how they are in ballistic. It's kind of weird how it works, but you know, what can you really do? At number 4, we have the Reaper sniper rifle. So I know some people might be mad at this choice because it is the most expensive weapon in the game, and I feel like it definitely can get the most done. But the problem with the Reaper sniper rifle is it has a really high skill gap. You need to have like perfect aim in order for this to be effective. So just missing your shots is not gonna be worth it. You know, it's a high skill, high reward, and that high skill is the reason I can't put it any higher on the list. It's a good weapon, and certainly better than everything below it on this list, but I can't warrant putting it any higher just simply because of the high skill factor. If you want to be consistent, you should take any of the weapon above it on this list. So yeah, that's it. Good weapon, but It's just too skill heavy to really be consistent, in my opinion. Now we just have the ARs left, and in number 3 we have the Nemesis AR. The Nemesis AR suffers from just being like a hodgepodge of the other two and not doing their jobs very well. See, the Nemesis is a slower firing AR that does kind of medium damage, so that's a problem when you have a slower firing AR that does a lot of damage and a fast firing AR that does little damage. You have very drastic ends of both sides, and the Nemesis just kind of tries to play in the middle, and it doesn't really do its job as well. That being said, it's still a good weapon. Like, if you pick a Nemesis AR, you're probably still gonna do well, but I just don't think it does the job of the Striker or the Enforcer better than those weapons. So that's why it's in 3rd place. In 2nd place, we have the Striker AR, which might be shocking to some of you because, you know, the Enforcer was not very good in Battle Royale, which is kind of weird, and the Striker is always kind of the dominant AR, but I'll explain my reasoning here. The Striker, yes, it's good, but I feel like the spray kind of AR is better when you're up close, and the Striker just doesn't do that job as well from as far away because it's an AR. You're going to be using it at quite a bit of range, so I just feel like the range factor kind of plays a part in putting this lower on the list than many of you might expect. And I know a lot of people will probably put this at 1, even though I believe the range factor kind of does affect how good this weapon actually is, but that's just how it works. You know, in my opinion, it's also not as satisfying to use as the Enforcer, which I'll get onto later when I talk about the Enforcer. But yeah, just I feel like it's not as good as the Enforcer. It's just, I'd rather take that. And in number 1, I've already talked about it, but the Enforcer AR is my 1st place pick, which is kind of shocking because the Enforcer AR was never really good in Battle Royale. It was always the last pick, and seeing it in 1st place is kind of a shock. The Enforcer AR in this game mode basically got a whole rework. It's a lot more DMR-esque now. It's got less shots. I believe it shoots slightly slower than it does in Battle Royale. Could be wrong about that. But it also has a P2X scope, which is a really solid scope, and the damage output is really good on this thing. Body shot, it's just average kind of slow firing AR body shot, but the headshot, instant. I believe the Nemesis is also instant, but its body shot is lower. I could be wrong on that, and I believe the Striker is not instant with headshot. The Enforcer AR is just really satisfying too. Like, it feels really good to use. When I hit that shot, it's like, ooh, nice. Can't really say the same about the Striker or the Nemesis. I just don't feel that same feeling I do when I hit one with an Enforcer. And, you know, for all those reasons is why I have to put the Enforcer at 1st place. It's just the most satisfying weapon, and it's just the most effective in my hands, and I just feel like it's the best in my opinion. Honestly, if you take one of these ARs, you're probably gonna do well. It's just they're the most consistent weapons. They're the most well-made weapons in my opinion for this game mode. So honestly, these are kind of debatable. Like, if you want to put the Nemesis at 1st place, which is kind of crazy, and then the Striker at like 3rd or something, or the Enforcer in 2nd, like, you could totally do that, but in my opinion, this is how the list should go. In this video, I'll be ranking every single item in Ballistic. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, starting at the bottom of our list, in number 7, we have the Impulse Grenade. Now, the Impulse Grenade isn't that bad, you know. It's got its utility, you know. I think it's fairly solid, actually. But the problem is that there's just not really a lot you could do with it outside of just propel yourself. Sure, you can, like, use it to get on top of the containers or stuff, but most of the stuff you can use Impulse Grenades to get on top of, you can get on top of normally without them. So they're kind of useless, in my opinion. Like, sure, you might be able to move around a little faster, but at the end of the day, it's really not that big of a deal, and it's honestly probably the worst kit you could choose to start off your game. At number 6, I have the Proximity Grenade, or Proximity Mine. So the Proximity Mine, again, not bad, but the only real use you can use for it is placing it by the device, which, sure, it could be good, but the grenades themselves are not going to kill anyone unless they have no shield whatsoever. So it's not that crazy, and they're only really useful if your opponent has no shield. I'd rather just use other items to kind of deflect players from getting to the shield, and I think there's other items that do that way better, higher up on this list. At number 5, we have the Frag Grenades. So these are just your typical grenades, you know, throw them down, they explode after like a second or two, and they do 100 damage. Now, they're about as good as grenades normally are in Fortnite, you know. If you get them off, you know, it's really good. 100 damage is really nice, but at the end of the day, they're situational at best. You can't really use them in many good situations, so, and just because of that, you know, I'd have to put them at 5. Like, sure, maybe if you have like a certain angle you throw it at, yeah, sure, but you also have time to run away. Sure, it's not a lot of time to run away, but there's still time nonetheless. So I think just do that. I can't place it any higher. It's a very situational item, and I'd rather use most other items above it on this list. At number 4, we have the smoke grenade. Now the smoke grenade is kind of unique in it being one of 2 items you can get no matter the kit you choose, and I think it's a solid item, you know? One way I particularly like to use it is by throwing it down and hiding in it when I'm planting the device. But outside of, you know, planting it or being the attacker, it's not really that great, which is why I can't place it any higher. Not to mention that there's another item that does its job better. Sure, that one's locked to a kit and this one's available for everyone, but it still does its job better. Smoke grenades just are solid, and them being accessible to every player makes it a certainly good item, but its problem is that it's very limited in the way you can use it, and you can only really use it on one side, which knocks it down a few points. At number 3, we have the bubble shield. So the bubble shield basically does the smoke grenade's job but better in my opinion. Sure, it is only locked to 1 person per team being able to have these, but at the end of the day, I think the way it just completely protects you while you're inside the bubble certainly makes it a viable choice. Just being able to plant the device without having to worry about someone killing you is certainly nice, because if someone's running up on you and they try to get in your bubble shield, your teammates can easily shoot them before they get in there. So it certainly makes a good attacker item. It suffers the same problem as a smoke grenade too, where it can only really be used by attackers because there's not really a lot of viable use for it for the defenders, which it has more than the smoke grenade because it protects you 100% while you're inside it. But you know, it's very one-sided, just not as one-sided as a smoke grenade is. For second place in our runner-up spot, we have the recon grenades. Now the recon grenades are a really solid item. You know, just being able to mark players is good for both teams, and I believe it's one of only 2 items that are like really good for both teams. All the rest of the items on this list just feel very situational and dependent on what team you're playing on, but the recon grenade is really good no matter what team you're on. It just marks players nearby or that gets picked up in its skin, and having that valuable information is certainly very nice to see, you know? And outside of that, there's nothing else really I need to say about it, you know? Its functionality warrants it being here. But that being said, there's only one item that I would say is better than that, and it is the flashbang. The flashbang, in my opinion, should be a kit, because this item just feels really overbearing sometimes. It being accessible to every player just kind of makes it feel a bit overpowered in a sense. Like, this item is very good because it just completely blocks out your opponent's vision for a good second or two, which, you know, you can't really do anything if your vision's blocked. You just have to pray and hope that you are in a good hiding spot. Because if you are out in the open and they flashbang you, oh no, you're probably gonna die because you have no idea where you're going and you can't see anything to shoot them. So, you know, you're kind of screwed. And in other games with flashbang grenades in them, they're typically locked to heroes. Like, I know Valorant has like a hero that's like got flashbangs and that's about it. You can't just get them no matter what you're playing. So I think they should be locked to a kit and maybe like bring out like the frag grenades as the separate item. I don't know. That's just a personal opinion of mine. But I think the flashbang is the best item just because it's the best item. You know, it has the most utility. It's usable by any team no matter what side. And it's really good at any time in the game. You just got to be able to look away while it explodes, you know? So, yeah, that's all I really have to say about it. In this video, I'll be predicting what skins could possibly get remakes in the future OG passes. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also, remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, to kick things off, we have Season 2, and I believe the 3 skins we will get in the Season 2 OG pass will be a Sparkle Specialist remake, a Black Knight remake, and a Cuddle Team Leader remake. So my reasoning for the Sparkle Specialist remake is that out of the 4 Battle Pass skins from Season 2's Battle Pass, 2 of them are basically the same thing, being Blue Squire and Royal Knight. And when you have a better Knight skin being Black Knight in that pass, the only other skin that would really make sense to remix would be Sparkle Specialist. And Black Knight, obviously being the max tier skin for that Battle Pass, would obviously be the one that would be remade, most likely. And yeah, that's about it for those 2. Cuddle Team Leader is a bit of an odd choice because it is an item shop skin, but we did see Skull Trooper get a remake in the Season 1 OG pass, so maybe we could see a Cuddle Team Leader remake. Also, I don't think there's enough Battle Pass skins from Season 2 to warrant making 3 Battle Pass skin remakes, so I think it would make more sense to make a remake of an item shop skin that came out around Season 2. So that's why I chose Cuddle Team Leader, Black Knight, and Sparkle Specialist as the Season 2 OG pass remakes. Season 3 is the first season where we actually have plenty of skins to choose from with a decent amount of variety. So to start things off, I chose Rust Lord, which is pretty self-explanatory. I think it's one of the more iconic skins from that battle pass. Second off, I chose Dark Voyager. Again, another iconic skin from that battle pass. And the third skin I chose was the Reaper, which was the tier 100 for season 3. These choices all make sense. They're all extremely iconic skins from season 3, and they're all battle pass skins, so remaking them would just make the most sense. And, you know, we have seen remakes of 2 of these skins already. Well, I guess you could say 3, because the Reaper is basically just John Wick, and we have a John Wick skin, but you know what I'm saying. So I think just taking these old skins from that time and just like improving them a bit more could be interesting to see, you know? For season 4, I chose Carbide, obviously being the tier 1 from the season 4 battle pass, Zoe, and Omega, obviously the tier 100. So the reasoning behind these, Carbide and Omega, are pretty obvious. They are the tier 1 and tier 100 skins, and they're kinda, I'd say, the most iconic skins from that battle pass. You don't really see anyone really running any other skins outside of those 2 from the battle pass, and no one really talks about the other skins in that battle pass. The only one I guess you could argue is Zoe, which I did choose, but, you know, there's not really a lot of discussion around the rest of the battle pass. Zoe's just the most iconic one outside of Carbide and Omega, and it's the most unique, and definitely could serve the best to make a remake of, in my personal opinion. For season 5, I chose Drift, and a bit of an interesting pick here, I chose Redline, and then Ragnarok, obviously. So Drift and Ragnarok, as I said earlier, are tier 1 skins and tier 100 skins, respectively, and they would just make sense. They're probably the most iconic skins from the Battle Pass, and Redline I chose because all the other skins in the Battle Pass are either extremely basic and extremely forgettable, or I've already been remade and I didn't feel like wanting to remake them again, so Redline just made the most sense. It is already like a remake itself, kind of, being a female counterpart to that one biker skin, I can't remember something, that one biker skin from season 3, I believe it was. So it is kind of already a remake, but, you know, I thought it's just the most deserving in my opinion. For season 6, these ones should probably be the most obvious. We have Calamity, Giddy Up, and Dire. These are most obvious. Calamity and Dire are obvious because they are tier 1 and tier 100, which is going to be a pattern, as you see later on in this video. And Giddy Up is probably the most iconic skin from that battle pass. Maybe not. Maybe Calamity is a bit more popular, but Giddy Up is definitely up there, and, you know, it would just make sense to give people an opportunity to get the skin, because they do have an item shop version, being the Yeehaw skin, but that skin doesn't really come out too much, and it's kind of dated. So I think it would just be fitting to get a new version of that skin. For season 7, I would choose Lynx, Zenith, and Ice King. So Lynx and Zenith, both tier 1 skins, and they're both the progressive skins. I feel like they're the most iconic, like, tier 1 duo, like, in my opinion. All the other tier 1, like, duo skins are just not that iconic. There's one skin that's, like, pretty good, like, you got your Drift and Calamity and Carbide and stuff. Those skins are pretty iconic, but the other tier 1 skins from those seasons, I bet you can't even name them, because they're just boring. I can't even name them off the top of my head, if I'm gonna be honest. But these two, I feel like both fit very well, and they're both pretty iconic season 7 skins. And the Ice King, obviously tier 100, another pretty iconic skin from season 7. And kind of shocking we don't have a remake of the Ice King yet, which is kind of weird in my opinion, but, you know, what can you do? For season 8, these skin choices should be pretty obvious again. We have Blackheart, we have Peely, and we have Lux. Blackheart and Lux are tier 1 and tier 100 respectively, although they probably should have been flipped, and maybe you could do something interesting here where you flip them like they should have been originally, but, you know, what can you do? And Peely is probably the most iconic Fortnite skin, like, ever made, and he was part of the Season 8 Battle Pass, so it only makes sense to put him here, you know? You can't really have a Season 8 OG pass without a Peely remake. And I know some people will complain and be like, oh, we have like 1,000 Peely skins, but if you seriously think they're gonna do a Season 8 OG pass and not have a Peely remake, I think there might be something wrong with you. I'm just saying. It's just destined to happen. Nothing you can do about it. I did debate putting a hybrid on here, but we already got a hybrid remake in the Fortnite crew like a year or 2 ago, so I decided to swap them out. You know, Blackheart I feel is more deserving of the remake treatment because he hasn't gotten one yet, so I think that'd just be nice to see. For season 9, this was a bit trickier because none of these skins are really all too iconic. They're all pretty forgettable in my opinion, but I ended up going with Rox, Sentinel, and Vendetta. Rox and Sentinel were both the tier 1 skins, and I feel like they have some edit styles you could definitely make for their OG pass remakes. Sentinel obviously had the tier 1 version, like the chicken one, and then like the black and gold one at like tier 99 or something like that, so that could be fitting. And then Rox has all the color schemes and like the armor and stuff, so that works. And Vendetta was the tier 100 skin, and I feel like they kind of like underdeveloped Vendetta. Like they kind of just put some like shoulder gear and like some like helmet on his like normal clothes. Well, there's like a more armored version, but you know what I'm saying. Like I feel like he's just kind of underwhelming as a tier 100 skin. Not as underwhelming as Lux, I'll be honest, but still pretty underwhelming. And I feel like this could be an opportunity to flesh out his design more, so, you know, that'd be nice to see. In Season X, this was the hardest one to choose from, because all the skins are already remakes, but I think I chose some pretty good skins. here. First up, we have Catalyst. You know, you could just make this like a female version of the Drift remake for Season 5's OG Pass, which could work, but, you know, that's just a thought. Then I chose Eternal Voyager. Eternal Voyager is probably the most different skin from its original version, being Dark Voyager, of course. And we already have a Dark Voyager remake if we go according to this video, which would be in the OG Season 3 pass. So Eternal Voyager, I think would be fitting. And then Ultima Knight would be my final skin for the Season X OG pass. Again, we have a Black Knight remake according to this list I've come up with for my OG passes. And again, it's a pretty different skin from its original version. So I think it could definitely work. In this video, I'll be discussing the biggest issue revolving around Fortnite Reload being the current loot pool. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, so Reload, in my opinion, is a pretty good game mode, and, you know, I think it's really fun. But there's been one issue that I feel like has been kind of plaguing my enjoyment for the mode recently, and that is the loot pool right now is just really not that good. Now, normally this wouldn't be a big problem considering, you know, it's Fortnite, the loot pools change all the time. And for Reload, this was especially true, especially early on when they would like swap out weapons like every week or so. But recently, we've been stuck with the same weapons and only minor changes, such as launch pads being added, which, you know, that's cool and all, but the loot pool right now just isn't in a good spot, and to have it not change at all really sucks. So, what are my problems with the loot pool in the first place? Well, I would say the first problem I have with this loot pool is that there just feels like there's a lot of weapons that do the exact same thing, just on like a varying level of how good they actually do the job. For example, both the Ranger AR and the Heavy AR are in the loot pool currently, despite being very similar weapons, and the Heavy AR being the obvious choice when it comes to picking an AR. We also see this with weapons like the TAC and the Maven Auto being in the game at the same time. I believe the normal auto shotgun is also in the game at the same time, which is kind of unnecessary to have 3 auto shotguns, especially when one is obviously better than the others. And the same thing can be said with the pumps, because we have both the pump and the striker pump in the game at the same time, which is really redundant, because why would you ever take a striker pump? Like, there's no reason to take the OG versions of these weapons over the others. Now, my problem with this loot pool isn't that there's a lot of weapons in it, because a lot of weapons leads to a lot of variety. But my problem is the weapons just don't feel different enough. For example, there are, I believe, 3 ARs in the current Reload loot pool, being the Suppressed AR, the Heavy AR, and the Ranger AR. But I feel like it would be a lot better if they had, for example, the Suppressed AR, the Heavy AR, and maybe the Burst AR, because those are all very different weapons and they function very differently. Same thing can be said with shotguns. Instead of maybe having like 5 different shotguns that all serve one of 2 different purposes, you could have maybe different kinds of shotguns, like, you know, stick with the normal pumper tack, and then have like the Ranger shotgun, which is currently in Reload, which is nice, and then maybe have like the double barrel or the Dragon Smash shotgun in there as well, just to add some variety, you know? It just kind of feels very cluttered when we have a bunch of weapons that do the exact same thing, and it just feels like it hampers the experience of Reload a lot. And as I said earlier, this would be a big problem if they were changing the loot pool constantly, but they've kind of stopped doing that ever since Fortnitemares. I believe the last time they really made a big change to the loot pool was with Fortnitemares, when they added all the Halloween-themed items to Reload, and those aren't even in the game anymore. So now we've been stuck with the same loot pool for over a month, over 2 months actually, because the new map came out in November, and that's kind of when they stopped changing it up. So it's been 2 months now since we've gotten a real change to the Reload loot pool, and I feel like that's a big mistake, you know? Switching out what weapons are in the loot pool, I don't think would be that hard, because, you know, it's just like changing spawn rates, basically. So just swapping out what weapons are in the loot pool at a time shouldn't be that hard, in my opinion, so I don't know why it hasn't happened. Also, I believe that there should be a rule of that if a weapon is in another game mode, such as, you know, normal battle royale or OG, then you should not be able to get it in Reload, and vice versa, you know? I believe weapons should only be in one game mode at a time, just to kind of give you more incentive to play the other modes. For example, the Ranger AR just got unvaulted in normal battle royale today, as of recording this video, and it is also in Reload. Now, why is it in both modes? Because not only is the Ranger accessible in both modes, the Ranger is like the default AR currently in Reload, because they vaulted the normal AR. And there's also another AR in Reload that does the exact same thing as the Ranger, but better. I know I keep coming back to that, but that just bugs me so much. But if we apply this rule of no weapons overlapping game modes, then I think we'd have a lot more variety in the loot pool and a lot more reason to swap between modes, just have different experiences, more so than we already do. For example, I believe the Suppressed SMG also would not be able to be in Reload according to this rule, because it just came back in OG. So we'd have 2 weapons that would be out, and we could swap them out with something else, something more unique. Just throw like the Burst AR and the Burst SMG, because those are fairly unique weapons compared to whatever else is in the current loot pool. Although the Burst AR is currently in OG, so maybe not the Burst AR. We could swap it out with a different AR. There's plenty of ARs to choose from. There's 6 chapters of Fortnite with different weapons, and the only really chapter you can really ignore is chapter 5. So in reality, we have 5 chapters to choose from. And yeah, I just think if Fortnite Reload made these changes to their loot pool and how they approach making loot pools for Reload, I think Fortnite Reload would be in a lot better of a spot than it is right now. Because I believe it is currently the least played mode out of the 3 main BR modes. So just seeing it get these changes, I think would bring a lot more life into the game mode. And it's really not all that hard of work, in my opinion. I'm not a game developer, so maybe this would be like the hardest thing in the world, but I don't think it would. In this video, I'll be discussing some ballistic maps I think would be cool additions to see in Fortnite's ballistic game mode. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, so the first map that I think they should add to Fortnite ballistic mode would be a Japanese kind of inspired map, sort of like Chapter 4 Season 2 kind of vibes, as well as like Chapter 6 Season 1 kind of vibes. So basically, my main idea with this is kind of have like the Chapter 4 Season 2 kind of aesthetic with like the more updated kind of builds and stuff of Chapter 6 Season 1, you know, like the new towers we have, the new kind of stuff like that, you know, from Chapter 6 Season 1. And I think this map could have a pretty nice gimmick where there would be like these springs or these water ponds or whatever around the map, particularly in the sites where you plant the device. And just like they worked in-game at like places like Steamy Springs from Chapter 4 Season 2, they would heal you, but they would only heal your white health because shield you kind of have to buy. So I feel like that'd be a bit broken if you just get shield by sitting in the springs. So you can only heal white health, and it wouldn't be too fast, and you'd still get one shot by a headshot by like anything. So it wouldn't be that broken, but it would just be a nice little gimmick to kind of bring some light to this map, you know? Oh, so I know Lucky Landing isn't really a Japanese inspired POI, it's kind of more Chinese, but I do think having a kind of center area that's kind of like that one center building with like the cherry tree in Lucky Landing could be an interesting idea, and I think it would fit the POI nicely, you know? Alright, the second map I think they should add to Ballistic would be an agency/spy kind of base themed map. So I believe this would be quite an interesting map, mainly because you could take like kind of aesthetic from the agency and like the other spy POIs from Chapter 2 Season 2, or even like the remade versions from, you know, other seasons like Chapter 2 Remix, or, you know, later Chapter 2 seasons, or maybe kind of the Chapter 4 Season 4 aesthetic, you know? Those aren't really like spy POIs as much as they are just like kind of like mansions, but they're kind of similar, so I think it fits. And I think an interesting gimmick for this one would be having a center capture area where you can get like a mythic weapon or something like that. A weapon that is like fully modded out and has special stats, and maybe it's just like a completely unique weapon that's not like actually purchasable. Like maybe if you capture like a certain middle point area, your team would get a mythic drum gun, you know? Just food for thought. I think it would be an interesting gimmick. Might be a bit broken, maybe, but then again, you could just disable this feature in ranked and just have it in the casual modes, even though casual is disabled right now because of a bug. But besides that point, I think a gimmick like that could just spice up the gameplay a little bit while not changing it up too much, you know? You could also probably do something cool with this POI, or map I should say, where you have 2 sites on 2 different levels. And what I mean by this is maybe you could have like an underground site that kind of has a more grotto aesthetic, and then have an upper area site that's on ground that has a more agency aesthetic, you know? Just kind of make it a bit more interesting to play around, you know? Could be a fun way of playing Ballistic, you know? Who knows? The third map I think they should add should be a Rift Zone inspired map from Season X. So a way I think this map could work is that there would be more than 2 zones, and each team would spawn in the middle on opposing sides, and you can only get to each other by traveling outwards of your bases. And I think it would be interesting to have a site in each of the 4 corners of the map, and have them based on like a different Rift Zone from Chapter 1 Season X. For example, maybe in the top right, you could have a Moisty Palms inspired site. Then in the bottom right, you could have maybe a Starry Suburbs inspired site. Bottom left, you could have maybe a Tilted Town inspired site. And then in the bottom or top left, I should say, you could have maybe a Retail Row inspired site with like zombie kind of cube aesthetic. Could be interesting. I don't know if each of these should actually have gimmicks, just because I feel like that would be way too much for one ballistic map, but I think the gimmick in itself of having 4 sites is interesting, and I think it could be real fun. I don't know how well that would play in a competitive setting, but who knows? Maybe it'll be fun. Maybe it would be a bit too much for competitive, but who knows? Who really knows? And the final map I would like to discuss in this video would be a flooded map. Now, a flooded map could be interesting because it would be very different to what we would see with the other maps. For example, I believe that there should be very limited cover for a map like this. There'd be like some walls and stuff on some like boats or whatever, but outside of that, that would be it. It would be a very open map and the sites would be pretty exposed. So you'd really have to rely on items like smoke bombs or shield bubbles in order to plant the device. And I think it would be interesting if touching the water, like, it doesn't kill you, but it basically sets you up for a death sentence. So maybe there could be like boats around that move around, like that are like moving platforms basically. If you ever play like a Mario game and you have like those moving platforms that you have to wait for, maybe it could be something like that. Maybe make it so that like that's like a well-covered area so you don't like die waiting for the boat. But it could be an interesting way to play the game, and I think that in itself makes it a pretty interesting gimmick. Maybe you could do like a floating trash island as like the capture sites or the plant sites, or maybe you could even just throw on like those little boat deck things. Maybe the capture points or the plant sites could be the little pontoon boats from chapter 3 season 1 and chapter 2 season 3 that spawned in a random spot each game. Could be interesting, and I think it's certainly a fun idea for a ballistic map. Recently, Fortnite unvaulted the Zapatron, and in today's video I'm just going to be talking about how impactful that is for this game. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Let's get straight into the video. So I am sure you've heard the news by now that Fortnite has finally brought back the Zapatron after what, 7-8 years, which is pretty crazy. I believe that is the longest an item has been vaulted for, which pretty crazy, I know. And yeah, I just kind of want to talk about how kind of insane this is for this game, you know, considering this is like one of the last things that has never come back, that Fortnite was just like, yeah, let's just bring it back on like a random weekend. That makes sense. And in the wrong season too, like it was in season 1. I'm pretty sure it was in the preseason, not even season 1, and it got vaulted like 30 minutes later, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of weird how they handled how they released the Zapatron, because like originally it was either season 1 or preseason, I can't remember, but it was definitely not season 2. Like, that map had nothing on it when the Zapatron was first added. And the Zapatron was only in the game originally for like half an hour. And for the longest time, there was only one clip of it, like, actually in existence, which is kind of insane. But now it's everywhere because it just came back, which, you know, is interesting. It's interesting how that works. Now, it's not like the Zapatron hasn't been unusable. The Zapatron's been in Save the World forever. Like, I mean forever. You don't really see people use it a lot in Save the World because Zapatron's apparently not that good in Save the World from what I've heard. I don't really play Save the World that much, so I wouldn't really know. But yeah, this is the first time it's been in Battle Royale or a Battle Royale mode for 7 years. Kind of insane. Now, they did make some noticeable changes to it. First off, it uses heavy ammo now instead of energy cells. It was the only weapon that used energy cells, and it still is the only weapon that used energy cells. Energy cells did not come back even though they were originally supposed to, because they added the Zapatron back to the files last season for OG, and they just updated it with I believe a hotfix or whatever for season 2. So that's kind of crazy. They kind of changed how this weapon works quite a bit. And the Zapatron actually released in kind of a broken state, like not like broken like insane OP, but like it just didn't work. If you fully charged it, it just wouldn't damage people, I believe, which is kind of crazy. How do you release a weapon like in that state? I don't know. Apparently that was like a bug in Save the World for like years, and all it took was them bringing it back in OG for a weekend to fix it. You know, interesting how that works out. Funny how that works, you know? But yeah, the Zapatron itself is actually pretty solid. It's essentially a heavy sniper, or like what the heavy sniper used to be, without a scope and with a little bit of hit scan. I think it's hit scan. I'm not 100% sure if it's hit scan. I'm pretty sure it is. Feels hit scan to me personally, but that's just how I feel about it. You do have to charge it up in order to use it like a heavy sniper, but it's a sniper. You have a little bit of time to like line up your shot, so it's fine. You know, the charge up doesn't really change anything. And yeah, it's really solid. I'd say it's probably better than the Bolt is, and definitely better than the semi-auto is, because the semi-auto in OG is pretty garbage. You know, I don't know why they didn't just bring back the one from the OG season, but, you know, that's just my personal opinion. I guess it was garbage back in, like, the actual OG days, so I guess that's why they didn't bring that version back, but oh well, what can you do? When they first added the Zapatron back to the files last month, a lot of people were like, oh, it's gonna come out, like, in the last few days of OG Season 1, and then it didn't, so people thought, oh, maybe they scrapped it, which made sense because it was never in Season 2, and even if it wasn't preseason, it would make sense to bring it back to Season 1, considering that's the same map, essentially, and they didn't have a preseason for OG mode, for the OG mode, so makes sense to bring it back for season 1, but they didn't. And so season 2 came around and be like, oh, guess we're not seeing the Zapatron. Wah. You know, unfortunate, but what can you do? Season 2 came out, people were like, oh, this is cool, we have Tilted Towers back, and now like 2 weeks later or something, I don't even think it's been 2 weeks, I think it's been like a week or something. A week later, they bring back the Zapatron, and it's like, that is kind of crazy, that's kind of insane. The one thing with this that is kind of weird to me is how the Zapatron is going to be viewed now, because the Zapatron was like this kind of like mythical kind of item, because it was out of the game for so long, and there's only ever like one clip of it actually in BR, and now that it's like back in the game, that doesn't really have the same feel anymore. So I wonder how it'll kind of be perceived in the future, because they kind of took away all the mystique by bringing it back. So, you know, it's kind of unfortunate, kind of weird, you know. And now there's not really an item that does that. I mean, I guess we have the guided missile, but that's coming back in season 3 of OG, I believe. So even that's not really going to have that same effect. You know, one thing I do want to see if they do is if they actually add it to creative, because now that's in the game and you kind of took away all the mystique, there's no reason not to add it to creative. And if they don't add it to creative, I feel like that's just a big mistake, because just let people have fun with the weapon, man. You already brought it back, and just not letting us use it for anything and just being like, oh, we're gonna bring it back for 2 days and it's gonna go back in the vault forever, never to be seen again. That'll be kind of unfortunate, because there's no reason in not bringing it back if you're not gonna have the mystique of it, because it came back. So like, you ruined that. I know I've said that quite a bit, but I'm just trying to make you understand there's no point in not bringing it back at this point. And yeah, so I just kind of hope they bring the Zapatron in creative, because I feel like it'll be a big missed opportunity if they don't, you know. Only having it in the game for like 2 days before vaulting it again would be kind of weird. I mean, they're gonna do that, but just not putting it in creative is gonna be weird. So I kind of hope they do that in the next update, which will be season 2 for chapter 6, which will be fun. You know, the season's looking interesting. You know, the battle pass leak came out, or the battle pass skins like got released, where we gotta look at them, I should say. And not gonna lie, the battle pass is kind of garbage. Maybe I'll make a video talking about my thoughts on the battle pass later this week, but you know, just brief explanation right there. So hopefully you see the Zapatron in creative next week with the brand new season. So, you know, that'd be cool. In this video, I'm going to be ranking every battle pass skin we got in the chapter 6 season 2 battle pass. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, kicking it off in last place, I have Cassidy Quinn. This is the tier 1 outfit, and personally, I'm not too big of a fan of the skin, you know? I feel like there are a lot of skins, while they don't really look like her, they kind of get the same vibe and do like the same kind of idea better than her. One skin that comes to mind is the one female wildcard skin from the Fortnite crew. It came out a while ago. I think that skin, while they don't really look similar, kind of give off like the same kind of vibe. And I feel like that one just does a better job at doing it. And also, I just feel like the other skins in this pass just fit the vibe a lot better than this skin does, in my personal opinion. So that's why I'm putting Cassidy Quinn in last place. In 7th place, we have Valentina. This skin is alright, you know, nothing crazy going on with this skin. The purple style is kind of nice, I will say, but the McDonald's red and yellow one is just pretty ugly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan of it, you know? Nothing much else to say for this skin. I just am not a big fan of it. But, you know, it's not last place. I do think it's a bit better than Cassidy Quinn, in my personal opinion. In number 6, we have Big Dill. This is the pickle skin. And originally when I saw this skin, this was in last place, you know. I thought it was really, really bad, really ugly. And, you know, I still don't really like the skin that much, but I think the way they've been marketing the skin has made me like it a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe because they decided to give it some character, I like it a little bit more, but that's just my personal opinion. Other than how they marketed the skin, I think the skin sucks, honestly. It's not really good. The cosmetics it comes with, like, I'm not really considering those, but the cosmetics it comes with, they're interesting, but I'm not really a big fan of the skin itself. You know, the edit styles are also a bit weird. Why is there a red pickle? I mean, maybe there's a red pickle out there that I don't know of, but just kind of weird. And then there's a camo pickle for some reason. I don't know why there's a camo pickle. Maybe there's a camo pickle out there somewhere that they base it off of, but that's just my thoughts on it. But yeah, like how they've been marketing this character, but I do not like the skin whatsoever. It's not one I'm personally a fan of. Alright, in 5th place, we have Keisha Cross. Now, I will say, I do think the skin is pretty solid, but I can't really rate it any higher because it's just like a basic outfit. It's nothing too crazy, and I feel like everything above it is doing something interesting, you know? There's not really any problems with the skin itself, it's just everything above it is just better. So, can't really rate it above. That's why it's kind of like the middle of the list, in my personal opinion. Not a bad skin, and definitely my favorite out of this bottom half, by far. But it could be better, you know? Could be more interesting. Could have had something more going on. It's just kind of basic. In 4th place, the first skin in the upper half of the list is Sub-Zero. This is our collab skin for the Battle Pass, and for some reason, they decided to put this guy at tier 100. for some unknown reason. I don't know why. They could have put him in the bonus skin, you know. My personal opinion, that's where I think he should have gone. I feel like this battle pass is just ordered really poorly. Like, I feel like everything could have been ordered way better. I don't know why Sub-Zero is the tier 100 and not the sacred skin, but whatever. We'll get past it. It's just a skin at the end of the day, you know. But you know, the skin itself is pretty solid. I'm just not a big fan of Mortal Kombat, to be honest, and I don't really care about the skin that much, and I'll probably like run it once I get the skin, and probably never again, you know. It is a fine skin, a solid skin. Would I have put it at tier 100? No, not at all. You know, I think it would have been better as a secret skin, but that is just my personal opinion. And at number 3, this is the skin that I personally would have put at the tier 100 skin. This is Fletcher Kane. This is like the big bad guy this season. He's the wolf guy with the mythic mammoth pistol. And, you know, he's got an interesting design. I won't say I'm necessarily the biggest fan of it, but I do think it's interesting. I think it's fun. I think it's kind of cool. I don't believe there's a way to take off like the cape thing, like the little cape jacket he has on, because I'm not really a big fan of that. It's just kind of not that interesting. Well, shouldn't say nothing. It's just not that cool. It just feels like it's detracting from the skin, you know. In my personal opinion, I think that little cape-like coat thing around his neck, I think it should come off. If there is an edit style to take it off, then just completely ignore this point. But I don't believe there is, so that's just what I think of it. Other than that, I do think he's got an interesting design. I'm not personally too crazy on it, but I'm gonna be honest, this battle pass is not my favorite, so it's pretty easy to get a high ranking by just being a decent skin, you know. At number 2, we have Joss. This is the Conehead girl, the anime Conehead girl, and I think the skin is interesting. It's fun, it's unique, but at the same time, it's another kind of basic skin. I do think it's pretty solid. I do think it's a good skin. I probably will run this more than most skins in this battle pass, and I like that they did something different with it other than just making it another basic anime skin. You know, Cone, that's fun, that's unique, but other than that, nothing too crazy. But in this battle pass, it is not that easy, or I should say not that hard, to get high up on the list, because this battle pass is just not great in my personal opinion. But I do think the skin is solid. I probably would rank it like a 6 or 7 out of 10 in my personal opinion. And then coming in at first place, what I personally believe to be the best skin in the battle pass is Outlaw Midas, which is a shame because he's the secret skin, and we're not gonna be able to use him for like another 2-3 weeks. Shame, but what can you do? I do think it's kind of disappointing that the only skin that I think is really that crazy, or is the best skin in the battle pass, I don't think it's that crazy, but the best skin in the battle pass in my opinion, I think it's kind of crazy that it's just another Midas skin. You know, Midas does get a lot of skins, and I'm not someone who's like, oh, this character gets too many skins, wah, I'll cry about it, but, you know, I would like to see better like original skins in this battle pass, but that is just my opinion. I do think the skin is good. I do think it's fun. I do think it's nice to have in the game. I'd probably rate it like a 7 out of 10 personally. I do think there's better Midas skins in the game, but I'm not complaining to have another decent Midas skin, especially with everything else in the battle pass. I'm just not too crazy on it, but yeah. That is just my personal opinion. Since Fortnite Festival Season 8 is just around the corner, I decided it would be a good idea to rank every single Fortnite Festival season. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite admin shop. Also remember, at 2,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking every single Fortnite skin, so make sure to subscribe. Alright, let's get straight into the video. Alright, to start off, we have Festival Season 1, and I would probably place this in A tier, and this is for just a few reasons. This season was obviously the first festival season, so basically we could thank this for the game mode even existing in the first place. The headliner, I am personally a really big fan of. I think The Weeknd's a really strong artist, so great first headliner in my opinion. And yeah, just like overall the vibes here were amazing. They were so nice because Christmas time, you know, brand new game mode, festival, really fun, and you know, for the songs themselves, the songs are fine. I don't really go back and play a lot of the songs from this season in particular anymore, but for the time, I think they were good, you know, back when The Search was the hardest song in this game mode, which was, that was pretty interesting time, I will say the least. But yeah, overall pretty solid season, pretty great vibes, and there's nothing much else for me to say about this season. Alright, next we have Season 2, the Lady Gaga season, and I will put this one, I'd probably put this in D. Now, it's kind of like Season 1 a little bit, but I just don't think the songs this season were too great, and there just wasn't enough, like, interesting changes, in my opinion, to really, like, buff this up at all. It's not the worst season. It was still fun, still enjoyable, but, you know, I just can't really place it any higher than this. And I will say for most of these seasons, I don't think any of these have been bad, per se. And I'll actually put Season 1 down a rank. I'll put it down to B tier. I don't think any of these seasons are bad, except one, which we'll get to in a little bit, but, you know, I just gotta have to place it somewhere, and that's where I'm gonna place it. Alright, next, we got Season 3, the Billie Eilish season, and this, I'd probably throw in A tier. This is a really solid season, kind of similar vibes. I do think this is like one of the better vibe seasons. Like, it's kind of up there with season 1, in my personal opinion. And this also had the introduction of Pro controller support, so now you had Pro charts for lead and bass, and I think that's just an overall really good change, you know? Again, you know, songs were not too crazy this season, except for at the end. We did get some good ones at the end for teasing Metallica for the next season, which those are some pretty good tracks, in my opinion. There's some difficult charts for the time, and yeah, I think this was overall a solid season. I'm not going to really bring up the festival passes much in my ranking for these, but this one had a pretty solid festival pass in my opinion. And as I said, Pro controller support, really great. Also, just some touch-ups to the highway with like the white notes now, as well as the Pro colors. I think it was just some nice quality of life details that we kind of needed in this game mode, and I'm just a big fan of it. Alright, next we have Season 4, the Metallica season, and this is easily the best season in my opinion. I know it's kind of early to say that's the best, but it's the best, okay? I just think this had overall the best tracks, like the best charts so far, and you know, Festival Pass, I said I'm not going to count that too much, but 4 skins in 1 pass is pretty good, I'm not going to lie. So, you know, pretty cool. Stage was also the most unique stage you've gotten up to this point. Like, with all the other 3, I could barely really tell the difference when I was actually playing. Like, they'd post the image and be like, oh, I can notice some things, but this was the first time where I could, like, actually say I noticed something in-game. So that was cool. We also got Battle Stage, which Battle Stage is kind of falling off, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, it's just a nice way to spice up Festival a little bit, you know, if you ever get bored of playing main stage, you know? So, just a nice extra game mode. And, yeah, you know, this one really took advantage of the Pro controllers, I would say. You know, some of these charts are, like, way more difficult on Pro controller than they are like anything else, which, you know, that's cool, that's fine, you know, it's fun. And yeah, I just say this is overall the best season we've had so far, so that's why it's an S tier. Alright, next, this is the only season I would say is a bad season, and that is Season 5. This is the Karol G season, and yeah, this was easily the worst season we've had. Now, the Festival Pass was kind of mid, I'm not gonna lie. I said I don't want to take that into account, but I'm just gonna mention it. Kind of mid Festival Pass. The songs this season weren't too crazy. They were kind of boring for the most part. We did get Beyond the Flame this season, I believe. I believe that's when we got that song. It could have been Season 4, but I believe this was Season 5, because I'm pretty sure that was around the time FNCS was happening. Could be wrong, but I think that's when we got that. And that song's pretty good, but other than that, I can't really name any other songs I really remember from the season. The main problem with the season was that there was just so little content. Like, this was when they started, like, dropping off the songs they, made. Earlier, we used to get, like I believe, like, the lowest we got during this season, Season 4, was, like, 4 songs, which was pretty good, but now during like this season, 4 songs was a lot for like 1 week. Like previously, 4 songs was quite a little amount, but now 4 songs are like crazy. You don't think we're ever gonna get 4 songs, and that's been a trend for like the past like few seasons now, and it's kind of disappointing to see in my opinion. We only really get like big song updates like at the start of a new festival season and a battle royale season, which is a bit upsetting, you know? I just wish that wasn't the case, but what can you do? What can you really do about it? But yeah, just really bad in my opinion. There's just nothing going on. It was like such a dead time for the game. Nothing crazy even changed about the season, and yeah, just not good. Alright, next we have Snoop Dogg Season 6, and I'm gonna throw this one in A tier. I'm gonna throw it behind Billie Eilish this season. So this season saw a lot of nice quality of life changes with like the UI and stuff, and the stage itself was really good in my opinion. Some of the quality of life things included like the name of the song happening on the side, as well as like a time bar, tell you how long the song is, how much time you have left in the song. Really solid. Also, I believe the season saw some changes to how you got XP, which was nice, you know. I believe that was the season. It could have been Season 7, the current season, but I believe that was Season 6. Also, this is the last festival season to have the old Festival Pass layout, or the old Mini Pass layout, so that is also interesting. It was also the first Festival season, I should say, to have the XP level up. This got rid of festival points, which I do think was a good change for the Festival Pass. Festival Pass was also pretty solid this season, I remember. But yeah, other than that, you know, nothing too crazy. A lot of quality of life changes, and I just think the vibe this season was pretty good. Alright, and then finally we have Season 7, the Hatsune Miku season. And I will say, I'm going to put this in C tier, but I will say if it continued to have like the strength that it had at the beginning of the season, this would be a lot higher up, in my opinion. The start of the season was really good, got a lot of cool cool changes. Stage again is also pretty good. I do like the stage. I believe we got like voting for battle stage. I could be completely wrong about that because I do not play battle stage a lot, but I believe that's when we got that. So that was a good change in my opinion. And yeah, overall I just say it's a great way to start off season. But the rest of the season has been really dead. Like the first few weeks, really cool. The last few weeks have been really dead, and the changes they've made at the end of the season have been horrendous. They decided to, instead of selling all the jam tracks at once in the shop, and we could buy just any jam track at any time, outside of like the battle pass ones and some of the free ones I gave away, which I'm not going to get into that right now, because I've made a video talking about that back during season 1 actually, where I talked about jam track exclusivity, which I don't think is a good thing, but I've talked about that. I don't want to get in that too much here, but basically they made the FOMO and Festival so much worse recently, and it's just really disappointing in my opinion. And I do think this will hurt Festival in the long run. I don't think it's gonna be good, and you know, maybe it sucks so bad they'll just end up reverting it. Who knows? We can only hope. But yeah, basically, if this season kept up what it was doing at the beginning, I feel like it would be a lot higher ranked. I'd probably put it above season 1. I don't know if I put it above season 3 or season 6. Definitely not above season 4. But maybe it could have been better than season 1. But just due to the bad changes they made this season, yeah, just kind of ruined it for me in my opinion. In this video, I'll be discussing what my personal perfect reload loophole would be. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, that's about it. Let's get straight into the video. Alright, so let's start with the assault rifles. So obviously, first assault rifle you have to have, guarantee in every good reload loophole in my opinion, is the regular assault rifle, just the classic OG assault rifle. In a game with like reload, I really don't see any reason why this shouldn't ever be taken out. When they took it out for a little while and had the Ranger replace it, it was not good. I will just say that right now. Having respawn with a gray Ranger, genuinely the worst experience ever, because you cannot win a fight against basically anybody with a gray Ranger. Gray AR, you can get some stuff done. Gray Ranger, no, that's never happening. So I just think the gray AR, or the assault rifle in general, should just be the default, you know, assault rifle for a reload, in my personal opinion. I don't think it should be ever taken out, like, ever. Next assault rifle we have is the heavy assault rifle. You know, just a nice little alternative, you know. And instead of throwing some garbage like the Ranger assault rifle in there, how about you throw a good, slow firing, heavy hitting assault rifle like the heavy assault rifle? So yeah, that's really the only justification behind the heavy. I just think it's a solid weapon, and I think it's a good, you know, contrast to the original assault rifle. And then finally for ARs, we have the burst assault rifle. You know, these 3 assault rifles basically make up the big 3 of like Fortnite assault rifles. Like when I think of like the ARs in this game, I think the OG assault rifle, the heavy assault rifle, and the burst assault rifle. They kind of fit like all 3 different classes. You know, the assault rifle is more of a spray kind of weapon. The heavy is kind of more like a slow firing, hard hitting weapon, and then the burst is a bit more precise. You know, it's kind of all got like their own niche, and I feel like it would be really cool to have a loophole like this, because I don't think we've really had something like this since like early chapter 1, or like late chapter 1, I guess. I think season 7 had it for a little bit, but besides that, yeah, this hasn't really happened for a long time, so I think this would be good. For shotguns, we got a few here. First, we have the pump. Obviously, pump shotgun is basically Fortnite's default shotgun. Even if it hasn't been in the game outside of like OG seasons for like years, you know, the pump shotgun is a classic, and you can't really go wrong with it. And just like the pump, the TAC is another classic shotgun that's basically a staple of Fortnite. These 2 shotguns are basically like a guaranteed way to make a good shotgun loophole. If you have these 2, your shotgun loophole is stacked. You know, don't really have to do anything, just keep these 2 in, and you'll be good. I do have 2 other kind of gimmicky picks though. I do have the Ranger shotgun, which I do believe is a solid shotgun. I don't really think it's better than the TAC or the pump, but you know, could be a bit fun, you know, just kind of mess around with the Ranger for a little bit. And then we have the double barrel shotgun. I was debating on switching this out with the Outlaw shotgun, but I feel like the double barrel just kind of fits Reload's vibe more, you know? It's got the classic OG Chapter 1 kind of aesthetic. And even though I think the Outlaw feels cleaner to use, I do think the double barrel is what they would use over the Outlaw, even though they are basically the same weapon. For SMGs, I have a few here, and I think this is actually a pretty well-rounded SMG loophole. We have the, you know, normal SMG, you know, the SMG from Season 5, you know, the classic one. Not like the classic one, but the one from Season 5. That's just called the submachine gun, that one. You know, and you know, it's just a standard SMG, you know, can't go wrong with a classic good old SMG. Then we have the rapid fire SMG, probably one of the best SMGs in this game. It does kind of run out of ammo really quickly, but it's good. It's a really solid weapon. Like, that's barely even a con against it. It's a really good weapon. And then finally, for SMGs, we have the Scoped Burst SMG. Now, this weapon is not really loved that much, or it's not really seen as that good of a weapon, but I feel like it has its own little niche, and I feel like it kind of adds a little bit of gimmick to the reload loophole, which, you know, a little bit of gimmick and reload along with like the classics. I think this what makes a good reload loophole. So having the Scope Burst SMG in there, honestly, I think would be a pretty good choice. For pistols, we don't really have a lot of pistols in the current reload loophole, I believe, but in this one I have 3. So the first one is just the normal pistol, you know. I'd imagine it'd be the automatic version of the pistol and not the semi-automatic one. So, you know, just keep it simple with the nice OG pistol, the automatic version, of course. The revolver, you know, I would prefer to have the old revolver model over the new one, but, you know, either one works fine. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, you know, just the classic OG single shot, you know, heavy hitting pistol. You know, is the hand cannon better? Probably. Is the mammoth pistol better? Yeah, definitely. But the revolver is a classic, you know? And then dual pistols as the last pistol option, you know? I just feel like dual pistols are very underutilized. I feel like it's a really cool idea as a weapon, you know? Dual wield weapon. The first dual wield weapon in Fortnite, by the way, you know? Now we have the pump and dump and stuff like that, but this was like the OG one. So, you know, I think it'd be a good addition. For snipers, we have 2 here, and I think this is the only 2 snipers you really need in a reload loophole. We have the bolt action sniper rifle, you know, the classic 100-ish damage, you know, good scope on it, you know, that's all you really need. And then we have the hunting rifle, you know, a bit more gimmicky, no scope on this one, better for like trick shots and stuff. I don't know why I'm explaining the hunting rifle to you guys. You probably know how good the hunting rifle is as a sniper, but it's here, so I think it's fitting. Explosives, we only have 1, so I'll just go over real quick. It's the RPG. Classic. I wouldn't imagine it being too common to find. I'd imagine like maybe you can only get out of rare chests because it's only in like higher rarities. I would not put this in with lower rarities, but higher rarities could be fun to have the RPG in as like a nice little kind of jackpot kind of weapon, you know. Heals, just kind of want to get this through quick because heals aren't too interesting. They're kind of what you'd expect. Obviously we have the med kit, big pot, the minis, and bandages, and then, you know, some that are kind of not a necessity, but I think definitely improve the reload experience. We have chug splashes, shield kegs, and med mist. Obviously, this game mode is more catered towards a team dynamic, so having team-oriented heals, I think just benefits this game out a lot, you know? One person can be carrying shield keg, one person can be carrying med mist, one person can be carrying like a stack of chug splashes, and you're basically good on health for the whole rest of the game, you know? And then we just have some other weapons. We have the grenades, obviously. The recon scanner could be fun, you know? I don't think it's actually been in reload at all, so I think this will be fun. Shockwave grenades, you know, gotta have good movement, because if there's not good movement, people will complain, and no one wants to see that. The harpoon gun, and all of the fish, every single fish. I'm talking literally every single fish, you know, I'm talking stinkfish, cuttlefish, cube fish, I think that's what it's called, shadow cube fish, I forgot what that one was called, but it's the cube flopper, that one. All of them, throw them all in there, and make it so you can only get them if you use a harpoon gun, you know, kind of make it a bit special. I know I could have thrown all the fish in on heals, but, you know, I just feel like they fit better in the other category with a harpoon gun. Alright, this is where things get a little interesting. We have mythics and exotics. So, first, for mythics, we have Midas's drum gun, obviously, classic mythic weapon. Sky's Scar, or assault rifle, however you want to call it. You know, another classic. Baron's double down pistol. This is the mythic mammoth pistol with 2 shots, and, you know, I know a lot of people will probably comment on this video about me not including the normal mammoth pistol, but the mythic mammoth pistol would make up for that, even though it is very rare, you know. The mammoth pistol is a bit broken, so having one on the map, or like having like a very rare chance of getting one, because there wouldn't be one on the map, it'd be random chance. That's how mythics work in this game. But having one random chance to get the mythic mammoth pistol with 2 shots just feels really rewarding. It would be like a guaranteed pickup every time. We have Jules glider gun, another great mobility item. We do have shockwaves, so people probably won't be complaining too much, but it is infinite mobility, and it is probably better to have than shockwaves, so obviously gotta add this to the loophole. Chose it over Sky's grappler just because I like the way the glider gun feels and plays more than the grappler. I know that like the glider gun kind of cancels like any like real like grappler plays out there, unless you do like a little technique, but you can't really do that if you have like decently high ping, so you know. But yeah, I think the glider gun is just what I would prefer. And then finally for mythics, we have the enhanced sentinel pump shotgun. Mythic sentinel pump, you know, 200 to the head guaranteed. I think it'd just be fun, you know, having this like really rare chance to get the sentinel pump and then have it do 200 to the head. Really good idea, you know, for mythic. Gotta make it really powerful. And the pump doesn't do 200 to the head anymore. I know it did that in like OG, and I believe it might have done that in Remix. I know it does in OG, but OG is a different pump shotgun. This would be like the Chapter 2 pump. So having a pump that doesn't 200 and then having the Sentinel pump, the Mythic Sentinel pump, come in, like have a really rare chance and then do 200, I think it'd be a really nice way to have that kind of work, you know? And now for exotics. First, I have the Lawless Shockwave Rocket Launcher. You know, really solid weapon. Not really a weapon, more of a movement item, but I think it'd be fun, you know? Really kind of leans into like gimmicky kind of items, like really dominating things in the game mode. So having this like gimmicky kind of movement item kind of fits, and you know, everyone loves the Shockwave Rocket Launcher, so why not? Now we have two Heisted exotics. Heisted Accelerant Shotgun, probably the best shotgun they've ever made. Hot take, maybe, but you know, the Accelerant Shotgun is just so good. It's like the Maven, but actually worthwhile. So gotta have that in there. It's probably my favorite shotgun. It's just really fun, man. And then we have the Heisted Blink Mag SMG. Twin Mag is a good SMG, and just having that additional reload effect with like the 0-point dashes would be fun, you know? Then finally, we have the Shadow Tracker. I feel like the Shadow Tracker is like the poster child of exotic weapons. Like you think of exotics, you're like, oh yeah, the Shadow Tracker. That's an exotic. That's a really iconic exotic, you know? And it's good too. So I think it'd be fun to have in the loophole personally. And then finally, might be a bit disappointing to leave off on this weapon, but it's the Boom Sniper Rifle. Now, a lot of people don't like the Boom Sniper Rifle, and I kind of get why, because it's kind of low on damage, but I think it's a pretty fun weapon, and especially in build modes, like just like spamming your opponent with explosives be really fun, and especially if it's like a really rare weapon so it's not happening all the time, could be fun, you know? The Boom Sniper Rifle itself might not be that great as a weapon, but as like a build destroyer, I guess you could say, it's good. In this video, I'll be ranking every single Star Wars weapon currently in the game. If you guys happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like, subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, let's get straight into the video. Alright, kicking off the list, in last place, aka 17th place, because I'm ranking 17 items here, we have the Thermal Imploder. Now, I don't want to say that the Thermal Imploder is a bad item, but it's just, I don't really see many use cases for this item. Like, yeah, it's an explosive. The way it kind of bounces around when you throw it kind of makes it a bit unreliable in my opinion. The actual explosion itself is pretty good, but having someone stay in that general area might be a bit difficult. The only situation I can see this really being a bit useful in is in like a build fight or a box fight where there's a lot of structures going around, and breaking a bunch of structures like at once would be very helpful. But other than that, I don't really see many use cases for this weapon or item. I guess it's more of an item, but yeah, just not many use cases for this one in my personal opinion. Maybe, just maybe, there is a really good player out there who knows the intricacies of how to use the Thermal Imploder and just like can rack up 50 kill games with a Thermal Imploder every time. Maybe that person exists, but I highly doubt it, and I don't think this weapon or item is that crazy, in my personal opinion. Now, in 16th place, we have lightsabers. Lightsabers aren't ever really that good, to be honest, but, you know, what can you really do about it? They're just a basic melee weapon in this game. They're, you know, never gonna be good, you know? Like, it's like the saying, don't bring a knife to a gunfight or something like that, which is basically the exact definition of a lightsaber. The reason the only melee weapons that have ever been good have been melee weapons that have movement abilities on them is because you don't really use melee weapons for their melee attack. You want to use them for their movement ability, and the lightsabers really don't have it. Like, you do get a faster sprint speed, I guess, but that's really it. Now, people will probably be saying, what about the force powers? The force powers are separate from the lightsabers themselves, alright? They aren't really items, to be honest. They're kind of different. I don't really know how to explain them. They're not items. They're more like the boons, kind of. You know what I'm saying? That's where they're displayed in your inventory, at least. And the lightsabers, you don't need a specific lightsaber to use a specific power. Like, you go to the portal, you get the lightsaber, and you get the power that comes with it, but you can drop that lightsaber and pick up any other lightsaber and still use that same power that you got from the portal. The lightsaber does not come with the power. The lightsaber, I guess it comes with the power, but it's not forced in with that specific lightsaber. You know what I'm saying? Either way, the lightsabers are just not that good. And the only redeeming quality is the force powers, which are not being taken into consideration because they are a separate thing. Alright, in 15th place, we have our first, like, actual gun on this list, and this is the DL-44 blaster pistol. Now, I don't think this weapon is bad, but the weapons in the season are actually pretty solid, so I had to put something low down on the list, and this just happened to be it. It's kind of like, I want to say like the 6-shooter. Like, its fire rate is kind of like the 6-shooter, sort of, I'd like to say. but you know, it's obviously a bit more accurate than the 6-shooter, and the damage is better than the 6-shooter, so just a better pistol overall. So obviously, I don't think this is a bad weapon, but out of everything on this list, I just feel like it's not as good as what's above it. So that's why I'm putting it down here. Just something had to be here, and this just happened to be it. You know, nothing crazy. And in 14th place, I'm just going to go over this quickly because it's basically the same thing. We have the enhanced DL44 blaster pistol. This is the mythic version that you get from the Shogun X Island, and obviously it's going to place higher than its normal counterpart because it's literally just the same thing with better stats. So that's 14th. I'm not going to dwell on that too long. Just no. 15th, the normal DL44, 14th, the enhanced version. In 13th place, we have Captain Phasma's medallion. So basically what this medallion does is the cooldown and like the heat up on your weapons is, well, you can shoot for longer, so the heat up is, it takes longer to heat up, and then the cooldown for when it has to cool down, you can't shoot for a period of time, is shorter. So basically, it just makes every weapon way more spammable. So, solid medallion, but I don't think it's a game changer considering the weapons without this medallion are already pretty good, and it's especially not that big of a deal in my opinion because it's out on the corner of the map, so 99% of the time you go there, you're going to be fighting with Storm, because you have to compete with all the players that land there, you have to kill the boss, you have to do all this stuff to get the medallion, and it's just a lot of work for a medallion that's like pretty good, but not a game changer in my personal opinion. I do think it's good, and I do think if you have it, you know, it's definitely a benefit, but if you don't have it, you're not going to be crying about it, you know what I'm saying? So, can't really place it any higher. I just think the weapons that this applies to are way better than the actual effect of this medallion, in my opinion. Alright, next we have the DLT-19 blast rifle. This is like the fast-firing assault rifle for the season, and I don't think it's that good, personally. It's not bad, you know, but it feels a lot more like an SMG in my personal opinion, and I just don't think it's better than any of the SMGs, honestly, and especially not better than any of the ARs, so yeah, gotta place it low. The damage on it's really low, the accuracy is pretty meh, like it's not crazy. Would I be mad if I got it off spawn? Probably not, because it's not bad, but I'm not trying to carry this into late game, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather have something else, you know? And especially with, like, the loot pool this season where there's not many utility items you'd really want to carry, there is enough room for you to make room for an actual SMG. So, I don't see the benefit to having this weapon, in my personal opinion. I just feel like there's other things that do a job is better. So, yeah, that's why it is in 12th place. In 11th place, we have our first actual SMG. This is the CR2 Blaster. So this is the only, like, actual new SMG. Like, the other two SMGs, they're technically new, but they're basically just the old Star Wars weapons. This is the actual new SMG, and it's alright. You know, it's very fast fire rate, but the bloom on it is a bit crazy, and I just don't feel like it's as accurate, you know? So, you know, it's good. You know, if you carry this thing, you know, you're probably going to get work done, but you have to be, like, really up in their face for it to, like, really do much, in my personal opinion. So I just feel like it's not as good as the other SMGs. So, yeah, just not crazy about it. Also, the range on this thing is not very good, where the other SMGs have pretty decent range, so I just had to put it down here, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the E11 Blaster Rifle. So, this is basically what the E11 has always been, except get rid of the bullet drop and make it hit scan. So, it's a solid SMG, and I think the accuracy definitely helps with it, but I'm not too crazy about it. You know, I do think there's a definitive best SMG this season, and we'll get to that in a second, but I just think that the E11 is a okay SMG. It's not the fastest SMG, you know, nothing crazy, but, you know, if you carry this as your SMG, you'll get work done with it, you know? So, nothing crazy, but not my favorite, you know? Definitely way better than the E11 has ever been. Also, a little nitpick, the E11 being classed as an SMG, not an assault rifle, is kind of weird, because the E11 Blaster Rifle was always classed as an assault rifle, and now we have the E11 Blaster, which is an SMG, which is weird. Also, the E11 Blaster Rifle is different from the E11 Blaster. They're separate items. It's weird. I don't know why they did that like that, but whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? You know? The new one's way better anyways, so what can you really do? Alright, in 9th place, we have the F11D Blaster. So, this is a new SMG, I guess you could say, but it uses the same model as the First Order Blaster Rifle, which is the first Star Wars blaster rifle we got back in, like, Chapter 2, Season 1, which, kind of weird that they never really used that model again up until this point, and just made, like, a whole new E11 Blaster model for a weapon that did the exact same thing. Like, the First Order Blaster Rifle and the E11 Blaster Rifle did the same thing, they just remodeled it for some reason, and I don't get that. But now we have the E11 Blaster, which is an SMG, and the F11D Blaster, which is a different SMG. And I think this SMG is the standout SMG for the season. It is an accurate SMG. It is also a pretty fast SMG. It's not as fast as the CR2, but it's still fast enough to be like, yeah, this works as an SMG. I can carry this as an SMG. And I already mentioned the accuracy, but yeah, the accuracy on this thing is pretty good, especially with the range that this thing has. It's not like assault rifle range or anything, but you are able to still hit opponents from a decent way while away, you know? So I think it's pretty solid, you know? And I think it's fitting for the number 9 place. And just gonna go over this quickly because it's basically the same thing. The 8th place weapon, or item I should say, is Captain Phasma's F11D blaster rifle. Or not blaster rifle, just blaster. It's the same thing, but better stats. What can I say? You know? Just overall, really solid. You know, nothing much to say about this one that I haven't already said about the F11D in the last spot. Alright, coming in 7th place, we have the A280 CFE blaster rifle. This is the scoped assault rifle for the season, and it's decent, you know? Certainly not as good as the past scoped ARs have been. Like, especially compared to the Hollow Twister this chapter, this is miles worse. But that's not really a bad thing, considering the Hollow Twister is really, really good, like, unreasonably good. So, being worse than the Hollow Twister is not exactly a bash on how good a weapon actually is, because that's such a high bar to reach, you know? But, you know, it's solid. I don't think it's the best assault rifle. There is one better assault rifle, in my opinion, that will be coming up soon. But, yeah, I just think it's solid, decent. You can get away with carrying it, but it's not anything crazy, you know? And number 6 is very similar. It is the enhanced A280 CFE blast rifle. Same thing, just a mythic version, you know? Nothing crazy. You get this one from the train. I don't think I mentioned that with the other mythics, but this one's from the train, and, you know, maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not. It's a mythic scoped AR, so you can't really go wrong with it, but I just don't think it's the best assault rifle. I think you're better off carrying the assault rifle higher up, which we'll get to in a little bit. Alright, 5th place, we have the IQA-11 Marksman Blaster Rifle. This, dare I say, might be the first actually good DMR in this game. That is a crazy thing to say, but I don't think a single DMR we have seen in this game has actually been, like, half decent. They've all been mid or just not good whatsoever. And I think this one's actually pretty good. The damage on this one's pretty good. Also, I believe it's automatic, so you can just hold it down and fire it. So having an automatic DMR with, like, 60 damage on each shot, as well as, like, 120 headshot, that's really good. Like, that is really, really freaking good. Like, this is a top tier DMR, you know? And I think it's better than the scoped AR we have, which is kind of crazy to say, you know? Scoped ARs are typically, like, what kills the marksman rifles, but I think it's the other way around, in my opinion. Like, I don't know why you would carry the A280 over the IQA, when the IQA is just so much better. It does have bullet drop, which is a little hindrance, but it's a marksman rifle. What can you do? Also, 60 damage per shot? Like, really? We're gonna complain about bullet drop? 60 damage per shot on an automatic weapon. Whatever, you know? It's not like the bullet drop's even that bad. It's actually pretty quick, so you don't really have to worry about it that much. But yeah, this is just a really solid weapon. And I feel like I sound like I'm glazing this weapon right now, but trust me, it's good. It's a really solid weapon. And in 4th place, it's more of the same. It's the enhanced version of the IQA. This is just what I just said about the normal version, but everything's better. And you get this one from giving General Grievous a lightsaber. I believe that's how you get it. I think I've only gotten this once, so I'm kind of iffy on how you get this. But I believe you give him a lightsaber, and he just gives this mythic IQA to you, which pretty good trade in my personal opinion. Like, lightsabers, one of the worst weapons this season. Get it from one of the best long-range weapons this season. It's a really good trade. I don't know what General Grievous is thinking, bro. Like, carry that IQA, bro. This is so much better. Like, I don't know what bro's thinking, but yeah, more of the same. 4th place, the mythic IQA-11 blast rifle. In 3rd place, we have our first shotgun. I think the shotguns this season are actually pretty good. I know, crazy, considering they're both in the top 3. The first one is the ACP Scatter Blaster. And I might get some flack for this because people will probably prefer this because it's the pump kind of shotgun for the season. But I think the other shotgun's better. Now, this is not a bad shotgun. I think it's good. But I just don't find it doing as consistently well as the other shotgun we'll get to in just a second here. The ACP Scatter Blaster is certainly a good pump shotgun. You know, I won't bash you for saying it isn't, but it isn't the best pump shotgun we've seen this chapter alone, so can't really place it any higher than 3rd place. Alright, in 2nd place, this is the other shotgun we got this season. This is the BARM ST12 Scatter Blaster. I think that's how you say it. I don't really know. BARM is kind of a weird word, but whatever. This is basically our auto shotgun this season, and I think this is pretty good. The damage on this thing is really good, and I find it to be, like, really consistent. Might be a hot take to put this at 2nd place, but I think this shotgun is really nice, really fun to use. And honestly, if you wanted to switch the ACP and the BARM, like for second and third, I could get it. I don't really care that much about it, but I just find myself using the Barm ST12 Scatter Blaster way more, and I just enjoy using it more. I think it's a more fun weapon, a more consistent weapon, and yeah, you know, that's really it. That's really all I got to say about the Barm ST12. Alright, now for number 1, what I think is personally the best weapon in the entire season so far, because there's some stuff that hasn't come out yet. We have the DC-15 Heavy Blast Rifle. Now this is another old weapon, kind of. It's kind of new, kind of not. Like, it's called something different than what it was called before, but whatever. We don't have to get into semantics. This is a good weapon, and it's probably the best assault rifle in this loot pool, personally. Like, honestly. Like, when you look at the stats on all 3 assault rifles we have in the game, this in the DLT kind of have like the similar damage per second, the similar GPS, but this thing cools down way quicker, and it also like heats up around the same time as the DLT-19, so it's basically getting more shots off quicker than the DLT-19, which is kind of weird because it's supposed to be like the slow firing assault rifle, but whatever. You can get more shots off with this one quicker. Obviously there's not as many shots, but this is a more reliable version of the DLT-19 in my opinion, because you also get the higher damage. I believe it's like 40 damage-ish per shot, which is pretty good. And, you know, it's just pretty accurate. It's got a really tight crosshair, so you're not going to be missing too many shots if you're actually halfway decent at aiming. So, you know, pretty solid right there. And, you know, it's just a better long-range option than the A280, in my opinion. The scope on the A280 is pretty, like, small. It's not, like, a crazy zoom in, so, you know, I just feel like that scope isn't really too much of a like factor when it comes into how good the assault rifle is, and especially with the stats on the A280 not being as high. Like, the stats are very low compared to the GC-15 and the DLT-19 for the A280, which kind of makes sense. They're trying to balance it to be like not as overpowered, but this might be genuinely the first time where I think a non-scoped assault rifle has the edge over the scoped assault rifle since like early chapter 1. Like, the last time a scoped assault rifle has not been top tier has been the original scoped assault rifle, and I guess the thermal scope, but same difference. So yeah, that's why I think the DC-15 Heavy Blast Rifle is the best weapon in the Star Wars season, in my personal opinion. In this video, I'll be discussing some of Fortnite's most forgotten cosmetic rarities. If you happen to enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, let's get straight into the video. Alright, so I am on Fortnite.gg. This website's like really good. It has like a list of like every cosmetic like ever in this game, and yeah, so when I click on this rarity section, you probably expect like to see like the normal rarities, right? You know, you got your uncommons through legendaries, you got your Marvel, your DC, your Star Wars, your Frozen, your Lava, your Dark, those kind of rarities, right? So you're thinking maybe a good few, but not too many, you know? When I click on this button, you're gonna see so many more rarities than you would actually expect. This is an insane amount of rarities, especially when half of them you probably don't even know exist. And that first one you probably don't know exists is the Adidas series. So this series is very, very limited. There's not a lot going on here. It's mainly just decals and a few wheels for your car, which, spoiler alert, but all these weird rarities I'm going over in this video are just car cosmetics. It's weird. And something I do want to mention that's also kind of weird is how the Adidas series exists, and we have Adidas shoes and like skins and stuff in the game, but none of those items are Adidas series, even though it has in its own rarity. It's kind of weird how that works. I don't know why they decided to do that, but it's a thing for some reason. You know, nothing too crazy. I don't even know how half of these are Adidas related, since they're just like country themed decals for cars, like Costa Rica. How is that Adidas theme? Jamaica, Colombia. Like, these are not. Maybe it has something to do with like, because it says beef, so maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know beef or like Adidas's relationship to, you know, these cosmetics at all. So maybe it has something to do with like the World Cup or something. It's probably what it has to be, right? Because it's like World Cup. I don't know, but weird rarity. I don't know why it exists, to be honest. Like, it's kind of pointless, especially since it's not got a lot. Like, most of these are just decals, so, you know, whatever, what can you do? Our next rarity is very similar, actually. That is the Puma series. Again, another shoe brand that has cosmetics in the game that have its own rarity. And then we have Puma, like, I'm pretty sure we have Puma shoes, like kicks, that are not, like, Puma series. I don't know why, but yeah, you can see, got some stuff here. You got more than just wheels and decals. Got a few boosts. I don't know what the difference between these two boosts are. Okay, so this is the bundle. for the boost, apparently. And this is the boost itself. That's a bit weird, but whatever. We also got like a drift and some more boosts, like this is a boost too. I don't know. Weird rarity, kind of minimal. I don't know why they thought they needed to make this. Kind of weird. Kind of weird in my opinion. Next, we have the Porsche series. This not got a lot. One thing that's kind of weird is that all these rarities have like their own versions of the default decals, because instead of, just making them like a universal decal, they had to make an individual version of the decal for every single car in the game for some reason. But it also has its own, like unique decals as well. All right. And we have the only Porsche car, because like most of these are car rarities. We have the Porsche 911 GT3 RS. So, if you want a Porsche series car, it's here. I mean, I don't know. Again, like, I don't know what the point of having all these rarities is, in my opinion. It's kind of pointless in my opinion. And then obviously we have the wheels. Alright, next we have the Ferrari series. Now this one kind of shocks me. Not that it exists, because, well, we kind of know why it exists for some reason. I don't know why it exists. It's not a surprise, considering we have like everything else. But I kind of find it crazy how we have like 5 different cosmetics only for this one, especially since we've had Ferraris in like the game as like an actual vehicle before. This is like the first car brand they've collabed with, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know why they haven't made more. And I'm pretty sure this is like the same car that they used for the like actual vehicle in chapter 2, I don't know why they haven't made more. Maybe they're coming though, so who knows. Next we have the Lamborghini series, and we actually have a few here. I feel like this rarity is probably the most known out of these rarities, simply because it was like the first like collab car we got in the game, So we have the Lamborghini Huracan STO. I did not know that's what it was called. I just remember it being the Lambo, but whatever. Obviously got the OG Lamborghini stuff. And then we got the Lamborghini Urus SE, which I believe this is a SUV car body, I'm pretty sure, which will always confuse me because, well, we'll get to it a little bit later, but I don't know why this would be an SUV car body and like another car body that's kind of looks like identical to this is a sports car body, but whatever. But then we also have the Lamborghini Countach LPI 804. I didn't even know this car existed, I'm gonna be real, until I'm doing this video, so that's interesting. And also we have like 3 copies of like all the default decals. So I really do not like how they do like the decals in this game. So weird. And next we have the BMW series, and this was the rarity I was talking about, where I was like, why isn't this car a SUV body? The BMW 1 series, this was a Rocket Pass car, which you get through Fortnite crew basically. Yeah, it looks like it would be an SUV body. When I saw this, I thought it was an SUV body, and I was really disappointed when it wasn't, because the only other option I had was a Cybertruck, and I was like, I don't want to use a Cybertruck, bro. So, but I think the car is pretty alright. It's cool to have, I guess. And then we also have the BMW M240i, which I completely forgot this car existed. Yeah, nothing too crazy. It's kind of like the same kind of thing. And then obviously you have the standard decals. And also this one's actually very interesting because we actually got a unique decal. They actually did like a design a decal contest. We got this like unique, cool looking decal, the finely tuned one. I don't know what the difference between these 2 decals are. They look exactly the same to me. I think they're for different cars actually. Kind of weird, but whatever. Alright, next we have the McLaren series. Now this one's another interesting one because, outside of standard stuff, the McLaren Senna, I believe this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. McLaren Senna does not showcase all its decals here. That is because the McLaren Senna came with a few Marvel decals based on different Marvel characters. We got Iron Man, we got Doctor Doom 1, War Machine, and then Doctor Doom 2, which I actually don't know what the difference between all these is, because I have not seen this car in a while. Iron Man looks alright. Doom 1, Doctor Doom, alright, it's alright. War Machine, kind of same as Iron Man, but just like gray. And then this Doctor Doom one actually looks like, well, I'm not gonna lie. Would I pay $2,800 to get it? No. But it looks cool. So yeah, interesting thing, McLaren Senna has some unique decals, and also I'm pretty sure it's the only car to like be a different rarity than its decals, or like I should be a different special rarity, because the Octane has like a bunch of like Adidas decals. So I guess I should have worded that better. It's the only car to be a different special rarity from its decals, I'm pretty sure. Unless we get to another one later, that is. But that's interesting in my opinion. It's pretty unique. And let's have the McLaren 765 LT, which I forgot this one even existed, but who cares? Next we have the Nissan, and the Nissan series is actually very interesting because there's a lot of stuff here in this one. Like, I think this might have the most like stuff out of all of them. Looks like it, at least. We have the Nissan Fairlady Z, which I believe this is a Rocket Pass one, right? Yeah, it is. Rocket Pass vehicle. Probably the most unique looking one out of all of them, honestly, out of all the Nissan cars. We have the Nissan Z Performance. Nah, it's alright. Nothing too special, in my opinion. The Fast and Furious Nissan Skyline. This was part of like a Fast and Furious collab, I believe, which I don't know why they didn't make like any Fast and Furious skins if they're doing like this whole Fast and Furious collab, but who cares? Maybe this isn't even a Fast and Furious collab. Maybe this is just like something crazy, because I've never seen a Fast and Furious movie. I'm just gonna be real. Maybe they just like called it the Fast and Furious, you know, who knows? Or maybe I sound like an idiot right now. And then we have the Nissan Skyline GTR, which is this the Godzilla car? This is the Godzilla car. It's interesting. It's interesting. Don't know why they made a Nissan for a Godzilla collab, but whatever. Who knows? Who knows? Next, we have the Dodge series, and this is an interesting series, I should say. I believe this is like one of the most recent ones, right? Yeah, this one came out in Remix. But yeah, we have the Fast and Furious Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat, and then the Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack. Crazy set name, by the way. And yeah, very similar kind of cars, but you know, what could you have said? You know, they are from the same series after all. All right, next we have the Ford series. Now this one, I feel like if they were smart, they'd do something really cool. But first, let's just go over what they have in this series. Obviously same like decals and stuff, although we actually have some more unique decals. We have like the Silver Bullet, Mustang, Formula Ford, like we only have one copy of the default ones when there's 3 cars, which is very interesting. We have the Ford Mustang Shelby GT500. Interesting, I guess. The Ford Bronco Raptor, which I'm pretty sure is an SUV car body. There's no way it's not. And then we have the Ford Mustang GTD, which is actually just in the shop yesterday. What would you know? It's in the shop right now, actually. It's leaving in like a few weeks. Weird. But yeah, Ford. This has like the opportunity to do like a really cool like car body of like one of those like really old-timey cars, because like Ford was like, you know, like they made like the assembly lines with cars, like the really old car, like those kind of cars, like back from like the 1920s or whatever. Those kind of cars, I think that would be really cool to have a car like that in the game. You know, like if they don't do that, it's a missed opportunity. That's all I'm saying. Next, we have the Jeep series, and this one is interesting because this is for a Tomb Raider collab, basically. So they brought like a Jeep with a bunch of Tomb Raider decals. But the thing is, the Tomb Raider decals are not gaming series, even though they probably should be gaming series, because they're for, well, a collab with another game. So it would make sense to be gaming series, but they're not. So is this even, I don't even know if this is the Tomb Raider one, the trail rated. I think this is just the only one. Yeah, this should be a gaming series decal. I don't know why it's not. It's weird. Like they had like the Marvel one, like the Marvel decals weren't McLaren series because they were on a McLaren, but the Tomb Raider one is a Jeep series because it's on a Jeep. Like, I don't, kind of weird. We have a rarity for gaming stuff, so I don't know, it's weird. Alright, Ram. This one's interesting. This one actually has a pretty cool looking car body, an SUV body. Although I probably wouldn't use this because it turns into a pickup truck, and pickup trucks are worse than the SUVs in this game because your teammates are just exposed. It's not as good. It's not as good, you know? So, probably wouldn't buy this, but you know, it looks cool. It's actually in the shop right now, so it's interesting. Pretty cool looking car body, but other than that, there's nothing too much here. Just got a few decals and a wheel. Nothing too crazy with this one. Tesla series. Alright, this is probably the most controversial one. If you want to go into the controversies with it, yeah, you can. I'm not going to in this video because I don't feel like opening that can of worms, but yeah, Tesla Cybertruck, you know, pretty ugly, I will say. Like, I don't know who would ever like actually use this. Like, the only reason I could see you using this is this being your only SUV body, but even then, you know, this was my only SUV car body for a while, and I just didn't use it because I thought it was ugly. But you know, there was an exclusive decal, I guess, which I will say this image for the decal looks nothing like the actual decal itself. I don't think it's like really bad image. Everything about this rarity is just a mess. It's just such a mess. And why is this called beast mode? I don't get why this exists. And then our final rarity, which is probably the weirdest one, because this entire rarity could probably just fit under a different rarity entirely, and no one would complain. And that is the Alan Walker series. So, there was like an Alan Walker collab in Rocket League or something, and like all those cosmetics came over, and so we don't have a lot here. We have a few wheels, a boost, I believe, which actually looks pretty good. I kind of like this boost, you know. Pretty cool boost. And then 2 decals, which I actually kind of want to see what they look like. Part of a car bundle. I thought the colors would be different, but whatever. And then this Octane one. Apparently it was free. I did not know this was free. I don't think I have this one, guys. But yeah, like, I don't know why they made a whole series for just one guy. Like, all of these cosmetics could have just been thrown into the Icon series, and no one would have batted an eye, because it's a real person. Like, this is a collab with a real person. Like, how weird would it be if, like, for example, when they made, like, the Linkin Park, like, instrument bundle, if instead of putting them into the Icon series, they made those Linkin Park series. Like, that sounds stupid, right? But that's basically what they did with this, you know? So, yeah, very interesting. I don't know why they made this rarity in the first place, but, you know, what can you really do about it? If you guys happen to enjoy that video, consider leaving a like and subscribing, and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, see you in the next one. Later.